innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Our loving God, we bring your presence with us. We speak your compassion, your grace, your mercy, and we ask you to share your gift of peace. We acknowledge your power over all that will be spoken, thought, decided, and done throughout the day. Lord, when we are confused, guide us. When we are discouraged and losing hope, energize us. May the work that we do and the way we do it bring faith, joy, and a smile to all that we come in contact with today. Bless our family, our home, our nation. May truly care for the earth and the community of life as we try to promote your dream for justice and liberation. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Gising na! May online class ka pa!
Anong oras na ba? Oo, Nay! Gagayak na! Alas 7 na pala, sikat ng araw andyan na. Ilan ang sarili sa panibagong umaga. Sabay lubos na lang nag-aantay.
Oh, kain ka muna, anak!
Ako'y talagang excited na. Auto-click agad sa link at ready for login na. Ayan! Connecting na! Good morning, sir! Di akalain kahit ganito ang sitwasyon natin sa pandemyang ito. Alam natin ang katotohanan, edukasyon ay may solusyon. Magpapatalo ba sa lahat kung may solusyon na nakaangat? Ano bang hinihintay? Halina at sumabay. Bubuhayin ang bukas, problema'y lilipas, kinabukas ay itaas. Handang isipan ng bukas.
Ma, paano yan? Isa niyo yung laptop natin. Anong gagamitin ni Bunso?
Okay lang yan, nakausap ko ng teacher niya, magmo-module na lang daw siya. Pwede niya pa rin pagpatuloy ang kanyang pag-aaral.
Ay, salamat! Buti nilang at may ibang pagpipilian. Ito araw-araw ng mga panibagong gawain. Bilang mga estudyante, kailangan naming intindihin. Naku po! Nawawala ang internet! Sir, present po!
O sige na, galingan mo dyan ha. Tutulungan ko mga kapatid mo sagutan ng mga modules.
Buksan ang isipan, mabibigo pero hindi susuko. Alam natin ang katotohanan, edukasyon ay may solusyon. Magpapatalo ba sa lahat kung may solusyon na nakaangat? Ano bang inihintay? Halina at sumabay. Bubuhayin ang bukas, problema'y lilipas, kinabukas ay itaas. Handang isipan ng bukas. Sa lahat, kinatatakutan ng bata't matanda. Kahit anong profesyon mo pa, sa malawang pag-isip laging handa. Stay at home, work from home is your normal. Wash your hands, sanitize para safe ka. Alam kong maraming diskarte ang mga Pinoy, di magpapahuli at baba. Matatag magaling at determinado, hindi susuko makamit ang tropeyo. Ano pa iyong estado sa buhay ay mananaro, estudyante Pinoy ka, makakayanan natin to. Bubuksan ang isipan, mabibigo pero hindi susuko. Alam Alam natin ang katotohanan, edukasyon ay may solusyon.
Oh, anak! Kumusta? Anong resulta?
Kamay, sakit! Yes, Nay! Pasado ako!
Magpapatalo sa lahat kung may solusyon na nakaangat. Ano bang hinihintay? Halina sumabay. Sisikatin ang araw, problema'y lilipas.
Edukasyon sa Pilipinas, handang isip, handang bukas. Handang bukas para sa kaunlaran. Handa tayo para bukas.
Hello world, magandang umaga Pilipinas, maayong buntag Mindanao, mabuhay Panabo City. Welcome po sa isang namang episode ng ating pagkatuto ngayong araw na ito. Dito pa rin po sa TV Aralan, Handang Isip, Handang Bukas. Nais po lamang naming batiin na isang napakagandang umaga po ang ating mahal at tagapamanihalang pansangay na kasalukuyan po ngayon, nakasama po ng ating pasya, headed of course by Sir Manuel Esperanza, and with our SDS, Dr. Renante A. Solitarios SO 6. Ayan po. Good morning din po sa lahat po ng ating mga education program supervisors, education specialist po natin dyan sa division, kasama ng mga public schools district supervisors, of course, headed by our CID Chief, Dr. Januario Yamota, and for the SGOD naman, we have Dr. Aileen B. Anuevo. At good morning din po at magandang buhay sa ating Assistant Schools Division Superintendent, Madam Fidigay L. Recamonte. And lalong-lalo na po sa inyong lahat na patuloy na nanonood ngayon sa amin, dito po sa studio, live and alive, ng Panabo City Senior High School. Good morning po sa inyo, dahil ngayong araw na ito, makabuluhan din po para sa ating lahat. Dahil po, magkakaroon tayo ng tinatawag nating feedbacking sa mga naging leksyon natin kahapon at susundan yan. O eto na yung mga pagkakataon doon sa mga mag-aaral na hindi nakapanood o di kaya hindi nakasubaybay nung panahon na ito ay inere natin nung day 20 at kahapon, magkakaroon tayo ng replay of the lessons. Ibig sabihin po niyan ay maaari pa rin po kayo mag-participate at magsumite ng kinakailangang output po ng every teacher presenter sa inyo pong mga advisors. Ano po? Again, pwede pa rin po kayong mag-participate. At kahit na po natapos ang replay natin sa araw na ito, maaari nyo pa rin pong balik-balikan ang ating mga lesson episodes sa DepEd Panabo City Facebook page at DepEd Panabo City YouTube channel. Dahil andyan lamang po yan at maaari nyo reviewin. At kung hindi pa kayo nakapagsumite ng inyong mga outputs, do submit. Dahil po patapos ng ating quarter 1 at ibig sabihin yan, magkakaroon na ang ating mga teachers ng pagkakataon na magbigay sa inyo ng mga marka. O, di ba? Exciting masyado. Kaya by the year ends for this 2020, tapos na rin po ang ating quarter 1. At magsisimula na nga po tayo sa quarter 2 pagdating po ng susunod na taon. Okay. So I'm sure very excited na kayong lahat dyan na nanonood sa amin. Nais naman din po namin pasalamatan at hindi talaga magsasawa kami magpasalamat, no? Sa atin pong Panabo Cable Satellite Television na pinangungunahan po ni Sir James Chu, Sir Alex Navarro, and Ma'am Alexandra Chu. Ayan. Thank you sa inyo, mga ma'am and sirs, dahil po sa patuloy po ninyong suporta sa SDO Panabo City for this TV-based instruction program. At nais ko lamang din batiin ang lahat po ng mga kaguruan ngayon na kasalukuyan pong nagsasagawa ng mga series of webinars. Kasama po dyan yung atin pong para sa tinatawag po natin na development team natin, ang ating mga modules, with of course headed by Ma'am Joanny Aguilar. Andyan din po yung mga webinars po ng inahatid, no? Or binabahagi sa atin ng ating SGOD. Of course, kasama dyan po ang ating Chief, Dr. Aileen Anuevo. At ganoon din po sa ating mga DLDM coordinators na kasalukuyan din po ngayong nagsasagawa ng pagsasanay dyan po sa New Visayas Elementary School. At nais ko lamang po personal na pasalamatan din ang school head, principal ng NBES, ang PESPA president at the same time, si Sir Julius Suelto, para po sa napakagandang akomodasyon na ipinakaloob niyo po sa amin at sa lahat po ng mga participants ng DLDM training. Okay, so ayan, I'm sure na nakahanda na rin po kayo sa inyong mga modules, inyong mga papel at mga ballpen. Of course, kung meron kayo nais ay tanong, i-jot down, feel free to send that one to your respective teacher advisors and or subject teachers po ninyo. Ayan. Again, hindi po eksklusibo ang TV Aralan para sa Panabo City Senior High School, kundi sa lahat po ng mga mag-aaral na kumukuha o nag-enroll sa senior high school in Panabo City Division, especially na at ganon din po sa iba pang mga pampubliko o di kaya pribadong paaralan sa buong Pilipinas. Okay, sa buong Pilipinas, no? Dahil sa buong mundo, iba naman ang setup. Okay, so ayan. Once again, this is Mr. June Aguilon, ang inyo pong host mula po sa Curriculum Implementation Division of Panabo City. At sa aming pagbabalik, makakasama nyo na po sa ere ang ating napaka-magandang bilang. O, di ba? Na mula po sa Panabo City Senior High School na walang iba kundi si Teacher Sheng at saka si Teacher Zell. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Magandang araw! Welcome sa ating STO TV Aralan.
Where education continues at the respective television.
Ako po si Teacher Sheng.
At ako naman si Teacher Zell.
At kami ang yung teacher anchor sa araw na ito.
Hello partner, good morning sa iyo.
Nabulol ko na ito.
Okay na siya partner, I like your, ano tawag niya, ponytail?
Yes, partner.
Yeah, di ba? Napaka-fresh.
Yes, very busy kayo, partner. Wala time na mag-glam-glam,
Sige lang partner.
Very busy tayo for the module, no?
Yes.
Module distribution na naman kasi patapos na yung natin, yung first quarter ng school year 2020-2021. So,
Graduate, laban ng partner.
Yes. Ano yung pinagkakabalahan mo, partner? Parang relax lang tayo.
Of course. Kasi nga Saturday, Sunday, module serye tayo, di ba? Okay. So, napapasalamat ako sa, of course, sa aking mga anak. Di ba? Sa aking kapamilya, support system. Doing those modules, serye na yan.
Yes. Okay. And today, partner, isa na namang napakagandang umaga para sa lahat dahil magkakaroon tayo ngayon ng feedbacking, no?
Yes, partner. And I heard, no,
yes,
na napaka-responsive ng mga students natin,
yes.
di ba?
Actually, partner,
Oo.
yung ibang mga estudyante kasi hindi sila nakapanood na real time kasi dahil sa mga signal interruptions, no, hindi naman natin yan maiiwasan, no?
Yes. Actually, expected na yan, partner.
Yes. May mga nag-message sa akin, sa GC na, ma'am, wala ko nakakita, ma'am, wala signal din sa MUA during that time. So, sinabihan ko na lang na, okay, you can actually visit the DepEd Panabo City na Facebook page kasi andun naman yung link ng live feed natin kahapon. So, yun, they visited the link, yung episode natin kahapon, and then they were able to answer, participate during the parallel assessment, and nag-send sila sa akin, even 12 midnight na nga yung iba, as I check.
That's good to hear, partner, no?
Sabi ko, bakit ang daming conversations dun sa GC namin, and most of it, yung mga pictures pala ng mga outputs nila,
okay.
Napahabol sila ng outputs nila during the parallel assessment because some of them, hindi sila nakaabot during that time. In real time talaga. Dahil sa
Well, anyway, partner, wala namang siyang deadline talaga, di ba? So,
Yes.
kahit natapos na yung lesson, pwede pa rin kayo mag-submit sa inyong mga subject teachers na inyong mga output.
Yes.
At saka, this afternoon, partner, magkakaroon tayo ng replay. So, pwede nyo pa rin panoorin yung mga kaganapan natin kahapon.
Yes. So, huwag kayong mag-alala mga students kung hindi kayo nakapanood in real time kasi we will give ample time for you na ma-review ninyo, ma-revisit ninyo ang lahat ng mga episodes dito sa TV Aralan.
Yes, huwag tayo magpa-stress.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not be stressed.
Hindi tayo magpa-stress. At saka, partner, no? Up next, ay mapapanood na natin yung ating feedbacking from our first presenter kahapon na walang iba, si Ma'am Ami Hara.
And of course, makakasama din natin si Ma'am Jemima Ocupe para sa oral communication in context.
Yes, at pagkatapos naman ni Ma'am Jem ay si Sir Edentor Tiempo para naman sa Introduction of Philosophy. Okay, so ngayon I guess handa-handa na.
Siguro dapat batiin muna natin ang ating mga manunood.
Yes.
Kasi feeling ko ang daming nanonood sa atin ngayon actually kasi live tayo sa Facebook, live din tayo sa
Panabo Table.
So, hello sa lahat ng mga nanonood and welcome to TV Aralan, most especially sa ating Schools Division Superintendent.
Yes.
Hello po, Sir Reynate A. Solitario. Good morning po, sir. And to
Hello,
our
sir.
Assistant Schools Division Superintendent Ma'am Bebigay L. Refamonte.
Yes, and also to our SGOD Chief, Dr. Eileen Anuevo, and also to our CID Chief, Sir Januario Yamota.
And let's not forget, partner, ang atong very active na school principal. Hello, Ma'am Mirna.
Hello, Ma'am. Hello. And of course, to our faculty and staff, our production team, the parents, the students, magandang araw po sa ating lahat.
Okay, ayan, I think ready na tayo
Yes.
para sa feedbacking segment ng TV Aralan sa umagang ito. So, sa lahat ng mga nanonood, stay tuned po kayo, magbabalik ang TV Aralan.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
And we're back po, live na live dito sa Panabo City Senior High School. At ngayon, ay kasama ko po, walang iba, kundi si Ma'am Ami Hara. Hello, Ma'am Ami, good morning.
Good morning, Ma'am Sel.
Yes, di ba? Ang ganda ng smile ni Ma'am Ami. Bakit kaya naman ganda yung smile ni Ma'am Ami? I'm sure happy to si Ma'am Ami.
Actually, I am very much happy with the output from the students. Kahit na nag-uumaga na from the afternoon hanggang nag-umaga, mayroon lahat parang flooding of the messages from our GCs and also sa yung nag-PPM talaga yung mga bata. Okay, so
Wow, ang galing naman, Ma'am Ami. Tapos I heard, no, pag meron tayong watch awardee sa subject na yan.
Yes, yes.
O, anong oras nga yun, Ma'am Ami?
12:59 noon.
Wow, di ba?
Kahapon.
Ang galing. So, nagpapasalamat kami no, sa mga students na napaka-responsive talaga. So again po, live na live po tayo sa ating FB page, Panabo City Senior High School Alpha, at saka SDO Panabo. Then we also have this our YouTube channel, which is Panabo City Division. Okay, so now, Ma'am Ami, handa ka na ba na basahin yung mga output ng ating mga estudyante?
Yes, handang-handa na. Pero before that, uunahin muna natin yung panabitin kasi meron tayong mga katanungan na hindi nasagot kahapon. So, we will check this online. Makita ba natin ito?
Okay, so meron pang
Yes,
pahabol
may
kahapon,
pahabol
no?
na tanong.
Okay.
Okay, so
Go
let's
ahead,
get
Ma'am Ami.
question from Therese Hart Ababol of Humes 11 Vygotsky. So may katanungan si Cherish. How does culture have an impact on society? Okay? So how does culture have an impact on society? Ito yung katanungan niya kahapon na hindi natin nasagot. Okay? Since na meron tayong cut of time, no?
Yes.
So yan. So sa katanungan mo, Cherish, so ito yun siya. Culture provides important social and economic benefits. and it enhances our quality of life and increase overall well-being for both individuals and communities. And as well as also an individual cultural participation influence how you behave and towards others in society, and your cultural participation that influence also how they treat you. So those are the what we call this, yung tinatawag nating impact ni culture in a certain society. Kaya nga culture and society is interrelated to each other.
Yes.
So that is why.
So I do hope nakuha mo, Cherish, yung kasagutan.
Yes. So,
Okay.
balikan natin yung katanungan kahapon sa journal writing natin. So, ito siya. So, what do you think the Philippine culture will be 50 years from now? Grabe ang mga bata. Napaka-participative talaga, Ma'am
I'm
Sel.
sure grabe lang imagination na ito.
Yes.
50 years goal.
Yes. Kaya nga, nagdadala talaga ako ng proof dito na
Yes.
ebidensya talaga nila. Okay, so yan. So ito yung nangunguna natin, yung sinasabi mo kanina na watch award natin. Coming from ABM Drucker. Okay,
Wow.
see? ABM Drucker, advisor nito si Ma'am Heldy Flores. Okay, so yan. So, our first watch awardee, Nicole Mendez. So, ito yung sagot ni Nicole. Okay, I see the Philippines is able to pull off such societal and administrative changes and maintain its economic performance and economic reform and restructuring during the period. Only then can I be confident that Philippines can be an advanced nation in the next 50 years.
Wow.
So, grabe,
Futuristic
no?
tayo
Futuristic
bata,
talaga
no?
yung mga bata natin ngayon. So, nakikita talaga nila yung pagiging developed na
Yes.
ng
Napaka observant niya kung ano yung nangyayari sa Philippines
Yes,
ngayon.
totoo, Ma'am Sel. Okay, yung pangalawa natin.
Yes.
Okay, from GAS 11 natin yan. John Kyle Caniete. Okay, Kyle, thank you so much. At least, no, nakita natin yung grabe talaga yung mga bata. GAS pa ito. Advisor dito si Ma'am Janet Garcia.
Wow. Hello,
Okay.
Ma'am Janet pala, no?
Okay, for Kyle naman, the Philippine culture will be preserved 50 years from now, but today's reality is far against the idealism. Ito yung ano niya. Other countries influence Filipino citizens, especially the youth. Okay, and greatly that Filipino parents nurture their child based on how Western parents nurture theirs. So youth dress up like Western teens, and other mimic that idolize their Korean idol and their fashion. Some were discriminated and patronizing Filipino culture, but they are labeled as old fashionista daw. Okay, so yan. But alam mo naman, Ma'am Sel, no, ngayon, kahit parang bumabalik yung sinaunang mga kasuotan, di ba?
Yan,
Nakita
no,
natin
diba?
yan ngayon. I believe that this mentality will continue for years because of social media and modernization of technology, and after 50 years, the Philippine culture will be at the lowest fit near to the extension. But actually, this is now yung view ng bata natin. Kaya tinatawag, di ba, sinasabi natin one of the characteristics of culture. Yesterday, sinabi natin na culture can, learn, kasi nga, we can learn culture from other countries also.
Kaya na-mention niya
Yes.
parang influenced by the Western countries,
Yes,
diba?
totoo yan. Okay, so the third one, from Yums Vygotsky. Okay, so makikita ba natin dyan si Yums? Okay, for the third, Juana Ring Gualberto. Okay, for Juana naman, according to her, Philippine culture will be 0.5% of population will be living in urban areas. Trees were almost cut down, and the whole areas will most likely to be warm as hot choco. Ito yung
Wow.
pangkalina. So, meaning to say, mas lalong umiinit.
Oo,
Parang
sabi
ganun
na
na siguro.
Diba, 50 years, diba?
50 years. But also, they may be on that year, the coming new generations will be able to experience the old lifestyles of Filipino, such as playing of outdoor games yung tumbalata, tagu-taguan, and etc. Maybe on that year, gadgets and machineries are taking place. Most of the employees will not be able to work because of the new technology, and children will not be able to play outside because of the high technology gadgets. But actually, makikita natin parang, have you saw that in TV ba? Yung parang cartoon TV network siya na one of emphasizes in a certain society na parang yung technology na ang nagagawa ng lahat ng gawain, no?
Parang wala na, parang ano na, konting ano lang, pindot na lang, or parang naka-remote control na lahat, di ba?
So yan. And then for the fourth, okay, yung pang-apat natin from ICT, Turing, Irish May Rosa Binarao. Okay, for Irish naman, Philippine culture will be more than beautification if we continue to maintain our beautiful islands and mountains. It would more than social than this year because 50 years from now, it will be more advanced. There would be people in other countries would love to visit Philippines. Kasi nga,
sa mga tourist
spots. Since that our government leaders, they are also planning how the improvement of the Philippines.
How to attract more tourists to the Philippines.
Yan. So for the fifth one, we have from ABM Pasioli.
Okay.
From Nino Canoy Alfredo. Okay, for Nino, according to him, 50 years from now, okay, more developed than we used to have nowadays. As our generation arises, the culture will also develop itself. It may include many changes in our own culture. As we know, 50 years is a long period of time, and I'm sure technology has a big part in contribute unto those years and will become one of the reasons of the changes in our culture. Actually, that is why it was labeled that culture is unacceptable to change. So yeah,
malaki talaga yung impact ng technology, no?
Yes, totoo, Ma'am Sel. And then, we have this also from Aranyes Melanie Fe, from Humes 11 Dewey.
Yeah, Dewey.
Ito nga yung advisor ng Dewey.
Si Ma'am Tano.
Ma'am Tano. Okay,
yeah.
Ma'am Tano, thank you so much for encouraging your students. Okay, as for my prediction, ito naman, prediction naman niya.
Iba yung level niya,
prediction. Okay, as for my predictions, we Filipino always has the right and respect our culture because as generation goes on, as I observe it, all of the Filipino and Philippine culture is still a big part of our lives and ourselves, especially to our country. And one thing why our culture would never be forgotten because every year we always celebrate different festivals and are also would be used as our culture. Hindi talaga tatak talaga yan na Filipino, hindi nawawala yung mga festival natin sa buong Pilipinas.
Diba yung Pilipinas lang, meron tayong iba't ibang piyesta.
Yes, totoo. Kaya nga dito nga sa even nga dito sa atin, sa Panabo, ano yung piyesta natin dito?
Marami, akala ko isahan
na.
Ito, month of January, month of February.
Yes, pero meron tayong highlights dito sa Panabo. Ito yung tinatawag natin na parang araw ng Panabo na tinatawag natin, ano-anong fiesta ito?
Yung Binulig.
Okay, Binulig Festival. Okay, so yan. Every March yan, ma'am, no?
Yes.
So yan.
Marami pa dyan.
And for the last from kasi we are just only selecting for the highlights of our feedback. From Mervin to Gaon, from GAS 11 Athenians. According to Mervin, as we have witnessed, in this present time, most Filipinos are fond of following other countries' cultures, even the language. A lot of culture from other nationalities have invaded our culture as well that we sometimes have consciously adopt. For me, I think the Philippine culture will be preserved after 50 years, but it will be perhaps mixed or be hybrid Well, ang ibig sabihin niya siguro nito na we can adapt.
Yes,
Yes, we can adapt, we can learn. Okay, so from the other country's culture, but then hindi pa rin nawawala yung pagiging Filipino. Yes,
That's the
totoo
spirit,
yan.
no?
Okay. So, actually, other from this feedback na binabasa natin kasi meron tayong cut-off time, I will show also the proof. So, yung proof ng feedbacking natin, andyan yan. So, we can have the monitor, ma'am. For the proof natin, yan, makikita sa dami ng nagte-text, kulang pa nga yan, hindi na pwede makasya, no? So, meron pa rin tayong mga proof dyan, yan, sila Mariel Alpas from Drucker, Alden Saison. Yes, andyan din si from ABM Pasiole, Gerald Ann Masola.
Ito pa, si Nicole Kahapay.
Yes, ang dami nila. Ang dami. Yan yung makikita natin how our students are very participative. Okay, for the discussion that we have
yesterday.
kahapon.
Yes.
Yes. So yeah. So actually also I would like to present this one kasi mas mabuti na malaman din ng lahat kasi meron tayong concerned students or as this makikita natin na one of the concern or the issues also coming from the students. So actually, it was shared by Ma'am Janet Garcia, the advisor of GAS 11 Athenians, kasi may concern itong yung bata. Okay, so babasahin ko ha. Ma'am, feeling ko, dilit na jud ko kaapas ani ma'am. Tanan nga mga kuan nga ginapalive, subject na ginapalive. Dili jud ko ka basa-basa makatanaw ma'am, kay naga-work ko. Tas hinay kaayo ang signal. Kailangan naara ko sa isa ka place which is arang-arang ang signal and then gamay po ang signal. Kaya kaya pakaha na ko ni ma'am. So mo ni ang gipangutana sa estudyante ni ma'am Janet Garcia. But actually I answered also Ma'am Janet na ma'am don't worry, inform the student na as what Sir June din kayo even tayo kahapon, di ba? We emphasizes na pwede pa rin balik-balikan na panoorin ng bata. Yes. Pwede pangga, pwede gabi, or kung saan siya makapunta na pwede niya mapanood kasi pwede siyang i-replay or pwede siyang ma-play doon sa FB page natin. So, yeah, so don't worry.
Kabalakad niya langga.
Yes.
Just find the link. Okay? Or visit Panabo City Senior High School Alpha. Nasa siya sa Facebook at saka sa YouTube, di ba?
Yes!
Hindi ka ma-stress, Ana. Ayaw ko bala ka. Well, anyway, you can still submit your output anytime, di ba?
Yes. But I am happy kasi yung nag-message kanina, yung nagbigay ng message, I will, ipopost natin dyan sa screen. Kasi this is from Kaisel Dayan Hernando Legaspi. Kasi ito si Kaisel, kahit na walang signal, ang sabi kasi Ma'am Janet texted me. Okay, nag-chat din si Ma'am Janet. Sabi nga ni Ma'am Janet, honestly, wala siya naka-watch tungod kay wala siya i-load. Kunya, naapadyod daw siya work. Nagbase lang siya sa ayahang answer sa gipost sa GC. And then, katong gihatag nga answeran na or katong question daw magihatag na ako mo to iyahang gibasihan. Then thank you so much for giving them time to answer, especially sa akong mga anak na I work. So that is why our teachers kasi they are labeling the students as their anak.
Yes.
Okay, we are the second mother to our students. So yeah, ganun ka So that is why I am happy to Ma'am Janet na paano niya namamanage yung bata, paano siya nakasubaybay sa mga needs ng mga bata niya. So, thank you so much. At least, kahit na wala, pero nakita niyo yung sa feedbacking din doon sa GC, so naka-create siya ng sarili niyang sagot.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah. So, thank you so much, Kaisel Dayan, for your output. Okay, I'm happy for that.
Yeah, di ba? Parang ang saya-saya tingnan, na napaka-responsive ng ating mga students. Okay, so hindi lang yan isang section, marami sila.
Yes, marami.
Halos lahat.
Yes.
Participate. Hindi lang namin ipinakita lahat. Kasi nga, maubos na tayo ng oras,
Yes.
di ba? Pero pang kasunod dito, okay? Okay, Ma'am Abby, tanong ko lang po, would you like, or ano po ba yung meron pa ba ng mga nagsisend sa iyo ng mga mensahe?
Yes.
Meron pa bang mga clarification?
Yes, until now, meron pa rin.
Okay.
Meron pa rin mga bata na nagtatanong, ma'am, ganito, ganito. So, we will entertain all the students naman. Okay, well, we are open. Sinasagot pa naman natin yung mga katanungan ng mga bata. And then, I would like to clarify din, students na kahit na hindi pa nakapag-submit, don't hesitate na sasabihin niyo na late ka na, walang late dito.
Yes.
As long as makapagpakita ka ng output mo, tinatanggap namin yan. Kahit na anong oras.
Anong oras? Kahit saan,
Kahit
kahit kailan. O,
So,
diba?
yan. Ganyan tayo eh.
Ganyan tayo eh. Laging handa eh.
Laging
Diba?
handa, yes.
Sa akin lang, hindi lang talaga ako nagbabasa ng mga comments kapag nakasakay ako sa tricycle. Parang ayoko nang mas-snatch ng phone.
Ay, oo nga.
Oo.
So,
Kaya
yeah.
huwag mo nang basahin kapag may mag-comment, hello ma'am, ano ba ibig sabihin nito? Mamaya na pagdating na sa bahay.
Yes, doon na lang sa free time mo na rin.
Oo.
Okay, so yan.
O, diba? Okay. Ma'am Ami, would you like to give some messages for our students?
Okay, students, again, do not stress sa lesson natin or any subject. Huwag kayong magpapastress. Just enjoy your learning, experiencing this kind of learning. So, ganon. So, thank you so much for your participation again.
Okay, and thank you also, Ma'am Ami, for the feedback and
Yes.
also for having us and be part of our TV Aralan. Okay, so up next po ay makakasama naman natin ang ating teacher presenter sa oral communication at ang ating host na si Ma'am Sheng. Stay tuned, magbabalik po kami.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Nak! Gising na! May online class ka pa.
Anong oras na ba? Oo, Nay! Gagayak na!
Alas 7 na pala, sikat ng araw andyan na. Inaan ang sarili sa panibagong umaga. Sabay mo sa latagantay,
Oh, kain ka muna, anak.
ako'y talagang excited na. Auto-click agad sa link at ready for login na.
Ayan! Connecting na! Good morning, sir!
Di akalain kahit ganito ang sitwasyon natin sa pandemyang ito. Alam natin ang katotohanan, edukasyon ay may solusyon. Magpapatalo sa lahat kung may solusyon na nakaangat. Ano bang hinihintay? Halina at sumabay. Bubuhayin ang bukas, problema'y lilipas, kinabukas ay itaas. Handang isip, handang bukas.
Ma, paano yan? Isa na yung laptop natin. Anong gagamit ni Bunso?
Okay lang yan, nakausap ko ng teacher niya. Magmo-module na lang daw siya. Pwede niya pa rin pagpatuloy ang kanyang pag-aaral.
Ay, salamat! Buti nilang at may ibang pagpipilian.
Itong araw-araw ng mga panibagong gawain. Bilang mga estudyante, kailangan naming intindihin.
Naku po! Nawawala ang internet! Sir, present po!
O sige na, galingan mo dyan ha. Tutulungan ko mga kapatid mo sagutan ng mga modules.
Buksan ang isipan, mabibigo pero hindi susuko. Alam natin ang katotohanan, edukasyon ay may solusyon. Magpapatalo ba sa lahat kung may solusyon na nakaangat? Ano bang inihintay? Halina at sumabay. Bubuhayin ang bukas, problema'y lilipas, kinabukas ay itaas. Handang isip, handang bukas.
Sa lahat.
kinatatakutan ng bata't matanda. Kahit anong profesyon mo pa, basta malawang pag-isip laging handa. Stay at home, work from home is your normal. Wash your hands, sanitize para safe ka. Alam kong maraming diskarte ang mga Pinoy, di magpapakulian pa ba? Matatag, magaling at determinado, hindi susuko makamit ang tropelyo. Ano pa iyong estado sa buhay ay mananalo? Estudyante Pinoy ka, makakayanan natin to. Buksan ang isipan, mabibigo pero hindi susuko. Handang natin ang katotohanan, edukasyon ay may solusyon.
Oh, anak! Kumusta? Anong resulta?
Saglit. Yes, Nay! Pasado ako! Magpapatalo sa lahat kung may solusyon na nakaangat. Ano bang hinihintay? Halina, sumabay! Sumabay! Sisikatin ang araw, problema'y lilipas.
Sinabukas na itaas!
Edukasyon sa Pilipinas, handang isip, handang bukas. Handang bukas para sa kaunlaran. Handa tayo para bukas.
Hello! We're back here on SDO TV, SDO Panabo City TV Aralan. Right now, kasama ko po ang ating teacher presenter kahapon sa Oral Communication and Content. Walang iba kundi si Ma'am Jemima Pupe. Hello, Ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning po and welcome once again
Yes.
dito sa ating set ng TV Aralan. So, how are you, Ma'am? Kumusta po?
I'm good.
Very good. Yeah.
Kahit binaha, I'm still good.
Yeah, ang lakas
It's
ng
raining
ulan
a lot,
kahapon. Yes.
Poor God.
Yeah, it's raining cats and dogs. Kagabi, di ba? It was at night. So, okay. This time, ma'am, magkakaroon tayo ng feedbacking
Okay.
with regards to your lesson presentation kahapon. So, the topic was all about the nature and process of communication. And actually, we are very much happy kasi ang daming nag-respond ng mga students, no?
Yeah.
Napakaingay ng GC ko kahapon, start kahapon nung nag-discuss ka na about the lesson in oral com. Ang ingay na ng GC, ang dami nang nag-send ng kanilang mga outputs, ng kanilang mga answers during your final assessment.
Yes.
And actually, Ma'am Jem, meron ding mga pahabol na questions.
Okay.
Doon sa comment section ng live natin, live feed through the Facebook page of DepEd Panabo City, and meron din sa GC. Kasi,
I'm very willing to answer.
yes, actually, nilista ko na po lahat ng mga questions ng ating mga students na we're not able to raise during your time, no, sa pag-present ng lesson. So, ready ka naman siguro na i-answer, no, o magbigay ng answer sa kanilang mga questions.
And for the information of
Yes.
everybody also, mas marami kasing oral communication subjects si Ma'am She is
Yes.
sa atin. So she gets most of the comments that I read.
Yeah, so kaya nga, thankful ako kay Ma'am Jem kasi, no, she accepted the challenge. Ma'am, you will be the one to be the teacher presenter for oral communication. And bless ako kasi si Ma'am Jem, very generous, very considerate na tao. She's a friend of mine. Actually, friends na takaso dapat go na. That's what friends are for, Ma'am Jem.
Yes.
Okay, so thank you so much for that, Ma'am Jem. No, you accepted the challenge talaga na maging teacher presenter. And so, we will let our audience, no, see yung mga learning evidences, no, na nakuha natin kahapon during your learning episode. So, ipapakita natin din sa screen ang mga outputs ng ating mga students. Oh, isa na dyan, Ma'am Jem, from grade 11 because for the information of everyone, yung mga outputs na ipapakita po namin, those were selected randomly. Okay, kasi hindi naman natin kaya na lahat talaga ng outputs mapakita natin dahil sa dami ng mga students natin. We are 1,000 plus, di ba? So, we just selected randomly yung mga outputs, no, na papakita natin ngayon sa ating TV Aralan. So, first is yung from Bigotski. Okay, yung galing sa Legal City,
Is that Jaire May?
Yeah, Eugenio. Ayun, Ma'am Shi,
May isang mali lang siya.
Yeah, very good, Jerry May. One mistake lang.
Yeah, later we will try to sum up kung ano yung very common mistake.
Yes, I think na-observe mo na yun, Ma'am Shi,
Yes.
diba? Kasi you've seen the outputs and meron talagang item doon na commonly yun yung maraming nagkakamali. Oo, sa pag-click ng answer. Okay, meron tayong
From
output coming from,
Still
Vygotsky
Vygotsky.
pa rin, si Olive Amahan. Okay, ayun. So, meron talaga siyang ma'am, kung nakikita mo, meron siya complete set na computer, no?
Yeah, ang galing.
Nakatutok talaga siya doon sa TV Aralan natin and answering with the module pa.
Yes.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you so much, Olive, for your participation. Ayun, meron pa. Ito, very familiar ang mga faces ng mga advisory class ko. This is from grade 11 Confucius. Oo.
Yes.
Okay, grade 11 Confucius, ang mga student outputs nila.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you very much from grade 11 Confucius.
Okay.
Kasi sa akin, I only have 25. 25 students and kasi yung pinakamaliit na section is Babylonian.
The
Yeah,
gas.
so, ang liit-liit nila and most of them cannot access the internet. Kaya I'm very happy that yung teachers ng Oralcom also submitted the output of their students. Yun yung basehan ng feedback natin ngayon.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go back to the most common errors that the students commit.
Yes, actually, Ma'am Shi, nandito na yun sa phone ko. Actually, we have, I got 4 questions. These come from the comment section during your presentation and meron din sa GC.
Yes.
So I told the students na okay, I will ask this question during the feedbacking. So watch out for tomorrow kasi i-ask ko ito kay Ma'am Jem as the teacher presenter.
Okay, so let me point out muna the most common error. Yung question na in the communication process, which part of the process, di ba may lima, the sender, the receiver, the message channel, and the feedback. Saan doon ang pwedeng mag-correct ng error? So I mentioned kahapon that it's the sender that corrects misunderstanding kasi it's the sender who receives the feedback in one cycle. But if ever the receiver becomes the sender, siya na rin yung may opportunity to correct misunderstanding. So it's always the sender of the point, of the idea, of the information that gets to correct misunderstanding. So yun yung pinaka-common error.
It's not the receiver, Ma'am.
It's not the receiver. But when the receiver becomes the sender, kasi two-way yun babalik-balik. So when the receiver becomes the sender, siya na rin yung may chance to correct misunderstanding.
Okay, so yun pala yun. Okay, I hope na take note yun ng ating mga students, no? Ayun yung
common mistake.
Okay, dun during the parallel assessment. So, daming kamali dun.
Yes.
Ma'am. So, usually yung mga answer ng mga students is the receiver. So, that, diba? Receiver.
Yes,
So, that's
receiver.
why you're able to correct that one, no? And explain yung concept talaga. Kung sino yung nagko-correct ng misunderstanding during the communication process. Okay. Sige. So, meron tayong mga questions dito, Ma'am Jem. So, I would like to ask you this question kasi galing dito sa mga students natin. Okay, so, one question here is, ito Ma'am. Ma'am, di ba ang communication is a two-way process? Kana musturya ka sa imong kaugalingon, Ma'am, dili na ma-consider na communication? Okay, one point. Yeah, di ba?
Yeah,
Communication is a two-way
true,
process.
that's true.
Yeah, this is somewhat my sense na question. It's a two-way process. So, if you are going to talk sa imong kaugalingon, magsturya lang ka sa imong kaugalingon.
Is that communication?
Is that communication?
Yes,
Sige,
it
Ma'am.
is communication. You will get there. It's part of the topic, sa oral communication. You wait for it. Pero I will give you an advanced answer. We have another type of communication.
we have different types actually. May interpersonal, may intrapersonal din. So the intrapersonal is it's when you talk to yourself. So do not think na mura kag tralala. If you talk to yourself, it's normal. It means that you're a healthy person. Because you're able to recognize your own issues, your own stresses, and one way to let it out is to talk to yourself. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't actually need you need others of course, but the first person you go to is yourself whenever you are in trouble or whenever you need consolation. Ikaw lang yun, you have to tap yourself shoulder, tap your own shoulder and say, it's okay, tap self, it's okay.
Diba? It's okay not to be okay.
Yeah,
Ika nga, diba, sa K-drama. It's okay not to be okay with Kumunyo, remember? Okay, so
That's intrapersonal.
Okay, in other words, it's still communication.
Yes,
We
it
call
is.
it intrapersonal.
Yes, intrapersonal
Okay, so it's still a communication, ha, student? Yung question, I hope Ma'am Jel was able to answer your question.
Yeah.
Okay, another ma'am. This question is from the group chat, no? Okay, I am shy po. How do I develop my communication skills? Oh, okay, shy type siya, ma'am.
Yeah.
So, how can she develop her communication skills now?
I've been teaching for 20 years. Believe it or not.
20 years?
Sa lahat ng classicals of communication, that's a question that's never missed. That's really one of the top questions that students ask. How to develop my communication skills? How do I develop my communication skills?
Especially kasi shy.
Yeah, kung shy type siya, especially kung shy type siya. And I always give this answer to my students. Although, that's one consideration. Kung shy ka, you have to develop your self-confidence first.
Yeah.
Kasi, yung fluency, yung grammar, yung vocabulary mo, that will come next. Or pronunciation, that will come just next
to the confidence.
Next to the confidence.
Yeah.
So dapat address mo na kung ano yung pinaka problem. For example, problem mo is shy siya. So you have to expose yourself to people.
Yeah.
Expose yourself to people. Yung 3 key factors, remember the things that I mentioned to you yesterday? Yung 3 key factors of effective communication: speak, listen, and understand. So you have to speak. Yeah, so yun yung pinakauna, you start talking. And the best way to do that is when you wake up in the morning. Diba you talk to yourself, the first thing you do is talk to yourself. Yeah, what do I do? What do I wear? Should I take a bath first? Should I take breakfast first? And if you want to develop your English communication skills, you change your thought pattern. That's what I did. I was probably high school.
Yeah.
When I learned to adopt that habit, to change my thought pattern. Changing the thought pattern means the moment you wake up, you speak in English.
Oh?
Yes. And ma'am,
Just to say, oh, good morning.
yes, good morning. What's up for today? I'm tired, I'm lazy, I don't want to wake up. I don't want to go to school. Hi, self, good morning. And then you begin to develop the habit, and your vernacular becomes a translation. Yes, that's what I do, believe it or not. Your first language mo in your head is English, and then you just translate them in Bisaya when you are in the environment, because you have to use the vernacular. So that's one way to develop your English communication skills.
You have to make it a habit.
Yeah, make it a habit. Do it in 21 days. They said to develop a habit, you have to do it in 21 days. Yeah.
That's from
So change your thought pattern. The moment you wake up, speak in English. Speak to yourself in English. Even when you're riding a tricycle. Wow, kita niyo yung crush? Oh, there's my crush.
English.
Kung akong crush, ayun, Bisaya
Siyempre, kita mo ka siya nag-English. Hindi ako nag-English ko share.
Yeah. So that's why people get to misunderstand me na ano daw, kung ano daw ko. It's because that's my thought pattern. Yun yung language in my head. And so when I speak Bisaya, that's already a translation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so-
Kaya pala you are fluent talaga, ma'am, in speaking English.
That's one way to develop your fluency.
Yeah, you have to make it a habit. So take note, ha, students, for you to develop your communication skills, you have to make it a habit na you use English. Even
All
if
the
it's
time.
not the first, even if English is not our first
Yes.
language, talaga. It's our second language. But we can develop our communication skills, be fluent in English if you make it a habit. Yung sabi ni Ma'am Jem na as soon as you wake up in the morning, English ang first doon ni mo,
Yeah.
istorya, no? Your
Yeah.
first words, your first thoughts, no? Kay in English, you know. It's like, I think
Try it.
it's not too
fun.
late
It's
for
not
me.
too late, of course. Yeah, it's not too late for everyone.
Yeah, it's not too late for everyone
Yeah.
to start.
This morning, what I did when I woke up, I said, should I fix my bed or not?
Wow.
Yeah, because I was already late. But I had to fix my bed because they said you cannot accomplish things if you don't fix your bed first.
Yeah.
So should I fix
That's basic, mom.
Yes.
No need to ask that to yourself.
But I do. Sometimes I don't fix my bed.
Okay. So thank you so much, Ma'am Jem. I hope na-answer niyo ni Ma'am Jem yung question na ating student from the group chat. Okay. Next, meron pa Ma'am Jem. Okay. This is in the comment section, no? How about ay ma'am, unsa di ay ang kalahian sa hearing o listening?
Okay. Again, 70% in the communication process is listening. And the difference between listening and hearing is passive and listening is active.
Okay.
Yeah, so when you say passive, you don't make reaction. You do not move into action or make reaction. Kasi yung listening, it will make you move to action or give a reaction. That's when you listen. But when you hear, you don't need to. You just let it pass.
Yeah,
Let it through.
It's an act of, I just heard what you're saying, like that.
Mhm.
Pero pag listening, parang there's comprehension in it.
Yeah, there's comprehension.
Yeah. Diba?
Again, you are moved into action but when you listen. Like when you say, think that out. So you pick that something out.
Okay, there
Because-
is a response.
Yeah, there's a response. It will
Immediate
make you
response.
act. It will make you move.
That's why it's passive. Active if
Mhm.
it's listening.
So when somebody says hello and you say hi, you respond, you make a reaction. That's also listening. But if you just ignore, then you just probably heard it and you were not listening.
But actually, mom, there is also an instance, di ba, na when you ask a question to somebody, when you're talking to somebody, ba, and then you ask something to that person, but that person is not able to really, no, he or she responded, that person responded, but the person was not able to hit the point ba. Like for example, okay, Ma'am Jem, can you please pass the apple? I told you that. But then, okay, sure, but it actually, hindi apple yung kinuha mo.
Okay.
It's the glass of water, for example.
You're not listening at all.
Okay, you just heard that.
You just heard it and you assume things,
Yeah,
but you're not listening at all.
that's not, that's
not listening.
That's hearing.
Yeah, that's hearing.
Oh, okay. So, in order for it to be mabutan siya sa listening, dapat sakto.
Provide the appropriate feedback.
Okay, that's the magic word there, the appropriate feedback.
Yes.
And also, di ba, sa mga, relationships, sa ato ang kinabuhi, sometimes we just hear the people we love, but we
Do
cannot,
not pay attention.
we do not pay attention, we don't listen to them.
Listening is paying attention.
Yes. Commonly, may experience natin yan sa lahat ng mga relasyon na meron tayo.
You seem to be, relate.
Because we are talking about communication, ma'am, di ba?
Yes.
And communication is everything. It applies to all
It is
aspects
everything.
in our lives, di ba? And very important talaga ang communication in
Yeah.
all aspects.
And listening is not just does not just appear to our hearing or our sense of hearing. Listening is also being sensitive towards others'
Affection.
needs.
Ay,
Parang,
diba?
uh,
Our affective
yeah,
aspect.
our affective aspect. Parang, if somebody is just sitting in the corner and parang blank, and you go to him and tap him, is everything okay? You are listening to the other person.
Yeah, not necessarily giving or speaking or talking
Mhm.
about your emotions
Yeah.
or what you feel about.
You don't just listen to verbal.
Just the gestures.
Yeah. You also listen to non-verbal communication.
Yes. Yeah, that's non-verbal communication. Oh, so it's not necessarily na listening and hearing is kanang magamit lang siya or applicable to, spoken form
Or sound.
sounds.
Parang,
Okay, also the non-verbal.
Also the non-verbal forms.
Yes.
You have to listen to non-verbal forms.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mom Jem. No, that's very informative of about hearing and listening and yung distinction of the two. Okay. And last na dyan, Mom. This one is somewhat very interesting and kanang you expect this ba that students will, ang mga
Yeah.
ano sa estudyante. Okay, this one. How about when we pray something to God? Ma'am, ma-consider ba nato na ineffective ang atong communication kay wala na remove ang prayer? Wala na remove ang prayer.
Remember that
It's about communication.
kasi there are answers which are really direct, and there are answers that are indirect, and there are also answers that are delayed. No, delayed ang answer. So God will never ignore a prayer. So there are three ways that He answers our prayers: direct answer to the prayer, indirect answer to the prayer, and sometimes He's silent because He's waiting for the right time.
Oh,
Yun.
Okay, so don't forget yung sinabi ni Mom Jem ha, it doesn't mean na if you feel like parang wala kang tinutulog akong prayer. No, there's no such
thing
as an answered prayer.
Yes.
Diba? God answers our prayers, all our prayers, but in three forms. Pero yung sinabi mo, direct, indirect, and
Lord, padaog ako, and then you want the direct answer. And Lord, I want to have a boyfriend, but God gave you a friend instead. So that's an indirect answer because God did not find it necessary for you to have a boyfriend yet.
yeah.
So He gave you He gave you friends. So that's an indirect answer. Sometimes you just have to wait. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all about, meron tayong mga seasons in life,
Yes.
Ma'am. Meron din tayong season of waiting. So those who, you think yung mga tao na nasa season of waiting, salig lang dun, no? Everything is worth the wait.
Especially to our students, they're all in a hurry to have a boyfriend or girlfriend. Why are you hurrying? There's nothing to hurry.
Yes, yeah.
You're
Season
still
of
in
waiting.
senior high
Enjoy the
school.
season of waiting.
Learn to communicate first.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh.
Develop your communication
Take it
skills
from your English teacher. Develop first your communicative skills.
Yeah.
Before mag-boyfriend, girlfriend.
And mind you, one tip. If you are a good communicator, if you have a good communication skills, people will think that you're intelligent.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes, I agree with that.
Even if
Ma'am.
you're not really intelligent. Yeah. Diba?
Yes, because diba, Ma'am, oftentimes people will like parang branded na ba na if someone is very good in English. So yung ang
Right siya.
measurement ng intelligence is all about yung English, no? Ang kahamot niya sa English. So pag hawak niya siya mo English,
Right siya.
right siya, pero actually wala siya content, di ba? Fluent lang yun siya, pero as to the content, hindi mo siya masaktan.
That's one
People
tip.
kaningana.
Yeah, that's one tip.
But, ano na siya, it's like an advantage sa ibang
It's also an attraction.
yeah, attraction niya, ano, I believe. Kasi, ang intelligence dun, no,
Yeah.
that's very attractive to some women and some men, di ba? Find it attractive.
Actually, not just some, many. Kasi
Most. Most of
So far, it's agreed.
our next teacher presenter is a teacher from a teacher for introduction to human philosophy. So
It's very exciting.
yeah, very excited na siya, no? Very excited to be here in the studio for the feedback.
Yes, again, thank you to my students and to all students who contributed and commented and submitted all their outputs. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much sa lahat ng mga students, and I hope you will stay with us, no, throughout the week kasi meron pa tayong mga new episodes, new learning episodes na ibabahagi sa inyo for the entire week. So at this juncture, we shall end the feedbacking for the oral communication. Don't forget, students, we will have a replay of the learning episodes kahapon, mamayang hapon po, ipapakita namin sa inyo ang replay ng aming TV Aralan episodes kahapon for the different learning episodes. Okay, so sa aming pagbabalik, matutunghayan ninyo ang feedbacking session together with the Introduction to Philosophy of Human Person, our teacher presenter, Sir Editor Chempo, together with our anchor, Sir June, ano nga yung, Agilon, na-block up ako doon, sorry. Sabihin ko sana, June Villaferte. Okay. Together with, of course, the brilliant anchor, Sir June Aguilon. So stay tuned, guys. We will be right back.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Laging handa! Laging handa! Baha, tagtuyot, sunog, lindol, bagyo. Mga kalamidad na likas sa ating mundo. Napapahamak ang buhay at kabuhayan. Kaya naman kailangan ng paghandaan.
Maging handa, maging alerto. Tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Laging handa.
Kalamidad ay maaasahang darating.
Sa di inaasahang oras,
Kaya naman hindi na dapat hintayin. Unahan na habang di pa natataranta.
maging handa, maging alerto. Tungkulin to ng bawat mamamayan. Kaya tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging handa. Suriin mo mabuti ang iyong kapaligiran. Saan ka ba nakatira? Diyan ba ay bumabaha? Tuwing gamot, pagkain, kumot, pang sindi, first aid kit. Mga gamit panligtas ng buhay dapat mabitbit. At sakaling lumindol o sumabog ang bulkan, meron bang madadaanan palayo sa kasawian? Panahon na ay malupit at ang hangin hagupit. Mabuti na lang na tayo ay laging nakahanda. Tara na, kilos na, lika na, tumulong tayo. Gawin na po ang karapat dapat na maging laging
This message was brought to you by the Department of Education with the support of World Vision Development Foundation.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Ayan, and we're back here in TV Aralan. Live na live pa rin po tayo dito sa Panabo City Senior High School Studio. At tulad nga po na narinig po ninyo, ngayon kasama ko on set, live na live, ang ating pong teacher presenter para sa Introduction to Philosophy na kung saan napaka-interesting po nung kanyang naging diskusyon kahapon. Ayan, dahil nga po philosophy is life, philosophy is actually the study of
wisdom.
Wisdom. Yeah. Oh. Kaya nga buhay-buhay lang tayo, di ba, Sir Inventor?
Yes.
So once again, is all welcome, Sir Inventor, PM po ng Panabo City Senior High School. Sir, so far, before we proceed to the feedbacking of outputs coming from the students, kumusta po kayo after you finish discussing the first time around that you made it?
Actually, sa kahapon, para akong nakaginhawa, bro. And nakaginhawag yun.
Nakaginhawag yun.
And the chill, the experience of being here, and also the idea nga, pop up the idea as akong mind kahapon, and then also the viewers nga nag-question pero kahit gusto ko enough time to reflect more. Just like ato gingon ni Ma'am Jem kanina, it's about communication.
Yes.
We need also to communicate with ourselves na gusto lang great after wandering around, after thinking about these things. Murag nakapahatag ako to ng igong kusog or strength to move forward.
Yes.
Especially in this morning.
Yes, indeed. You are right, Sir Torno. And of course, we are talking about still philosophy here.
Yes, sir.
And of course, having your wisdom in your life, the realizations that we are having.
Yes, sir.
Those are all part of what we call philosophy.
Philosophy.
Yes. Sir Tor, I am very much interested, no, because yesterday, as you discussed the lesson together with the teacher broadcaster coming
Yes,
from
sir.
TV, there are lots of things na in Latin that you have
Yes,
said,
sir.
no? Kasi ano ko noon pero medyo nagkaroon ko ng interest noon, no? So gusto kong ulitin mo yun with teacher Zel yesterday.
Yes,
Ano sinabi niyo, sir?
Yung una is in vino veritas, and yung pangalawa is ad astra per aspera.
Ano yung in vino
veritas.
In
Because,
vino veritas.
when I was in college, that was my motto in life. That means in wine there is truth.
In wine,
There is truth.
there is truth.
Although-
Ano tong wine na to, sir? Wine ba yun? Nakikita natin.
Makabigay tayo ng negative connotations to our viewers. But I apply it in a positive way in my life. And just like the bread and wine that we during the mass, I apply that in the Holy Eucharist. That it gives us life. But hopefully that it will not give negative connotation to
Yes,
our
so no
viewers.
problem. Our viewers actually are much of that naman. Because as we have said, we are talking about here philosophy, and there is no definite definition of how we are going to define also
Yes, sir.
our lives,
Our lives.
because it is who we are and what we are. It is life that we make it.
Yes, sir.
Diba? We're the one making
Yung
it.
pangalawa is ad astra per aspera. It implies it translated
As,
in
ano
English.
yun? Hinaan natin ito.
Ad astra
Ad astra
per
per
aspera.
ad astra per aspera.
Aspera.
Oh, di ba ang galing naman? Ano yun naman, sir?
Yun ang motto ng St. John Paul College na St. John Paul Sican College of Davao. Parang ganun yun ang motto, but it's my motto in my life that to the stars by hard ways.
To the stars by hard ways. Ayan, ano? So, ito yung mga pagkakataon natin. Ang lalim-lalim na lang pinag-uusapan natin. Pero huwag po kayo mag-alala. Dahil po, kaano man kalalim ang dagat, kayang sisirin niya ng mangingisda.
Yes. That's right, sir.
Yes, oo. Sir, napakaganda nung actually the philosophy that you have. Ngayon ko lang naisip, yung una mong sinabi kanina, in wine there is
Truth.
truth.
May katotohanan.
Oo. Kasi hindi na, please do not make us, tama yun. Do not connotate what we are saying here na medyo iba ang expression. Kasi minsan, pag nagkakaroon tayo ng tinatawag na tinamaan tayo ng Panginoon natin,
yes, sir.
nagsasalita tayo ng katotohanan.
Yes! Parang ganun nga, sir.
Yes. Naisip ko lang naman yun. Well, ganun ang filosofiya eh. Oo. Kaya nga kayo, sa lahat ng mga viewers namin, kapag tinatawag kayo, pilosopo ka. Hindi ibig sabihin, gago ka.
Yes,
hindi ibig
sir.
sabihin gano'n. Hindi ibig sabihin na bobo ka or whatsoever. Ibig lang sabihin nun, you have a reason on something that you have stated.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Yes! Yes! Ang galing ko naman pala doon na
Parang
part
kang
na yun.
philosopher ngayon, sir.
Yeah, ganyan. Actually, we have one of the greatest philosopher that I really love is Socrates.
Yes, sir. The one who says, the unexamined life is not worth living.
Oh, the unexamined life is not worth living. Indeed, because if you don't reflect onto what you are living at and who you are living with, or if you're not reflecting to yourself, then it's useless.
Yes, sir. That's
Because, di ba, tulad nga po ng naano ninyo, sir, di ba, na you have experience. You have been in the seminary before,
yes, sir.
and now that you became in the outer world and you have enjoyed your married life,
Yes,
as well as with the teaching profession, it is always us na parang nare-realize natin in the end na ano palang gusto kong gawin. But it's the calling,
Yeah,
diba?
it's the calling.
Kung saan ka tinawag, dun ka.
Yes, sir. Parang ngayon.
Yeah. You are called to be the teacher
Yes,
presenter.
sir.
So,
Actually,
kaya tayo.
or
Oo.
Sir Brian, but Sir Brian called me to be in his behalf. So that's good. And
Yes.
so I feel blessed for this wonderful moment, sir, for being part of this wonderful being this TV Aralan.
Yeah, and also the division of Panabo City, sir, most especially with this TV-based instruction program, is very happy also that there are teachers, few of you here, or many more teachers out there, that would take part in the TV Aralan, because this is not just a modality for a supplemental modality, but this is a sustainable modality that we can also offer to our students. Kaya nga po, kung napapansin po niyo sa lahat ng mga nanonood sa amin, and we are very grateful to the participation of the students of Panabo City Senior High School and all those friends of yours, lahat po nung nanonood pa sa amin. We are very happy that you shared it, because yesterday, as I reviewed
Yes, sir.
the the live natin yesterday, ang namo-monitor lang kasi natin yung direct viewers, but we were not able to monitor how many shares
yesterday.
dumami, at actually umabot yata ng almost 30 shares,
Yes.
And that is already an indication that there are lots of people pa na pwedeng maabot dito.
Yes.
And who knows, di ba? We can always repeat and we can always review all the videos that you have presented. So ayan nga, aside from the replay today.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. So now I'm very much excited. Before we proceed to the output presentation of Sir Tugor, meron din muna siyang lilinawin na ilang katanungan lamang para po sa inyo. But we are also asking our viewers. Eto since we have what we call a social media controller here, andyan po si Ma'am Feba Latero, ang atin din pong Senior High School Coordinator at Watch Advisor. Eto. Meron kaming good news sa inyo, Sa lahat po ng nanonood sa amin, regardless kung PCSHS grade 11 or 12 na student ka, ito po ang gagawin ninyo. Kasi po, babasahin yan natin live na live at makikita rin yung inyong pangalan sa on-screen kapag binigay na po ng ating si social media controller kung sino po yung nakapagsagawa nito. Ano nga ba ang gagawin? Sir Tor, this is very exciting.
Yes, sir.
Because as you will be answering and giving also the feedbacks
Yes, sir.
yesterday, we are also asking feedbacks now, live
Yes, sir.
na live.
Live na live.
Para malaman talaga na you're
Yes.
talking here live na live. Di ba?
Yes, sir.
Oo. So we are asking all the viewers viewing us to please share your kasabihan. Di ba? Yung madali lang, yung the usual that you do in life, na parang hashtag. Katulad dito sa atin, yung mga hashtags natin dito. In Panabo City Senior High School, we have the hashtag One School, One Goal, Home of Excellence. Di ba? Or hashtag 1PCSHH. Labrador, no? Or hashtag sulong edukalidad, hashtag handang isip handa bukas. Please do give your own hashtags, di ba? Tingnan natin kung ano yung napakaraming hashtag that would relate to philosophy, that would relate to your life. Halimbawa, I will give you an example. Hashtag, life is a choice. O, di ba? Tingnan natin kung ilan yung mga nag-hashtag ng mga ganyan, di ba? Kasi pag nakita natin na mga, ito pala yung mga ano nila. Kasi yung hashtag, ito yung modern term noong motto na hiningi mo before, di ba? Kasi pag sinabi mong motto in life, yun yung parang ano mo guiding star.
Yes, sir.
Di ba? Tama
guiding
ba?
Principle, guiding
Guiding
star.
principle,
Yes.
guiding star mo. Kaya ngayon magagawa tayo ng hashtag. Okay, so we are inviting all the viewers to do hashtags and we will be giving prizes. Di ba? Prizes. Ayan, gagawa ka ng prizes doon sa magiging top 20. Panabo City Senior High School based on the information of the Supreme Student Government in participation of them in sponsor with the Watch Program. Magbibigay tayo ng 20 winners of school supplies. Ayan! Wow na wow! Okay. Hindi natin nababasa, no? Kasi may sa prompter namin. May
Ano sir, makikita ko sir?
Ano ba?
From Nicole Mendez. Okay.
Director, can I have also my phone? Oo. Ayan, live tayo dito, no? Hinihingi lang namin para makita natin yung mga, yung result, no?
Ito sir.
Sige, sir. Ano yung...
Nicole Mendez, basahin mo na sir.
Ayan.
Okay, dito na. Learn
Okay,
from... sige sir.
Thank you so much.
Okay, hi Nicole Mendez.
Yes, hello Nicole Mendez.
Okay.
Ayan.
Sa kanya sir, learn from yesterday, live for today, hope for tomorrow. Hashtag handang isip, handa bukas, hashtag PCS.
Wow, ang ganda.
Wow, ang ganda sir. Diba?
Try to imagine, learn from yesterday. So, ibig sabihin talaga, matuto ka sa kahapon.
Kahapon.
Mabuhay ka sa ngayon.
At umasa ka
Sa
bukas.
kinabukasan. Ay, ang ganda. Wow, thank you so much. Pak na pak. Wow. Thank you also. We have a teacher for ito kasama natin, pero napakaganda ng hashtag. Allow me to read. Hashtag blooming while waiting.
Wow.
Hello.
Parang bulaklak sir.
May hugot yata.
Nagugot yata.
May hugot yata.
Bumubog ka habang naghihintay.
Yun.
Tama ba yun sir?
Blooming ba? Tama ba ako? Parang iba. Yeah. Oo.
Baka iba yung mensahe sir.
Sige nga, meron pa ba tayong nababasa dyan sa live natin? Well, anyways, antayin lamang natin, no? Kasi yung iba nag-iisip pa yan.
Yes,
nag-iisip pa yan. So now, Teacher Thor, let us entertain muna the question that we have received in your group chat yesterday. Tingnan natin at basahin natin sa ating mga Thor.
Yung prompter sir.
Ayan.
Okay, from Nicole Mendez.
Yes,
so,
allow me to read the
yes,
question, sir, no? So that I can also see this one. Ayan, actually, congratulations by the way, Nicole Mendez. You are a very participative student. Hindi lang sa kay Sir Thor, kundi, yes, kanina yata, di ba? Am I right?
Kay Ma'am Amy.
Kay Ma'am Amy, no?
Yes,
She was also awarded as one of the most active student, no? Sir, may tanong dito, no?
Yes.
Why philosophy is the mother of human and natural sciences? Mother. Ibig sabihin ito yung the top of all
the top
sciences. Natural sciences or human sciences.
Human and natural sciences.
Yes. Bakit ka sir?
Okay. Ito sir, why philosophy is the mother of all of human and natural sciences? Ito yung pinalabas din sa makita natin kahapon kay Sir Joshua Ibora, yung college ko po sa Joshua Ibora, yung partner ng Sarip.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, by the way.
And the answer is that why is it philosophy is the mother of the human and natural sciences?
Yes.
Okay. I will give 3 points, sir. The first point is that it is because the pre-Socratic philosophers were the first one who tried to study the nature of the world. Sila yung mga unang pilosopo na nag-aaral.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yes, continue.
Okay, I will continue then. Down. Okay, sir. Hindi ko makikita
Yes,
sa
yes.
kabila.
Ayan. Okay.
Okay.
Sige, sir, go
Second
ahead.
is that it concerns that every idea is built upon the search for truth. Yung paghahanap ng katotohanan, the search or the quest for truth, like the scientific method, for example. And the last one is, since the philosophy is the hunt for truth, o paghahanap ng katotohanan, or most general truths, it involves questionings, critical discussions, and rational arguments. Yung ginawa natin kahapon, yung why do we need to philosophize and what are the philosophical methods, yung na-discuss natin kahapon. And also, those arguments, we also asked whether it is possible to know, Sir Jun,
Yes.
or to prove this thing that is true or not. Therefore, with these 3 points that I give to you guys, hopefully, my dear students, my dear viewers and listeners, learn something from these 3 points. And therefore, it makes philosophy the mother of all sciences, or the mother of human and natural sciences.
Wow. Ayan, no? So, it involves all. Atin lamang po balikan muna, no? Allow me to give some points also.
Yes, sir.
Sir, no? Can we see the, natin? Prompter, please. Let's go back to the first point so
Yes,
that
sir, first point.
our audience also may understand what you have talked about, sir. Ayan. Okay? The first basis why philosophy is the mother of all natural sciences, because primarily it focused on metaphysics.
Metaphysics.
What is metaphysics, by the way?
Metaphysics is from the 2 Greek words, meta and physikon. Meta means beyond, and the physikon is reality.
So, ibig sabihin nito, we are
reality.
talking about philosophy as the mother of natural and human sciences because it focused on
the beyond the realities na
beyond the reality. Beyond reality. Okay. How about epistemology?
Epistemology is the study of the nature and the scope of knowledge and belief systems, sir.
So all of this metaphysics and epistemology talks about
the realities of
the
our
reality.
knowledge and the things that we cannot see. The reality. Hindi naman na talaga natin makikita rin kung ano talaga yung nalalaman natin. Makikita pag when we touch that one.
Yes, and of course we are talking about logic, politics, ethics. This all involves behavior.
Behavior,
right?
sir, yes.
Yes. So in general,
it belongs to the normative branch of philosophy.
Normative branch. Yan. Ibig sabihin, we are talking about here the human behavior. We are talking about here the tawag nito, how do we respond to the nature? How do we respond to the situation that we're having? The second point that we have discussed, sir, is that it concerns about the idea of for the search of the truth.
Yes,
Bakit,
sir.
why do we say that philosophy is searching for the truth?
Man by nature is desired to know.
Man by nature is desired to know. Ibig sabihin, we as human being, we always ask for something, for the question, what, why,
Why? Yes.
Tama ba? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
We desire to know. For example, ano ba talaga ang pinanggalingan nito? Saan ba talaga ito galing? And saan ba tayo patungo o patutunguhan ito? So, may mga bagay-bagay na there are a lot of things that around us that we need to know. And we need to, not just the knowing, but we need the truth of it. So that's why the second point is really concerned for our quest or our hunt or search for
the
truth.
search for the truth, no?
Yes,
sir. I just want to give some point of view about here, since we are talking about the matter, this topic about philosophy, and also this is actually part of the discussion because
yes, sir.
In the long run, our students, most especially if they are having a face-to-face class,
yes, sir.
When we talk about life, lots of people would really speak for it.
Yes, sir.
Diba?
Yes.
Marami talaga. Sir, in search of truth by the human nature, no? Normally we search for truth.
Yes, sir.
Diba? When do we know that we already achieved it? Is it absolute or still searching if it is really the desire of ourselves to search for it?
For example, in the scientific method, we have this in the research, not just necessarily of our existence.
Yes.
For example, we will cite a certain research example. to cure the global pandemic, the COVID-19.
COVID-19, yeah.
We need to have we need to search ano ba talaga ang katotohanan nito? Ano ba talaga ang cure nito? Bakit ba wala tayong nagawang vaccine, parang ganun, sir. So we need to search for that answer. We need
an answer.
Yeah, an answer.
Yes. So ibig sabihin, as we are doing this, since it involves scientific method, we need to say a process,
Yes,
an ordered
yes,
process. We have to also to set to it that aside from, since the human beings always ask for the truth or
Yes,
seeking for the truth, like this in pandemic, as you have said,
Yes,
diba, sir, we are also seeking for answers on why is it this pandemic occur.
Yes, sir.
We have to, no, para babalikan natin, para magpa-flashback tayo kaunti. Ano nga ba nangyari? Ba't nagkaroon ng pandemya, di
Yes,
ba?
sir.
So, ganun yung ginagawa.
Yes,
diba?
ganun pong ginagawa natin, sir.
Yeah, and that involves philosophy.
Philosophy.
Okay. And the last point is, as we have said that philosophy is the hand for truth, therefore it has a systematic presentation. And it involves arguments, no? Whether it is possible or not.
Yes.
Okay.
Para bang research na kailangan natin i-prove na tama itong ginawa natin. Yung argumento natin ay bigyan natin ng solusyon. Klaro at saka sakto na solusyon.
Yes, but again, philosophy is an unending fact.
Yes.
An ending endeavor, an ending matter. No, not a matter, but an ending
Yung endeavor, yung tama rin, it's an ending endeavor tending towards wisdom.
Ending towards wisdom.
An ending endeavor tending towards wisdom.
Wow.
Parang
Galing,
ganun,
no? Yeah. Ayan. Okay, so let us proceed now with the second question.
Output
Is that a
yan,
question?
For the output yan, sir?
Okay. So you are seeing now on screen the motto, the philosophy of Meliesa Monidero. Tama? Am
Yes,
I
sir.
right? Yes, Meliesa Monidero, one of the students of PCSHS. Thank you, dear, for your answer. Ito, babasahin natin, sir, no?
Yes, sir.
God always something for you, for allowing things to happen, a key for our problem, and lightning for our darkness. Lighting siguro ito,
Lighting,
no?
parang lighting, sir. Parang
To
ilaw na.
plan for every tomorrow. Parang ang gusto niya i-point is that everything happens for a reason because God let it happen to you.
Yes,
Ano ba?
parang ganun, sir.
And then you will see, no, the truth behind everything.
Yes.
Kasi in every happenings,
There's
always a reason. Yeah. Ayan, okay, so ngayon papatuloy tayo. Ayan, meron naman tayo hashtag. Or, hindi talaga hashtag ito, kasabihan. Ayan, using the hashtag handang isip, handang bukas. Okay. Ayan. Sir, please read, sir, kasi
from Shane Padunya Dapomos.
Okay.
Okay, I will quote her wonderful motto in life. Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better.
Wow, ang galing!
Simply amazing, sir.
Simply amazing. Ibig sabihin yan, na parang ano na talaga si Shane, no? Cool lang.
Cool lang.
Yeah.
Chill.
Just chill lang. Just do what you can do and let it do it more. It is better for everyone.
Yes.
Okay.
Meron pa, sir?
Oo. Pero bago natin basahin itong susunod, no? Again, yung nagbigay kanina, si Mendez.
Nicole Mendez.
Sino ba yung isa?
Si Mamzel.
Hindi. Hindi nakasama si Mamzel dyan.
Yung prior from Mamzel.
Ito si Dacumos at saka itong
Si
pangatlo. Ayan ha, we are still searching for 17 more. Ibig sabihin yung top 3 na yan, panalo na kayo ng school supplies. Ibig sabihin meron kayo special gift for your participation. Ayan. Let's now proceed to Danica Princess Quadra. Ayan, napakaganda naman sir na sinabi. Make your mistake be the lesson to your success.
Wow.
Ayan, make your mistake be the lesson to your success.
Parang mistakes are learning experiences.
Yes, indeed. Ayan, no, napaka na talaga ng mga bata natin ngayon, ano. Yan. Actually, pag hinugot ko talaga yun sila, if we are doing, kasi ako I just want to share na I happen to conduct a leadership training.
Yes, sir.
With the students. Of course, they are very much ideal. They have lots of idealism in mind. Diba?
Yes.
Kasi pag sinabi mong student na supreme student leaders,
Yes, sir.
talagang grabe yung
Grabe.
anxiety nila, mga idealismo nila. Pero grabe ang hugot nila sa buhay. Yung bang, you could see really brighter future if these people, if these students are really guided well.
Well, and accordingly.
Yes, and accordingly. Okay, so let's proceed. Ayan. According to Ana Fe, tereng-tereng, don't stop until you're proud. Oh, ibig sabihin, go lang and go.
Go na go.
Until you achieve.
Yes.
Oh, di ba? Ayan. Oh, ha? Oh, meron pa naman si Nicole Mendez. So, 4 na yun, ha? Meron pa tayong gabing-6. Si Nicole Mendez. Anyway, okay lang,
Keep
Nicole.
smiling, keep shining.
Oo.
Hashtag keep laging nakangiti.
Yeah, keep smiling, keep shining. Ibig sabihin, spread positivity. Ayan, listen, be optimistic. Next to that. Okay, ayan. Oh, huh. So yun. Ayan, thank you so much to all the students participated in this virtual actual interaction, no? Through those comments that you are giving to us in your sa ating mga live comments, sir. Diyan natin nakikita din that there are students really who are very much interested to learn.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Para mas maklaro na nila yung kanilang mood sa buhay.
Yeah. It's most exactly.
By the way, Sir Jun, I would like to acknowledge the motto that sent to me by one of my students.
Wow.
John Fritz Takbubo from grade 12 section Edison. Hindi ko kasi nabasa yung ganyang motto. Just to acknowledge the motto that he sent to me. Hindi ko na naibigay kay Ma'am Lo yung para sa presentation.
So hindi siya naging malinaw, but then he was able to set. Maybe nagkaroon lang tayo ng mga technicalities.
Yes, sir.
Or medyo mahina na siguro yung pagkaano ni your student,
yes,
Mr. Takbobo. Tama ba?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
John,
okay.
John and Fritz Andy M. Takbobo.
Fritz Andy Takbobo. So good morning sa iyo, and whatever the motto that you have said to Sir Thor, I'm sure it is very much interesting. And live with it, go for it, and then fight for it. Ayan.
Yes,
So, nandun tayo. Okay. So, ayun. Wala na ako nababasa dito, no? Sir,
yes, sir.
Ngayon, I believe that you have a lots of, you have the Latin philosophy in life. So, ngayon naman, sir, kanang mangayo po, labi mo po kayo paminawon ka ng binisaya ng filosofiya sa kinabuhi. Kaya kung makarelate ang tanan sa Tagalog o English, sa dili ka relate, no? Sa nilatin. Sa binisaya, sir, basig na kay diyan, kanang lami kayo pagkahugot ng kaayo sa kinabuhi. Go ahead, sir.
Kalimot mo.
Nakalimot no,
sige,
sir.
Try.
Oh, sige, try. Ayan. Okay? Sige po.
Bahalag gahi, taas, o himson. Basta kaya gugma ko kalimot, tingko.
Grabe. Gugmang
Gyatay.
Well, anyway, sir, that is very much meaty and witty. Okay, so thank you so much, sir. No? Okay, salamat.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sir Jun, for having me here.
Yes, and that only explains that we have always to spread love.
Yes, sir.
Ganun lang talaga. We have to be positive in all the things that we're doing. We have to, to see the silver lining of everything.
Wow.
Ayun, may pasok kayo. Yan, of course. Talagang ganon.
Yes.
Most especially in this time of pandemic. And TV Aralan is not just for classroom lesson, but TV Aralan is what you hear from us, what you see from us, the way we talk about it. It's always a lesson to learn because this is part of what we call an interaction to you. That maybe there are lots of things that you want to speak for us, but it is us who will speak it for you. So ganyan. Marami yan kasi sir, kasi filosofiya pinag-uusapan natin, no? We are still in the subject philosophy, kaya wag po kayong mawala, no? Dahil yan pa rin ay bahagi ng ating diskusyon sa filosofiya. Okay? At once again, sir, maraming salamat. At baka may nais ka pa pasalamatan, sir, before we will proceed to the next part of our airing in the TV Aralan.
Okay, once again, I would like to express my gratitude to my partner, Sir Joshua Ibora Batangas, and also to our viewers, and especially the senior high school students, and also to my colleagues, and also to you, Sir Jun, Sir Brian, and to our host, and to our principal, Ma'am Mirna Evangelista Qualificacion, and also today's DO Panabo City, especially headed by Sir
Ray
Solitario and Ma'am Ari Pamonte. And thank you for, special sir, baka makalimutan natin yung ating mga sa offline sa yung mga ating kasamahan sa
sa backstage.
Sa backstage,
Sa likod ng camera, yan tinatawag.
Thank you guys, thank you, especially also sa ang mga viewers abroad. So, nabasa na ko kagabi o kagahapon na yung mga viewers from Dubai, from other part of this world. Thank you for watching with us.
Yes.
We are doing our best to serve you better.
Ayan, wow, ganda nun na. We're doing our best to serve you better because indeed, philosophy is life.
Yes, sir.
Ganun lang talaga yan. Okay, so ayan po, narinig po ninyo ang aming short talk, a little talk with the philosopher.
Oh my God.
With the philosopher. Of course, each of us has our unique way of expressing what we want to express about. Each of us has a unique way of telling ourselves on what do we want to become.
Yes, sir.
Because each of us is actually a philosopher. Depende na yan kung paano po ninyo gagamitin yan sa inyong mga sarili. Well, anyway, so ayan po, natapos ang ating portion na ito ng ating feedbacking, at the same time, a thorough discussion on the specific subjects, because actually philosophy is very broad.
Yes, sir.
This is only part of it. But
just only an introduction.
yes, an introduction to philosophy. There are lots of things that we should learn about it. And we are very thankful once again to DepEd TV. Of course, with the lead ng DepEd TV, we would like to recognize Undersecretary Alain Del Pascua. Thank you so much, sir. And to the team, to the whole team of DepEd TV, to all the production team of DepEd TV. Thank you so much for allowing SDO Panabo City also to utilize the materials that we have produced for the betterment of the learning of our learners, not only in the Panabo City but all over the world, all over the Philippines, in which naaabot po nitong ating live coverage. Ayan po. So sa aming pagbabalik, Sir Tor, sa ating pagbabalik, muli ay matutunghayan ninyo ang ating pong mga leksyon na naibahagi na po sa inyo simula nung Lunes. Yun nga po, magbabalik-aral tayo, no? Hindi pala balik-aral. Magkakaroon tayo ng replay or balik-tanaw doon po sa ating mga naging lesson. Unang-una dyan, yung Earth and Science natin from teacher presenter natin, si Ma'am Angela Fantastico. Susundan po yan ng General Mathematics na binigay naman sa atin ni Engineer Arvin H. Gara. Ganon din po, susundan din po yan ng ating UCSP discussion with Ma'am Amy Hara. At ang oral communication from Ma'am Jemay Maokope at itong huling leksyon na ibinahagi sa atin with Sir Editor Tiempo for the introduction to philosophy. With, of course, in partnership with the teacher broadcaster coming from DepEd TV. So ayan, while you are having your lunch, we will also be having our lunch. Just enjoy viewing the lessons that we had last day 20 and day 21 because today is day 22 ng TV Aralan. Ayan, magbabalik po kami mamaya. Maraming salamat sa inyong patuloy na pagtutok sa amin. Ito pa rin po si Mr. Jun Aguilon mula sa Curriculum Implementation Division of Panabo City para sa TV Aralan. Sabayan mo ko.
Yes, sir.
Handang isip, handang bukas. Happy lunch, everyone.
Gising na! May online class ka pa.
Anong oras na ba? Oo, Nay! Gagayak na!
Alas 7 na pala, sikat ng araw andyan na. Inahanda ang sarili sa panibagong umaga. Sabay lumusal at nag-aantay.
Oh, kain ka muna, anak.
Ako'y talagang excited na. Auto-click agad sa link at ready for login na.
Ayan! Connecting na! Good morning, sir!
Di akalain kahit ganito ang sitwasyon natin sa pandemyang ito. Alam natin ang katotohanan, edukasyon ay may solusyon. Magpapatalo sa lahat kung may solusyon na nakaangat. Ano bang hinihintay? Halina at sumabay. Bubuhayin ang bukas, problema'y lilipas, kinabukas ay itaas. Handang isip, handang bukas.
Ma, paano yan? Isa niyo yung laptop natin. Anong gagamitin ni Bunso?
Okay lang yan, nakausap ko ng teacher niya, magmo-module na lang daw siya. Pwede niya pa rin pagpatuloy ang kanyang pag-aaral.
Ay, salamat! Buti nilang at may ibang pagpipilian.
Itong araw-araw ng mga panibagong gawain. Bilang mga estudyante, kailangan naming intindihin.
Naku po! Nawawala ang internet! Sir, present po!
O sige na, galingan mo dyan ha. Tutulungan ko mga kapatid mo sagutan ng mga modules.
Buksan ang isipan, mabibigo pero hindi susuko. Alam natin ang katotohanan, edukasyon ay may solusyon. Magpapatalo ba sa lahat kung may solusyon na nakaangat? Ano bang hinihintay? Halina at sumabay. Bubuhayin ang bukas, problema'y lilipas, kinabukas ay itaas. Handang isip, handang bukas. Sa lahat, kinatatakutan na bata't matanda. Kahit anong profesyon mo pa, basta malawang pag-isip, laging handa. Stay at home, work from home is your normal. Wash your hands, sanitize para safe ka. Alam kong maraming diskarte ang mga Pinoy, di magpapahulihan pa ba? Matatag, magaling at determinado, hindi susuko makamit ang tropeyo. Ano pa iyong estado sa buhay ay mananalo, estudyante Pinoy ka, makakayanan natin to. Bubuksan ang isipan, mabibigo pero hindi susuko. Alam natin ang katotohanan, edukasyon ay may solusyon.
Oh, anak! Kumusta? Anong resulta?
Nay, saglit! Yes, Nay! Pasado ako!
Magpapatalo sa lahat kung may solusyon na nakaangat. Ano bang hinihintay? Halina at sumabay. Halina at sumabay. Sisikatin ang araw, problema'y lilipas.
Kinabukas ay itaas.
Edukasyon sa Pilipinas, handang isip, handang bukas. Handang bukas para sa unlaran. Handa tayo para bukas.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Bin, prepare na
And we're back! Live na live po from Panabo City Senior High School. So this afternoon, we are very lucky to have our teacher presenter po. None other than Ma'am Angela Fantastico. Yes, hello and good afternoon, Ma'am Angela.
Hello, good afternoon to Ma'am Sel and good afternoon to our viewers.
Yes, how are you today, Ma'am Angela?
Actually, I'm very nervous because this is for the first time that I experience live telecast na discussion. So I think it is not very far from face-to-face online discussion. But bear with me, children, if my dead airs konti, pero I'm trying my best that I could give you the knowledge that yun naman ang mahalaga, I think. The knowledge that I will be imparting to you today.
Yeah, that's the spirit, no? Na importante ang knowledge natin ma-import sa ang mga students. But anyway, being nervous, ano na naging na siya mama. Normal, ay kaya na siya. Siguro, okay? Siyempre, first time, we're not used to face, diba, the television. Okay. So, ma'am, would you like to invite our students, to your subject, which is Earth and Life Sciences?
So those who are viewing right now, students, as I said, as nasabi kanina, invite more students, hindi lang from our school, but from other school also, because we hope that this online discussion will help you kasi meron kayong mga question na hindi agad masasagot ng mama or ng papa. At least this is one way to reach out to you directly. And moreover, before
partner.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank our DepEd partner from Iligan City, Sir Paul Patrick Guanzon. It is his main effort in giving us this discussion for today's lesson. So if you are watching, sir, thank you for this instructional tool we have given us.
Okay, so Ma'am Angela, before we proceed to our lesson proper, would you like to give any reminders to our students where they're going to write their answers later, or any reminders po?
Okay, so children, prepare your pen, notebooks, or papers so that you can jot down important details of the discussion that later on you will have an assessment if you do have learning.
Okay, so excited na ba ka, Ma'am Angela? Okay, so to our viewers, please do not forget to like and subscribe. Also our Facebook page, which is Panabo City Senior High School Alpha, and then meron din tayong DepEd Panabo for our Facebook page at saka sa ating YouTube channel also, which is Panabo City Senior High School Alpha, at the same time DepEd Panabo City. Okay, and also you can click the notification bell para ma-notify kayo kung meron tayong mga upcoming yung mga learning episodes and videos. So now, ready na talaga, Ma'am Jel? Okay, so we'll be right back. Stay tuned.
What if we travel space and experience the vastness of the cosmos? How about traveling through time and witness the very beginning of everything? Journey to the Earth's extremes to unlock the secrets of the universe. Hello, scientists! It's me, Teacher Paul Gonzon, your adventure partner. I am at a higher energy level today because you are there and spending time to learn and have fun with me. Come and join me as we blast off the rocket ship of new learnings. Let's go and let's Earth. Imagine Earth.
Our lesson is for you to master the nature of Earth and life science intended for grade 11 senior high school. Today, we will be exploring the planet Earth and its subsystem. Here are our objectives. As we navigate the lessons, you are expected to 1. Describe the characteristics of Earth that are necessary to support life. Number 2. Explain that the Earth consists of 4 subsystems, across whose boundaries matter and energy flow.
Before we proceed, here are our reminders. Check your prior knowledge of the lesson from your junior high school science subject. Listen and pay attention to the details. And bring with you your paper and pen for jotting down important concepts of the lessons. Imagine Earth on how it all started, during its creation, and its story. Imagine Earth. There are 7.8 billion on the total number of the world's population, and over 7 million species of plants and animals journey together in a vast space. We share the same ride, the same planet, and the same spaceship. You heard it right, a spaceship. Don't you know that we are all passengers on the huge spaceship? We are all riding on it at the we call it the Earth. We know that the Earth is moving about our Sun in a very nearly circular orbit or elliptical orbit. It covers this route at a speed of nearly 30 kilometers per second, or 67,000 miles per hour. Let us explore our planet. Earth is the only planet which is the third on its distance from the Sun.
It is the only place we know of so far that's inhabited with living organisms. Our astronomers are working on the explorations of other planets that we may consider as habitable.
Just a part of the vast universe is the solar system. From the previous concepts learned, we already know the identified planets in the solar system. There are 8 planets. The planets in order from the Sun, based on their distance, are Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune.
If we compare the 4 planets closest to the Sun, which is also known as the inner planets, Earth is bigger compared to Mercury, Mars, and Venus.
Science trivia! Do you know that the name Earth is at least 1,000 years old? Yes, you got it right.
All of the planets except for Earth were named after Greek and Roman gods and goddesses.
But how did Earth get its name? During the 5th century AD, when the Germanic tribes migrated to Britain, the word Earth came from the Anglo-Saxon or English-German word Erda, and its Germanic equivalent Erde, which also means ground or soil. Well, no one is quite perfectly sure about who named our planet and where this name sprung up from. As one does often with linguistic culture, we cannot deny the fact that it is quite special on its own. What is certain of all the planets' names, Earth is the only one in our solar system that does not come from the Greco-Roman mythology. And let's zoom into the Earth's interior, the core. Our planet has a molten nickel-iron core which gave rise to an extensive magnetic field, which, along with the atmosphere, shields us from the harmful radiation coming from the Sun. What makes Earth special? What do you think are the characteristics of the planet Earth that makes it different from all other planets? For example, if we pick a planet, and this planet has a living organisms on it, they can breathe and live on its surface since it can provide their needs like air, food, water, and other important needs to survive. A planet's habitability or ability to harbor life results from a complex network of interactions between the planet itself, the system it's a part of, and the star it orbits. The standard definition for habitable planet is one that can sustain life for a significant period of time. That is what we call planetary habitability. Do you get that? Don't worry. Let me tell you more about it.
Here are the factors that make a planet habitable.
Number 1 is temperature. Temperature influences how quickly atoms and molecules move. If our planet experiences low temperatures, it will make the chemicals to react slowly, which interferes with the reactions necessary for life. Also, low temperatures freeze water, making liquid water unavailable. Now, if temperature is too much, at about 125 degrees Celsius, Protein and carbohydrate molecules and genetic materials like DNA and RNA start to break apart. Also, high temperature quickly evaporates water. Life seems limited to a temperature range of minus 15 degrees Celsius to 115 degrees Celsius. In this range, life thrives and water exists as liquid. Number 2 is the Earth's atmosphere. Our atmosphere serves as the Earth's blanket that shields the surface from the harmful radiation and provides chemicals needed for life, such as nitrogen and carbon dioxide. If planets are too small, it has insufficient gravity to hold an atmosphere. The result? Gas molecules escape to space, leaving the planet without an atmosphere that covers and will serve as a protective shield.
If you look at the atmosphere of Venus, it is 100 times thicker than the Earth's. Venus' atmosphere is made almost entirely of greenhouse gases, making the surface too hot for life. The 4 giant planets are completely made of gas. These planets are Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. They're made up of hydrogen and helium. You couldn't stand on the surface of the planet because it's not solid.
Number 3 is the energy present to a planet. Energy is the capacity to do work as we knew it. It comes into different types or forms. Without energy, the organisms will have no light to use, or there will be no chemical energy to run their life processes. When there is too little sunlight or too few of the chemicals that provide energy to cells, organisms die. Light energy can be a problem if it makes a planet too hot or if there are too many harmful rays, such as ultraviolet. Too much UV rays from the sun can damage the genetic material in your skin cells. If this DNA damage builds up over time, it can lead to skin cancer. But with a sufficient amount of either light or chemical energy, cells can run the chemical reactions necessary for life. The last factor, which is number 4, are the nutrients. Different nutrients are used to build and maintain an organism's body.
For us humans, nutrients are from the food that we eat. They are categorized as proteins, fats, carbohydrates, vitamins, and minerals, and they all perform the vital functions for us to live.
Without chemicals to make proteins and carbohydrates, organisms cannot grow. Planets without systems to deliver nutrients to its organism, like the water cycle or the volcanic activity, they cannot support life. Also, when nutrients are spread so thin that they are hard to obtain, such as in a gas planet, life cannot exist. Too much nutrients is not a problem. However, an active circulation system such as a constant volcanism on Jupiter's moon, Io, the churning atmospheres of the gas planets, interferes within an organism's ability to get enough nutrients. All solid planets and moons have the same general chemical makeup, so nutrients are present. Those with the water cycle or volcanic activity can transport and replenish the chemicals required by living organisms. Wow, that was a tough ride. Now that you're able to differentiate the factors that make the planet habitable, can you narrate those factors again? Temperature, atmosphere, energy, and nutrients. That is great! We are now familiar with the different factors. Let us go further and explore more of our home planet. Our planet is one large system, and each of the parts acts as a subsystem. They all work together to make Earth the habitable place that we know it to be, and we call this part spheres. It has 4 subsystems: hydrosphere, geosphere, atmosphere, and biosphere. Let us take a look to the city of majestic waterfalls, Iligan City. This is the famous Maria Cristina Falls. The 320 feet tall waterfalls does not only display its glorious beauty, but it is also valuable to the locals here. The strong current of the falls has an estimated capacity for about 200 megawatts, which supplies 70% of the entire falling water is being converted to mechanical and to electrical energy. The Mindanaoans enjoy the abundance of its waters and energy converted into electricity for the households and industrial consumption. The water part of the earth, which circulates among oceans, continents, glaciers, rivers, waterfalls, and including the atmosphere, is the hydrosphere. Hydro is from the Greek word which means water. Because of this, Earth is sometimes called blue planet or the water planet. But the question is our planet made up of only water or land? How about the air? Now, let's try to have a closer look of geosphere. Geo comes from the Greek word which means ground. It basically means that it is related or something to do with the earth. It is kind of like the skeleton of our planet, since all of the other spheres are found on top of it. The geosphere is the solid part of the earth. It is composed of the entire planet from its core to its crust. Even the semi-solid land underneath the crust is part of it. If it is from solid earth, they are part of the geosphere. As simple as that. It is very important to remember that when we talked about geosphere, it includes only the non-living things. Now, the air you breathe is the gas mixture that forms on the Earth's atmosphere, which comes from the Greek word atmos, meaning air. Yes, we cannot really see the atmosphere or hold it, but it can be found everywhere and covers the entire planet like a huge blanket. Primarily, the atmosphere is composed of 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and 1% other gases. The last sphere is the biosphere. The word bio means life. All life forms that exist on Earth are part of it, including those in the sea, on land, and in water. And of course, all human beings are part of this subsystem. It is often called the large ecosystem, yet a very thin layer of the Earth's surface. Most of us associated the Earth with land masses or the continents. Others may only think of the air and water that makes our planet unique in our solar system. But only a few people got the idea of how interconnected these systems are with each other. And all living organisms are constantly interacting with land, air, and water. That is how the Earth subsystem works. The sun radiates the main source of energy that reaches the Earth's surface. Solar radiation heats energy's surface unevenly. This uneven heating causes the air in the atmosphere to move.
The sun's energy heats ocean water unevenly, turning water into gas, condense, forming into clouds, and pour as rain or snow, or simply exhibiting the water cycle. Let's take a look at this food chain. See how energy flows and the subsystems involved in this scenario. Energy enters the biosphere as sunlight. Plants need light energy, water, and nutrients in order to survive. Then, the plants change this energy into chemical energy through the process of photosynthesis. Then, the energy is passed to organisms that eat the plants. Energy and matter is also passed between organisms when they eat one another. The transfer of energy and matter does not stop when a living thing dies. Dead organisms are consumed by decomposers, such as bacteria and fungi.
The decomposers break down the remains into simple materials. These materials, such as carbon dioxide, are used by plants to make food during photosynthesis.
Here is a recap.
1. Planet Earth is considered habitable because of the following reasons. It has the right distance from the Sun. It is protected from harmful solar radiation by its magnetic field. It is kept warm by insulating atmosphere. Essential components for life, including water and carbon. 2. Earth is different from other planets in a way that it is the only planet with liquid water on the surface. Earth, Venus, and Mars may have similarities and differences. 3. The four spheres of Earth are the hydrosphere, atmosphere, geosphere, and biosphere. 4. Energy and matter flow through the Earth's subsystem.
Do you want more about our planet? More features and fun-filled experience on the planet that harbors life. I am your adventure partner, Teacher Paul Gonzon, saying, imagine Earth on what we will explore tomorrow. Earth! Imagine Earth!
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
5, 4, 3, 2.
There it is, students. You heard it well from Sir Paul Patrick Gonzon from Iligan City. Thank you again, sir. Now, let's have a wrap-up of the lesson we had today. So, it was thoroughly discussed the different areas of our planet that we call spheres. These spheres are 1. Area that includes all the bodies of water is called hydrosphere. Hydro means water. 2. Area of gaseous layer is called atmosphere. Atmo means air, which is composed of mixture of gases. 3. Area of all solid part of Earth is called geosphere. Geo means ground. And lastly, 4. All the area that encompasses the hydro, atmo, and geosphere where life could be found existing is called biosphere, as bio means life. Therefore, students, we have this lesson today not just to describe and label our planet's sphere, but we are also here to understand on how our planet existed as habitable one. The suitable amount of heat energy we receive from the sun, the breathable air, the potable water, and the solid ground that we land our feet onto, all of these are essential for living. Hence, we are not just merely part of our planet, but a steward of our only home here in the universe. We can do this by taking care of it. How? One, planting. Planting all kinds of plants, especially trees, would help cool down the planet's surface temperature and eventually affect the entire planet's climatic condition that is favorable to all of us. Two, irresponsible garbage disposal to different bodies of water must be stopped worldwide. There are already innovations that are adaptable and that is effective to eradicate mass floating of garbage in our oceans. Three, abusive land conversion like agricultural land turned into residential or industrial sites, all for profit gaining, must undergo tedious process before approval of such conversion. And four, conserve the endangered species by rehabilitating and protecting their habitat for them to repopulate once more. So I hope you get it, students, and you learn from our discussion today.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy. Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Wait lang, ang questions sa na, ayos sa na. Padala. And we're back, live na live po. So this time around, we are going to entertain some questions, okay? So students, parents, you can also write your questions in our chat box, and also to our students of Panabo City Senior High School, you can write some comments there in your group chats, right? So now we have, again, Ma'am Angela Fantastico. So how does it feel, Ma'am Angela, na tapos na yung lesson natin?
I am hoping na nakuha lahat ng mga bata yung dapat na makuha nila na details sa discussion.
Okay.
I hope may natutunan sila.
So we do hope no, na meron kayong mga natutunan. Kasi kanina no, pinag-usapan yung tungkol sa bio. Ano yung ibig sabihin ng bio, Ma'am?
It's life.
Life. Okay. At saka meron pa ako narinig kanina yung word na spare. 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 Yun. So what does it mean, Ma'am?
It's the area with the scientific term areas in our planet.
Oh, okay. So now we are going to entertain some questions po. Okay, babasahin ko lang yung mga katanungan. Okay, from a student of Panabo City Senior High School. First question. Okay, Ma'am Angela, if one. Okay, here. Question from Rachel Tobiano Dumbasan. Okay. Why does Mars, Venus, Earth were the only constant tertiary planets when Mercury was also mentioned from it?
Okay. Why it's more than
Yes. Okay, so anyway, Ma'am Angela, I will give you enough time. So we'll be right back. Stay tuned. Okay. Sige, ang series of friend.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy. innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
And we're back po. So, pasensya na kanina, we are experiencing some technical problems. So, hindi namin masyadong nakikita yung mga questions. But anyway, to give some clarifications, Ma'am Angela.
Okay. For the filming ng student, no? But I think the question is somehow para na-confuse ako, but I think the topic is all about subsystem. But that was a great question. My dear student, babalikan lang namin yung question mo kasi nga it is about the solar system, right? So we will go back to you the video presentation kung saan mo, it might be there are confusion on your part why you have asked that question. So clarification na lang kung saan pwede kayo nagkamali ng pagkuha ng information.
Okay, so now we're going to entertain some questions. Okay, first question here. If one of the Earth subsystem is absent, can we consider it as planet Earth?
Yes, planet is not identified by the existing subsystem. I mean, not all planets subsystems are alike. So if planet Earth is described having 4 subsystems, and planet Earth is described having 3 subsystems or 2 subsystems, then that's planet Earth. It is just a description. It is the 4 subsystem is not true to all planets.
Okay, so kapag absent yung isang subsystem, what about kung dalawang subsystem po yung absent?
As I said, it's just a description. So 2 subsystems describes a planet Earth, then so that's the planet Earth.
So I guess, I hope no na everything is clear sa nagtatanong kanina. Okay, we have here another question. How do the Earth subsystem interact?
Okay, so when we say interact, it means there should be an active participation. Since hindi naman to living organism a subsystem, yes. You can say they interact because of many ways. So number 1 is yung energy flow. I believe that discussed ko kanina. It is the energy flow that connect these 4 subsystems. For instance, the energy that we have, the plants where the producer harbor from the sun, then once this producer is consumed by a consumer, then the energy is transferred from producer to consumer. Then again, the process repeats itself from one consumer to another until the energy is transferred and reaches the end consumer. When you say end consumer, it means eventually that consumer will die. Now, once that decaying body will undergo process of decomposing, there are now bacteria, natural fixing bacteria, that will turn those nutrients na nasa body ng decaying body back into the energy. And this energy now, again, is present in the environment. So in that process, makikita natin na interaction or connection ng mga subsystems because the organisms or yung energy coming from the sun, of course, it is available in the atmosphere. Yung producers, it could be nasa geosphere or it could be on the hydrosphere. And then again, the returning of the nutrients could be in gas form or balik sa atmosphere, or it could be solid form back into the geosphere. So that is how they become interconnected.
Okay, so very well said, no, Angel? Okay, so we also have another question here. Yeah, parang ano lang, no? So again, students, feel free to comment down sa ating Facebook page. And also, yung mga students natin from Panabo City Senior High School, you can write your comments or send your comments or questions sa inyong group chats, right, Angel?
Yes.
Kasi nga yung mga teachers natin dito are very welcome and very accommodating to answer all your questions and clarifications. Another question, Angel. Okay, how does human activities affect the entire biosphere?
So ito, human activities has both positive and negative effect to the environment. It would be dapat we should be grateful with our natural resources, that we should take care of it so that the result will be also positive instead of negative, because once it is negative, we will always end up fixing our environment. So asan ba ang mas madali? I-maintain siya kesa i-fix.
Correct, diba? So since we talk about, you mentioned a while ago about environment, Michelle. So any advice for how are we going to take care of our environment, no, as a student, and how about as a student first? Ano yung mga advice mo sa kanila on how are we going to take good care of our environment?
Okay. So nasabi ko kanina in my wrap up, we could be we could be more as a young learners, for the students, as a young learners, you should be observant enough that are the people around you are abusive to our natural resources. Hindi naman porket in Asia pa lang tayo we cannot do something about it. At least you could talk about it, or you could inform the department in our local government unit. Try to check lang yung mga, let's say, for example, merong mga land conversion na hindi natin alam, so we could ask if it's legal, what did dumaan ba sa tamang proseso, or tayo man as young educators, pwede din natin mag-influence about number one problem natin is garbage. So I think minsan parang silang plakal about the garbage disposal, and still we are still seeing garbage everywhere, especially sa mga bodies of water natin. That greatly affect every one of us.
Yes, indeed. I agree with you, Ma'am Jel. Kasi nga simpleng basura nga lang, no? Minsan ang dami natin problema tungkol sa basura. Kaya nga, student, o lahat tayo, be an agent of change, di ba? Sa atin kasi dapat magsimula yung pagbabago. Kasi nga, kung sa bahay natin, hindi tayo marunong mag-segregate ng basura. So, ano pa kaya, no? Kung nandito tayo sa paaralan or kahit sa ibang lugar. Parang, isa din ang basura dira, or ka ng mga wrappers sa candies, maging very common na nakikita natin. Okay, so we have some questions pa ba? Okay, so far, well, anyway, would like also to greet our students, no? Ang dami nila! So parang umabot na tayo sa, ilang viewers na nga tayo, mga, okay, dito sa akin, 70 viewers na nandito sa akin. Okay, so thank you kaayo. Okay, so Ma'am Jel, would you like to give any message to our students, no, to end up your discussion kanina? What is parang things to ponder na rin sa kanila?
Okay, so children, as our dear students, things to ponder is they should be very much tayo talaga mag-take step, or right now dahil natin step to take part in taking care of our environment. Kasi nga, nasabi natin, all these subsystems are interconnected. Once we abuse or we abuse one subsystem, there would be a domino effect to all subsystems.
Yes, that's right. And again, live po tayo. Please like and share our Facebook page, di ba? Para hindi lang yung estudyante natin dito sa Panabo City Senior High School, kundi lahat ng mga estudyante sa buong mundo ay, di ba, may malalaman din nila kung tungkol sa topic natin. Okay, because we are imparting some knowledge to our students. Okay, so this time around, we're going to have our parallel assessment to be given to us, of course, by Ma'am Angel Fantastico. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
So, hello, dear students. Okay, before we begin our parallel assessment, let me have this opportunity to thank again our DepEd partner, Sir Guanzon, so who gave us a discussion a while ago. So, dear students, before we begin with our assessment, I hope you have your pen and paper or notebook with you. Also, you may prepare your phone or camera phone so that you could take a picture of your answer after the assessment and send your answers to your subject teachers for additional credit in this subject. Okay, assessment. Number 1, what subsystem will network with biosphere for photosynthesis to take place? Let me read the question again. Number 1, what subsystem will network with biosphere for photosynthesis to take place? Okay, second, question number 2. What part of Earth's sphere contains the mixture of gases? Again, what part of the Earth's sphere contains the mixture of gases? 3. What part of the Earth's sphere make up hydrosphere? Again, what part of the Earth's sphere make up hydrosphere? 4. Give an example on how the exchange of energy is conserved in the biosphere. Again, give an example on how the exchange of energy is conserved in the biosphere. And the last question, 5. As a living organism, how would you contribute in preserving life in our planet? Again, as a living organism, how would you contribute in preserving life in our planet? You are done answering your assessment. Now, take a picture of your answers and send it to your subject teachers for them to check it. Okay. I'll give you a minute or two. Take a picture of your answers. Send it to your subject teachers. Okay. I hope you're done sending your answers to subject teachers. Now, let's check if you got it right. Okay, first question. What subsystem will network with biosphere for photosynthesis to take place? And the answer is geosphere. Congratulations. Number 2, what part of the Earth's sphere contains the mixture of gases? The answer would be atmosphere. Congratulations again. 3, what part of the Earth's sphere make up hydrosphere? And your answer is all bodies of water in our planet. So answers may vary, but the concept is there and that's acceptable. Number 4, give an example on how the exchange of energy is concerned in the biosphere. Questions 4 and 5, answers may vary, but your answers may be simplified like this. Yes, from this diagram, or it could be in sentence form. Wherein the sun, the energy source, example is the sun, hardwired by the producers or the plants. Then the energy transfer will be done once these producers are consumed by consumers. Then eventually, when consumers die, it will enter the body of the dead organism, will now undergo the process of decomposing, and the nutrient will come back to the environment by the natural fixing bacteria. And number 5, as a living organism, how would you contribute in preserving life in our planet? And answers may vary. It could be in paragraph form or in sentence form, bullet form. So here are the example answers. Conserve energy, preserve plant and animal species, rehabilitate degraded natural resources, and help protect endangered species to maintain balance in the ecosystem. So thank you. I hope you get it right, children. So until then, stay tuned for the next subject. And I hope you learned something from our discussion today. So once again, this is Angela Fantastico, your teacher presenter for Earth and Life Science. Handang ISIP, handa BUKAS.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
De Luna, present. Herrera, present. Valera, present.
Handa ba tayo sa school year 2020?
Present.
Ngayong taon, ang edukasyon tuloy pa rin. Sa tulong ng DepEd, mga guro at mga magulang, ang Handang ISIP, Handa Bukas. Tuloy-tuloy ang pag-aaral. May mga modules para sa iba't ibang antas. Sa government TV, maging sa radyo. Mahalagang ligtas ang ating mga estudyante at guro. Kaya kahit nasa bahay, tuloy ang edukasyon. Kung tulong-tulong, may paraan, may aralan.
Handang ISIP, Handa Bukas.
Bisitahin ang DepEd Philippines sa Facebook at ang deped.gov.ph.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
There you have it. You have just witnessed the learning episode of the subject Earth and Life Science. Thank you so much to our teacher presenter, Ma'am Angela Fantastico. I hope lahat ng mga nanood sa kanya kanina during her learning episode na may natutunan sila, of course,
Yes,
tungkol sa
partner.
ano ngayong
Tungkol siya sa subsystem, di ba, ng Earth and Life Sciences. So, again, students, would like to remind you that you are going to write or send your answers to your group chats.
Yes,
Don't forget
take
that
a picture, take a screenshot, and of course, send it to your respective GCs for your subject teachers. Kasi kanya-kanyang mga subject teachers yan, partner.
Especially ng students natin of Panabo City Senior High School.
And thank you so much also. Very responsive, very active
ang dami.
students. Thank you so much for participating during the question and answer portion kasi may mga students na nagbigay ng kanilang mga questions tungkol sa lesson ni Ma'am
Angela. And also would like to recognize partner note. Thank you so much DepEd TV Aralan, di ba? Yung DepEd TV, yung partner natin.
Yes.
Okay.
We were able to use the material
coming
from
learning
DepEd
resources.
TV. And of course, with the partnership of our teacher presenters, yun ang ginamit nilang material to present the lesson to our students.
And this time around, partner, we're going to have another teacher presenter, of course, from Panabo City Senior High School. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
And we're back. So, ladies and gentlemen, I am so happy to introduce to you our new teacher presenter for this afternoon. Here with me is our math teacher from Panabo City Senior High School. Let us all welcome Engineer Arvin Gara. Hello, sir.
Hi.
And welcome po sa TV Aralan. It looks like natulbaan ka, sir. So just relax. Parang tensionado si sir. I understand because this is the first time. First time mo sa TV, sir, no?
Yes, first time po sa TV.
Yes, and you look good, actually.
Wow.
Yeah, you look good. So you good, of course. Yes, kasi that's one of the factors, diba, sa teachers. Especially kasi math, you are going to teach our students right now through this TV Aralan in the subject General Mathematics. And we all know that a lot of students, I mean most students, no, are having this math anxiety or mathematical anxiety, so we call it, or the math phobia, diba, sir? So a lot of students talagang pag math, oh my god, I'm scared of math. But having this kind of teacher, I believe mawala jud ang anxiety sa students. Okay, do you agree with that, sir?
Yes,
agree na lang, sir.
Agree na lang.
Okay, so sir, I want to know, ano po yung mga preparations po ninyo for this TV Aralan, since this is the first time na nagagawin mo to for your subject. So what are your preparations po?
Okay, my preparations for this TV Aralan, I prepare for my lesson and same time I had also a research on this kasi I would have additional information for the aside from the video that I will present, I will add more information for this topic. So I will make it sure that this topic makes the simplest, and then it's more simplify, and then it will make an interaction.
Yes, I do agree with that word, sir. No? You want to make it simplified. You want to make it simple because yun naman talaga ang basic rule ng math. You have to make things simplified,
yes,
no, or easy. Kasi ang math is scary na siya eh. So, pag we will make it more complicated sa ating pagbibigay ng lesson, pag-deliver ng lesson, musamot dun, sir. Ka-anxious na nga mga students. But, I believe si sir nag-prepare dun siya of the simplest form of explaining the concept for our students. Right, sir?
Yes.
So, how about the students, sir? What do you think should the students expect from this TV Aralan sa general mathematics?
So, the students...
ano yung may expect ng ating mga estudyante for your lesson episode?
Okay, so yung gagawin na ng mga students is makinig na lang sila, and then they will enjoy it, the lesson. And I know that mathematics is so hard, but I will make it sure that this first episode ng general mathematics will make it a very enjoyable and then memorable for them, especially dealing with numbers. So,
Yes.
yun talaga, you need to enjoy it all that
Yeah, enjoy
process.
lang. Yes, yes. So, there you have it, students. Narinig niyo na yun sa teacher ninyo. You just enjoy the lesson episodes prepared by our teacher here. Enjoy lang. And of course, do not forget to prepare your notebook, your paper, and of course, your ball pen. And don't forget the Genma module, no? Dapat nasa gilid niyo lang yon, no? Or katabi ninyo from this moment. Kasi we will now start the learning episode of General Mathematics through Sir Arvin Gara. So stay tuned, students. We will be right back.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Okay, so welcome back again. So this time, I would like to also to introduce to you my partners from the DepEd Aralan, TV, different TV, which is Cecilia C. Hanan from Senior High School Teachers from Batangas City. So ma'am, thank you for this video that you presented to us.
Math Buhay and welcome to DepEd TV. This is Mathtivated for grade 11 General Mathematics. I am Teacher Carol and there's nothing too big or too small because we will learn it all. So keep Mathtivated and stay with me because we are together in this wonderful journey. Are you excited? I am just as excited as you are. So let's begin. By the end of this episode, you will be able to represent real-life situations using functions, including piecewise functions. Evaluate functions, perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and composition of functions, and solve problems involving functions. So basically, our discussion will be filled with functions. But what has to be the initial condition for us to have a function? If your answer is having a relation, then you are right. The first set of values is called domain, which is also known as the input. And the second set of values is known as the range, or the output. Now, let us have a function. A while ago, we said that it involves relation. So when is it a function? A function is a relation such that every element in the domain is paired to exactly one element in the range. And for our last term, we have piecewise function. We know that a relation and a function can be represented through sets, table of values, diagrams, and graphs. Thus, in mathematics, function can be represented in different ways. These are the representation of functions and relations. The representation using sets, the representation using table of values, the representation using diagram, Last, the representation of functions or relations using graphs. It is also good to note that real-life situations can also be represented as functions. Earlier we said, for a relation to become a function, the value of domain corresponds to exactly one value of range. Let us try this situation. Through the realization in the COVID-19 pandemic experiences, pesos and saves 15 pesos every day, while for a charity cause. Kevin sells paintings he made while Lena sells face masks. Kevin has an initial savings of 30 pesos and saves 15 pesos every day, while Lena, who initially saved 40 pesos, saves 10 pesos every day. Let us represent the amount of money each has saved after X number of days using a function. Let us start with Kevin's savings. For the amount of money he saves, since he has an initial savings of 30 pesos, then we will just have to add the amount of money he consistently saves every day to that. So we will have k of x equals 30 plus the amount of money he consistently saves in x number of days, which is 15 times x. Thus, using a function, Kevin's savings can be represented by k of x equals 30 plus 15x. Let us now have the function that will represent Lena's savings. She initially saves 40 pesos, so that will be added by the savings she makes in X number of days. And that is 10, the amount she saves a day, times X, the number of days she saves. Now, Lena's savings in function can be represented by L of X equals 40 plus 10 times X. What Kevin and Lena did is a good initiative to help others, but we also have to know that there are a lot of things on how we can help, especially in this time of the pandemic. Staying home or wearing face masks and face shields when leaving our houses are already a great help. By doing this, we can show the love for our country and our fellow countrymen, especially for our frontliners. This is just one of the many examples on how functions can be used to model real-life situations. And identifying an appropriate functional model will lead to better understanding of various phenomena. When dealing with functions, we also have to take note that a function can be illustrated as a machine, where there is an input which undergoes a process and produces an output. Suppose we have coffee granules as our input and it had been processed through the coffee maker. Thus, we will have a hot coffee as our output. Similarly, we do that when we evaluate functions. Let us go back to our previous situation. Suppose we want to know Kevin's savings after 10 days. We simply take 10 as the value of our x, or our input, and we will use that in our process or in place of x in our function. So we will have k of 10 equals 30 plus 15 times 10. In the order of operations, we take 15 times 10 first, and that is 150. Then we will add 30 and 150, which is equal to 180. Now, 180 is our output, and we say that after 10 days, Kevin will save 180 pesos. We just did evaluation of functions. Keep being motivated and let's proceed to our next task. Suppose we want to know the amount of money they saved in X number of days. What operation do you think are we to use? If your answer is addition, then you are right. We have to add the amount of money Kevin saved with Lena's savings. And that will be our first operation and functions. But how do we do that? I want you to go back to the time when you first added numbers. How were you taught to add numbers back then? I can still remember when we first added numbers. We counted popsicle sticks, apples, and oranges. And can you still remember that we don't combine things from different categories? When we add popsicle sticks, we use popsicle sticks only. We don't include apples nor oranges. We cannot add apples and oranges and ask how many apples we have. Adding functions is quite similar to that. We only add similar terms or those from the same categories. Let us try it in the next task. Going back to our situation, since the amount of money Kevin and Lena saved in X number of days are in functions, then we need to add functions. That is the first operation on functions that we will discuss. And since we are adding the amount of money the two saved, it will be denoted by K of X, which is Kevin's savings, and L of X, which is Lena's savings, or K plus L of X. And this is equal to the quantity 30 plus 15x plus the quantity 40 plus 10x. Like how we add apples and oranges, when adding functions, we only add similar terms or those of similar categories. Thus, in this case, we can combine 30 and 40, while 15x can only be added to 10x. By associative property of equality, we may have K of x plus L of x equals the quantity 30 plus 40 plus the quantity 15x plus 10x. Adding 30 and 40, we have 70. Also, 15x plus 10x is 25x. So we say that the amount of money saved by both Kevin and Lena in X number of days is given by K of x plus L of x equals 70 plus 25x. And we just have added functions. Let us have the second operation, which is subtraction. For the next operations, let us use the following functions. Suppose we will be subtracting f of x from g of x. We will have the notation g of x minus f of x, or g minus f of x. In this case, it is equal to 3x minus the quantity 2x minus 1. We also have to be reminded that when we are subtracting functions, we add the negative of the subtrahend. Since 2x plus 1 is inside the parentheses, we have to take the negative of each term inside these parentheses. Taking the negative of 2x is negative 2x, while the negative of negative 1 is positive 1. Now we have g of x minus f of x equals 3x minus 2x plus 1. We may now combine similar terms. In this case, 3x and negative 2x. 3x minus 2x is 1x, or simply x. Thus, we say that g of x minus f of x is equal to x plus 1. We just have finished the second operation. Are you still motivated? Very well. Let us now have the third operation, which is multiplication. We are still using the same functions. Let us get the product of h of x and f of x. In notation, that will be h of x times f of x, or h times f of x. We use a dot to avoid confusion because we commonly use x as a variable. Since there are two terms in the second factor, we distribute 18x squared. We multiply it to the first term, 2x, which will yield 36x cubed. We also multiply 18x squared to negative 1. This will give us negative 18x squared. And just that, we were able to multiply functions. Thus, we say that the product of h of x and f of x is 36x cubed minus 18x squared. For our fourth operation, division, we will have h of x divided by g of x. This is denoted by h of x divided by g of x, or h divided by g of x. And this is equal to 18x squared divided by 3x. We divide 18 by 3. That gives us 6, and x squared by x, which is x. Thus, we say that h of x divided by g of x is 6x. Are you still with me? The fifth and last operation on functions is composition. In here, we take the value of a function to be an input in another function. Suppose we take the composite function denoted by f composed with g of x or f of g of x. In this case, we will be using g of x as our input, or in place of x in f of x. Thus, for every x in f of x, we will use 3x instead. We will have f of g of x is equal to 2 times 3x minus 1. 2 times 3x is 6x. Thus, f of g of x is 6x minus 1. We are able to finish all the operations on functions. Great job! You really are math-activated. Can we try this? Suppose the amount of face masks that Lena sells costs 5 pesos each for a purchase of less than 10 pieces, and 4 pesos for 10 pieces and above. Again, we have two tasks. First is to represent the amount one has to pay in buying n number of face masks. Since there are two conditions, we know that we will have a piecewise function. Let's try filling the missing terms to complete the piecewise function. You have 15 seconds. Your time is over. The representation should be a of n equals 5n if n is less than 10, or 4n if n is greater than or equal to 10. Check your work if you got this right. Let us proceed to the second task. Try to determine the amount 20 face masks cost. Here we will evaluate the piecewise function. You are given 15 seconds. Time is up. Let's have it. We take n equals 20 as our input. We take 4n for our process since 20 is greater than 10. Thus, we will have a of 20 equals 4 times 20. And 4 times 20 is 80. 20 face masks cost 80 pesos, which is our output. Were you able to follow? You did pretty well. You are a certified math-activated. For us to check your understanding of today's lesson, let us have an assessment first. For items 1 to 3, you will refer to the given situation. Which of the following represents the amount n number of face masks cost? A of n equals 45n. B A of n equals 45 plus n. C. A of n equals 45 minus n. Or D. A of n equals 45 divided by n. The function that represents the amount n number of face masks cost is letter A. Let us try number 2. How much will 3 face masks cost? A. 85 pesos. B. 105 pesos. C. 135 pesos. Or letter D. 165 pesos. Answer is letter C. 135 pesos. For number 3, how many face masks cost 180 pesos? A. 2 face masks. B. 3 face masks. C. 4 face masks. Or letter D. 5 face masks. We have letter C. 4 face masks. Let's proceed to item 4 to 8. For these items, we will be referring to the given functions. F of x equals 8x, g of x equals 2x squared, and h of x equals x squared minus 2. Let us have number 4. What is the sum of g of x and f of x? The sum of the functions is 2x squared plus 8x, or 8x plus 2x squared. Let us go to item 5. What is the difference when f of x is subtracted from h of x? Their difference is x squared minus 2 minus 8x, or x squared minus 8x minus 2. In any order of the terms, as long as you have positive x squared, negative 2, and negative 8x. For item 6, get the product of f of x and g of x. The correct answer for number 6 is 16x cubed. Let us have number 7. What will be the answer when g of x is divided by f of x? Their quotient is x over 4. For our last item, solve for h of f of x. The answer in number 8 is 64x squared minus 2. Please count the number of correct items you got. For those who got 7 or 8, great job! You are truly ready for our next episode. For those who got scores below 7, that is still a good job. Your efforts are being counted here, not just your scores. I know that you can do better. So let's keep working and be motivated for us to grow our skills and knowledge. Well done! We were able to represent real-life situations using function, including piecewise function. Evaluate functions, perform addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, and composition of functions, and solve problems involving functions. I would want to get your insights regarding the discussions we had. Please help me know how well you understand the lesson by writing your most significant learning in today's episode. You may post your works in your Facebook accounts and use the hashtag MathtivatedE1. I enjoyed being with you, my Mathtivated students. I hope that you also did. Again, this is Teacher Carol reminding you that what others can do, you can too. So let's grow our efforts for us to grow our skills and knowledge. See you on our next episode.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Okay, so there you have it. You heard it right from Carolyn C. Kanan, a senior high school teacher from Batangas City. In her presentation, she talks about functions and how functions are important in real-life situations, and that includes the piecewise functions. Moreover, she also discussed the operations of functions and solving problems using functions. Okay. To wrap up with, a relation is a relationship between sets of values, which includes the domain, which is the output, which is the input, and the range is our output. It also tells that a functions is a relation that such every element in the domain is paired to exactly one element in the range. A piecewise function is the functions that made from different functions over different intervals. To represent a functions and relations, there are four representations of functions. Number one, we have here the sets. The sets here is what we call here the ordered pair. So we can use that one as representations for the function. Also, the table of values. We have also a diagram and also a graph. So these are the examples of representations of functions and relations discussed by our speakers. So we have here the ordered pairs and the tables, sets, and the diagrams. Okay, let's proceed now to the operations of functions. It's also discussed here the additions of functions. This time, this is defined by that f of x plus g of x is equal to f of x plus the sum of g of x. And then we have also the operations of the functions, of subtractions of functions. We have f of x minus the g of x. And then we have also here the multiplications of functions, where the two functions are says f of x and the g of x, their products, it's denoted by multiplications for this formula. So we have f of x is multiplied by the g of x. Okay, we have also another operations we have used is the divisions of functions. So it's denoted by divided by f of x and the g of x is the coefficients of these functions. So where the g of x is not equal to 0. So take note on that. And the last operations that she discussed about is we have also the compositions of functions. The composition of functions is the process wherein it is combinations of the output of the one function is used as input to the other's function, which is known as functions of compositions. So the given two functions, which is the f of x and the g of x, their composites is denoted by to read is as f composed with g of x or g of x, g of f of g of x of x. Okay, so there you go. That will be the wrapped up with the presentations of the functions.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
And we're back now. Thank you so much to our teacher presenter of the General Mathematics. We have Engineer Arvin Gara. Sir, thank you so much for that presentation. Well, this juncture, we shall have a post-interview question and answer portion together with our teacher presenter here, Sir Arvin. So, Sir Gara will answer the questions thrown or asked by our students live and as well as yung mga questions na binigay ng mga estudyante sa atin through the group chat. No? Kasi merong mga group chats po, Sir Arvin, ang ating mga students. And it was sent to us, no, sa ating mga teachers, sa ating controller for this afternoon's PD Aralan. So, are you ready, Sir Arvin?
Yes, I'm ready now.
Okay, I think you are very much ready. So, for the first question, Sir Arvin, this comes from the group chat of your section, grade 11 Drucker. Oh, it's from ABM Drucker. So, allow me to read the question, sir. So, the question is, how do we evaluate a function? Okay. Again, how do we evaluate a function?
Okay, very good question. So, how do we evaluate functions? So, to evaluate functions is you need to substitute the input that the numbers or the expressions for the functions variables, especially the holding for the x. So replace with the x the numbers or the expressions. So that's how we evaluate the functions.
Okay, so I guess it was answered already by Sir Arvin. Thank you so much, sir. Sana nakuha yon, no? Nakuha, na-grasp ng ating student answer ni Sir Arvin for that question. So, next, another question for Sir Arvin from grade 11 Pasholi, another ABM student. So, it was from the group chat, sir. Okay, so the question is, what is the importance of functions in our daily life? What is the importance of functions in our daily life?
Wow, that will be a Miss Universe question talaga, no?
Yes.
Daily life talaga function. So, I could say that functions are a mathematical building blocks for a deciding machines. Like I mentioned kanina ni Ma'am Carol, that would be there is a what we call an IU blender kanina. So it will be input, and the input is the coffee, and the blender will be the process. And the output there would be yung coffee gelatina. So that would be the process, what we call here the machines. And it also be used for predicting for natural disasters and for curing diseases tayo talaga, no?
Yes,
and then that will be used for the mathematical functions and understanding the world economies and for keeping the airplane also in the air. So that will be the use of mathematical functions to realize. So functions that can take input from many variables but also give the same output.
Okay, thank you. Very well said, Sir Arvin. Thank you so much for answering that question. Very comprehensive. Talaga yung sagot ng ating teacher. I hope nakuha yon ng ating mga students na nanonood sa ating TV Aralan at this moment. So another question, alright, meron tayong question na naman coming from the GC or the group chat of our students. So this question comes from Humanities and Social Sciences na strand. Coming from grade 11, Dewey. Okay, so this is the question, Sir Arvin. How to determine whether the relationship is a function? Interesting question. How to determine whether the relationship is a function? What is the answer for this question, Sir Arvin?
Ayan. Walang determine talaga paano ang isang relationship.
Yeah, relationship is a function daw. Okay.
Okay.
Go, Sir Arvin.
Okay, first is to identify this function. First is you need to identify the input given values. Okay, and then second one is you need also to check the output values. When you check it, the input and output, then it will show here that if input value leads only one output values, then it's classified as a function. So naging function siya pag isa lang yung part talaga. So whereas if input value leads to two or more output, and then that is not classified as a function. So ganun ka lang. As long as makita mo na there is two or more outputs na nangyayari, then that is not a function.
Okay.
So, yeah. So in addition with that, so sabi pa nga nila that all functions have relations, but not all relations are functions. So, in short,
good yun,
yeah.
sir.
So, hindi lahat ng relasyon
nagpa-function. Well, that is good yun, sir, ha?
Yeah.
Okay, good one. So, hindi lahat pala ng relation nagpa-function or not all relations have function or are function.
Yeah, so mat yun, ha?
Wow, may hugot na si Sir Carla sa kanyang lesson episode for this afternoon. Well, I think yun lang po ang mga questions na binigay sa atin nating mga students. I believe na-answer na lahat ng mga katanungan from our students through their group chats. Okay, so it's okay kasi yung mga students, if you still have a question, meron naman tayong replay for this TV Aralan episode. We have a replay and you can still ask question. If ever you can watch this on a replay, you can still ask questions to our teacher presenters. Sir Arvin is very much welcome to answer your questions po. Just PM him or message him through, meron naman tayong mga different platforms, sir, di ba? To reach our teachers, no? Social media, meron naman tayo yan. And of course, don't forget to follow like and subscribe the social media accounts of Panabo City Senior High School as well as the DepEd Panabo City, and be updated also sa mga announcements ng ating division and as well as Panabo City Senior High School through the social media accounts. And I think wala na pong mga katanungan. So thank you so much, Sir Arvin, for gracing this TV Aralan episode. We will see you again next time, no? Kasi meron pa another set of learning episodes for this week. So, at this juncture, magbabalik po ang TV Aralan for the next segment. So stay tuned.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Okay, all right. So welcome back again. So are you ready, guys? My dear students. Okay, so but before that, please get your pen and ballpen with you, and also your module as well. Okay, so we will start now our assessment in operations on a function. So get ready because it is having time. Okay, so I will read it now, the questions. Okay, the given question is, number one, given is f of x is equal to 3x squared plus 7x and g of x is equal to 2x squared minus x minus 1. So find uh, f of x minus g of x in operations of subtraction. Okay, you choose the letter in the choices. Timer starts now. Okay, so don't forget the instructions. So I would okay. Before we proceed to number two, okay, please choose the answers from there are choices. So you have to choose right there in your piece of paper, and then and the letter as well. So please write it rigidly and the solution as well. Okay, so number two, given is we have f of x for the functions is equal to 3x squared plus 7x, and g of x is equals to 2x squared minus x minus 1. So find if the function is addition. Okay, we have here four choices. Timer starts. Okay, time is up. Again, so before we proceed to number three, so you may choose or select among the choices given. Okay, so write down your answers with your solution. Okay, number three, we have given the f of x is equal to 3x squared minus 2x plus 1, and the g of x is equal to x minus 4. So find if the f of x is multiplied by the g of x. Timer starts Now, okay, time is up. Okay, let's proceed now to number 4. For number 4, we have a given problem. If the f of x is x squared plus 7x plus 12, and the g of x is equal to x squared minus 9, so find it if the f of x is divided by the g of x. Okay, timer starts now. Okay, time is up. And we have down to our last questions. We have here number 5. If f of x is equal to 5x and the g of x is equal to 2x minus 1, what is the composition? What is the composition? Timer starts now. Okay, time is up. Okay, so we're all done with our assessment. Let's have the answers. For number 1 question, if f of x is given is 3x squared plus 7x and the g of x is 2x squared minus 1, 2x squared minus x minus 1, find if it is a subtraction. So the answer is letter. Okay, that's correct. That's letter B. So we have x squared plus 6x minus 1. So here's the solutions. Okay, for number 2, if the given problem is that given is f of x is 3x squared plus 7x, and the g of x is 2x squared minus x minus 1, find if it is the functions of addition. So the answer is, okay, letter C, which is 5x squared plus 6x minus 1. Okay, here's the solution for number 2. For number 3 problems, okay, we have the given problem if f of x is 3x squared minus 2x plus 1, and the g of x is x minus 4, find if it is multiplication. Okay, the correct answer is 3x, letter B. We have 3x squared minus 14x squared plus 9x minus 4. Okay, please check your solutions if you have the same answer. Okay, let's proceed to number 4. If the given problem is f of x is equal to x squared plus 7x plus 12, and the g of x is x squared minus 9, find if it is division. Okay, so the correct answer is letter B. Okay. The correct answer is letter B. We have x plus 4 divided by x minus 3. Okay. Please check your solution. Okay. And last, we have number 5. If the given problem is f of x is equal to 5x and the g of x is 2x minus 1, what is the composition of the problem? Okay, the correct answers of number 5 is letter D. We have 10x minus 5. Okay, there you have it, the solutions of number 5. Ayan, so I hope that nakuha ninyo lahat yung mga questions na sa mga assessment niyo. Again, brothers, thank you very much for the assessment. So don't forget, my dear student, to take the pictures with you and your answers. So for your participation this afternoon, just like and share and subscribe the PCH Space Alpha and Panabo City Division page. Okay? So once again, this is Engineer Arvin H. Gala, your math presenter para sa TV Aralan, HANDA, ISIP, HANDA, BUKAS.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning. Inspiration. This is the Panabo City, forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Ayan po, nagbabalik ulit tayo dito pa rin live na live sa Panabo City Senior High School Studio para po sa TV Aralan, Handang Isip, Handa Bukas. Ayan, natunghayan nga po ninyo, no? Bago lang natapos, ang unang bahagi po ng ating replay, yun po para sa asignaturang Earth and Life Science at ganoon din po sa General Mathematics. Naway muli, may natutunan kayo sa mga diskusyon na inihatid sa atin ng ating po mga teacher broadcasters mula po sa DepEd TV. Kasama po dyan ang kanilang katuwang dito naman po sa ating Panabo City Senior High School na mga teacher presenters. Ano po? Ayan, kanina nga po bago tayo nagkaroon ng replay ay naging makabuluhan ang naging diskusyon po natin kasama po ang ating guro para sa philosophy ng PCSHS na si Sir Editor Tiempo. At meron lamang kaming pahabol, no? Ilang pahabol po ng mga life quotes ng ating mga students na nanonood sa atin. So maaari ba natin ma-flash sa screen yung mga nabasa pa natin? Ayan. Well, anyway, bago yan, itong napakaganda. Binabati po natin live na live, nanonood pala sa atin ngayon, ang atin pong mahal na CID Chief, Dr. Januario Iyamota. At sinabi nga po niya, dahil naging maganda at maayos ang diskusyon natin kanina, nagkaroon tayo ng live interaction mula po sa inyo sa nanonood sa amin. Sabi ni Sir Januario Iyamota, that is the beauty of having parallel assessment and giving the time for students to give response and answers. O, di ba? So, ayan, talagang even our CID Chief also commended the efforts of our learners, of our students participating during that activity. Kaya, patuloy na kayong sumuporta, patuloy na kayong magkomento din, lalong-lalo na sa mga diskusyon na binabahagi ng ating mga kaguruan. And of course, ayan, meron din pabati dito at for sure ngayon lang din siya nanood ulit, si Ans Drew. Thank you so much, Ma'am A, for being so understanding. Oh, di ba? Talagang nagbigay din si Ma'am A. Yes. Hindi dahil nga po, according pa kay Ma'am A kanina, or Ma'am Amy Hara, ang dinamin po natin, magbibigay pa rin at pwede pa rin siyang tumanggap ng mga isinusumiti po ninyong mga outputs doon sa kanilang gawain. Next, meron pa ba tayong mga ilapabate? Wow! Ito pa rin, no? Ayan, isang din kay, isa na namang mga life coach mula pa rin kay Nicole Mendez. Ayan, Nicole Mendez, I congratulate you personally for being so active, in participating here in this portion, in the segment of the TV Aralan. And we hope to see you. Maybe one of these days you will also be joining us here in the live studio, together with the special segment of our Schools Division Superintendent, Dr. Renante Solitario, for the Take and Talk with SBS Live. Ayan, so nakasabi dyan, at sabi ni Nicole Mendez, na mababasa nyo na sa inyong screen, it's never too late to change your life. There's always hope that tomorrow will be a better day. It's up to you whether or not it turns out that way. Wow! O, di ba? Ang ganda na sinabi ni Miss Nicole Mendez. Tama ka dyan, Nicole, no? Tayong lahat ay may pagkakataong baguhin kung ano ang mga nais natin baguhin sa ating buhay at kung ano man ang katayuan natin ngayon, tayo din po ang pumipili niyan. Kaya kung nais po natin umangat o masenso sa buhay, gawin po natin ang lahat ng makakaya sa maayos na paraan. At ganoon din po sa pagpupursige, ganoon sa gabay at tulong pa rin ng ating Panginoon. Okay? Meron din kay Nova May Alquizar Saluta. Wow, ang ganda pa ng profile pic, oh. May pa-effect pa ng Christmas. Merry Christmas in advance. People will forget what you said. People will forget what you did. But people will never forget how you made them feel. Oh, wow. Tama yan. Kasi kung may sinasabi tayo sa ating mga kapwa, sa kaibigan natin, sa mamahal natin sa buhay, maybe they could forget the way that we were able to speak to that or to tell them that way, or the way we give them all the things that we need to give them, most especially during the special days of their lives. But then, the reason why and the reason how we give it to them is always precious and everlasting. Ayan. O meron pa si Miss Regine Sumio, pahabol pa, pwede pa. Ayan. If you think correcting is an insult, you cannot grow. Oh, ha? Thank you so much, Miss Regine Sumio. Oh, nakahabol ka, Miss Regine. And thank you so much for that life quote naman na binigay niyo sa atin. Meron pa. From Rachel Tobiano Gombason, if you believe, you can achieve. Wow, parang maalala ko ito, no? Dream, believe, survive. Tan, diba? Ganun yun. Oh. Thank you. Oh, yeah, Miss Rachel Tobiano Gombason. Meron pa ba? Okay. So, yun po ang mga iilan sa ating mga komento na nabasa at na ipakita po sa inyo sa inyong mga screens, no? Mula po sa ating mga viewers sa Facebook po natin. Okay. So, ayan. I'm sure excited na kayo na mapanood din. Meron pa tayong 3 lesson, no? Na babalikan para po sa inyong lahat. Again, paalala namin sa lahat po ng patuloy na nanonood ng TV Aralan, ganito po ang gagawin ninyo, ano? Kahit na po nagre-replay tayo ngayon, yung ipinapagawa pong mga outputs mula po sa ating mga teacher presenters for their parallel assessment ay maaari nyo pong sagutan pa rin at maaari pa rin kayo magsumite ng inyong mga output. Just do not forget to do screenshots doon po sa inyong mga isinulat, isinagot, kasama po kayo. Ayan. Para naman at least makita din kayo, malay nyo, ito yung pagkakataon na makita kayo ng inyong mga mahal sa buhay sa malayo, di ba? Kasi nga po, we are broadcasting worldwide through our social media accounts. And of course, doon po sa mga patuloy na nakasubscribe din sa ating Panabo Satellite Cable Television. Okay, so, ayan, may mga pabati pa ba tayo dyan, direct? Okay, so ayan, mamaya babasahin natin kung meron pa. Ano? So sa puntong ito ay magpapatuloy po tayo sa ating replay pa rin po sa mga lessons na diniscuss na po natin kahapon. Yung nauna pong dalawa kanina ay yun yung mga lessons na diniscuss po natin Okay, so ayan, nagbabalik po kami muli, no? Sorry for that interruption dahil meron tayong connectivity issues na naman. Alam niyo naman po sa mga oras na ito, ngayon po alas time check ngayon, titignan ko sa ano, it's time check 2:27 in the afternoon, and I'm sure this is yung tinatawag natin na nap time, no? Kaya yung iba naman na gising sa oras na ito ay sigurado nag-o-open ng napakaraming mga gawain ng mga browse nila dyan sa kanilang mga laptops at saka mga gadgets. Okay, so yun nga po nabanggit namin sa inyo, kamakailan lang, yung tapos na po yung dalawang lesson natin for Earth and Life Science and General Mathematics. Kaya po ngayon, tunghayan na po natin ang review o replay po ng ating UCSP naman, Understanding Culture, Society and Politics Kasama po ang ating teacher broadcaster mula pa rin po sa DepEd TV at ganoon din po ang ating teacher presenter na si Ma'am Amy Hara. Okay? At yung mga host po natin sa Panabo City Senior High School at si Teacher Zel at saka si Teacher Shen. Okay? So yun po. Magbabalik po kami pagkatapos ng review ng lesson o ng replay ng lesson ni Ma'am Hara para po sa last 2 lessons mamaya. Okay? So stay tuned. Standby lang po kayo. Sit back, relax, and enjoy viewing. Happy viewing to all. God bless everyone.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
2.
And we're back po, live na live ang Panabo from Panabo City Senior High School. And with me this morning, our ito siya kilala bilang isang napaka-generous na teacher, di ba? Generous, gorgeous, no other than Ma'am Amy Hara. Yes, Ma'am, hello and good morning.
Hello, good morning, Ma'am Lisel.
Okay, how are you today, Ma'am Amy?
I'm fine, a little bit nervous.
Ay, napagod-akod ba diha, Ma'am? I'm sure naka-relax ka kahapon.
Yes.
So, how did you spend your holiday? Ano yung mga ginawa natin, Ma'am?
Actually,
A lot. I'm sure nag-bake si Ma'am. Yes, I'm sure nag-bake si Ma'am. But okay, Ma'am Amy, would you like to invite our students and also the parents to watch your lesson later?
Okay, hello Panabuans, hello students, especially to the senior high school students here in Panabo. At the same time also with the other localities of senior high schools. Please watch our first ever TV broadcast of TV Aralan with a highlight of the subject Understanding Culture, Society, and Politics. So sit back and relax for this fruitful presentation.
Yes, and of course, please do not forget also, no, yung sinabi kayo na Sir June na prepare your laptops, your ball pens, your papers ninyo para naman sa magiging assessment natin mamaya, di ba, Ma'am? At saka pwede sila mag-jot down, right?
Yes.
Okay, so any further reminders, Ma'am Amy, for our students?
For this UCSP subject, all you need to do, students, is to give your full attention. That is one very important. By watching this TV live broadcast, you can jot on also the important things or the question that is unclear to you, the topic that is unclear to you, and you can write your comment in our FB page. After the presentation, we will give an assessment from what you have learned from the topic.
Okay, and also would like to acknowledge also, no, Ma'am Amy, yung partner mo sa DepEd TV.
Yes, students, are you ready? Okay, I'm sure that all of you are excited. And now, let us watch the presentation from my partner in DepEd TV, no other than Teacher Dawn Brazil Handy of the Gupan National High School, the Gupan Senior High School Department.
Okay, so stay tuned. We'll be right back. Please watch the video.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Awesome day, everyone! Welcome to the second episode of UCSP by Doncha, a diverse approach to understanding culture, society, and politics. I'm Teacher Dawn, and together we will deepen our knowledge to be more aware and inclined to our surroundings and community. How How's your travel and learning experience when we were in Baguio, Cebu, and Davao City last week? Was it fun? I bet it is. Can you still remember our fun facts? Be sure to always remember them. Let me know by using the hashtag Doncha as you post your learning experiences on social media. During our pilot episode, we often encounter the terms culture, society, and politics. For us to fully understand these words, let us have these concept maps. What are the words that you can associate or connect to the word culture? We can associate or connect with it is beliefs. Two more. We have languages and food. Remember that you are not limited to add more about culture. Second word, we have society. What can you think of when you hear it? First one is community. Second one, relationship. And the third one, we have family. Once again, bear in mind that you are not limited to these given words about society. The last but not the least is politics. The word is government. Second one is rights. Third one is policy. Put in mind that just like the first two concepts, you can still use other related words to politics. Once again, our concept maps for culture, society, and politics. Oops! We still have another word. It's history. I'm curious of the places you have in your mind when you hear the word history. I've got an idea. Since our last travel, we only visited one museum. Why don't we visit two more today? But are you up for another escapade or adventure? Don't you worry about bringing a lot of stuff because your pen and paper will do. But how to go there? Don't you worry because Teacher Don has come prepared. Come with me as we go back in time. Welcome to the bangus capital of the Philippines, the Gupan City. Don't you know that this train is one of the oldest train in the Philippines? Yes, this is the railroad locomotive number 17. It was used during the pre-war on the Manila-Dagupan Railroad line. Jose P. Rizal, our national hero, once rode a train here in Dagupan City. And of course, for our dose of vitamin kilig, don't you know that Jose P. Rizal's greatest love, Leonora Rivera, once lived here in Dagupan? Also here in the city, you will find the Japan-Philippine Friendship Garden, which was constructed in August 1975 and was dedicated to the heroism and valor of all the soldiers during the World War II. The MacArthur Landing marker can also be found here. It was unveiled in January 23, 1984. And the newest attraction in the city is the Tondaligan Beach marker. And of course, one of the city's pride is the Dagupan City Museum located at the heart of the city. And that is our first destination for this episode. Come with me, let's go inside.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
day, grades 11, 12, and UCSP fanatics. Welcome to another episode of UCSP by Doncha, a diverse approach to understanding culture, society, and politics. I'm Teacher Dawn, and together we will expound our awareness of distinct Filipino cultures. During our last episode, we toured museums, visited historical landmarks, and tourist destinations here in Dagupan City and the capital of Pangasinan, Lingayen. We learned fascinating facts about the history of the Philippines and some vitamin kilig from our national hero. We also talked about the three concept maps of culture, society, and politics, and how these three words can affect our lifestyles, perceptions, and identities as Filipinos. That's why in today's episode, we will go to the radio booth. And what are we gonna do there? We will react to some videos. Who's excited to do some reaction vlog? Just kidding. Reaction videos about the aspects of culture and society. Don't you worry. I assure you, it's gonna be lit. Hi there, everyone. Welcome to WWR 88.1 Mabuhay Radio of the Dagupan City National High School, Senior High School. And this is where we will react to some videos as we talk about the characteristics of culture. The first video that we will be reacting is from the National Commission for Culture and the Arts. This video is entitled Buhay na Buhay, Kultura ng Pagdidiwata. It's the very first episode of the 8-part documentary series based on the studies of Professor Felipe M. De Leon Jr., the former president of NCCA, and hosted by Senator Lauren Legarda.
Na kinalaunan, li ang nahaluan.
Yung mga survival course na tinuturo namin ng panahon Panamerikano, yun po yung para sa kung paano mamuhay dito sa gubat ng walang-wala. So kahit po marami ng teknolohiya ngayon, so yung aming kultura hindi nawawala.
Ang kaalaman mula sa kagubatan ay produkto ng libu-libong taon ng pakikipag-ugnayan ng mga aitas sa mga puno, sa mga ibon at hayop, sa mga tanim, sa klima at sa takbo ng panahon.
Did you like the video? Pretty sure you did. Let's give it a like emoji. Have you also visited Subic and witnessed how the Aitas demonstrated some of their survival techniques? This made me remember my visit in Subic when I was but a little girl. We've seen in the video the willingness of the Aitas to share their tribal practices and survival techniques. This is a manifestation of one of the characteristics of culture. It is shared. Culture is shared. Isn't it great to see the eagerness and willingness of our fellow Filipino as they proudly showcase their skills and talents, how they give importance to their customs, traditions, and beliefs, and preserve them in the midst of differences and modernization.
Ang mga itnig o tingyan ng Abra ay kilala sa kanilang mga makukulay at masinsin na habi. Ngunit para sa mga dalubhasa, mahalaga rin ang kanilang mga ritual. Ritual na umuugnay sa kanilang mundo, sa mundo ng mga anito at tiwata. Isa sa pinakamahalagang ritual nila ay ang pag-alay sa mga pinaing.
Ang ibig pong sabihin ng pinaing, yun po ang batong may buhay. Yan po ay pinaniniwalaan ng itneg or tingyan na tinatawag. Pwede silang sumapi sa mga napiling tao rin na katulad ng baglan.
Ang mga pinaing ay nilalagay sa mga sagradong espasyo sa bukana o sa gitna ng kanilang mga komunidad. Ang ritual ay sinasagawa ng mga pinakadalubhasang baglan kasama ang mga lalaki ng komunidad. Ngunit matapos ang pag-alay, ang buong komunidad ay binabasbasan ng dugo sa paa. Pinagsasaluhan ng lahat ang inalay sa pinaing. Nagkakaisa sila sa piging at sa sayawan. Dito naghahalo ang lahat. Ang musika, ang sayaw, ang pagsalo-salo, ang pag-awit.
It's a wow! The ethnic group from Abra, as we will observe, presents the social characteristic of culture. Culture is social because it is the product of behavior and society. It is cultivated through social interaction and participation.
Para sa mga Ifugao, ang kayamanan ng lupa at ng ani ay isang biyayang dapat ingatan. Sa tradisyonal na kultura nila, ang maitanghal na isang kadangyan o may kaya sa lipunan ang isa sa pinakamataas na ambisyon. Ngunit kasama ditong obligasyon na maging mapagbigay sa mga di gaanong pinalad sa lipunan. Ang bawat bahagi ng pag-angat sa kanilang lipunan ay ipinagdiriwang sa pamamagitan ng kanyaw o papiging, kung saan ang buong komunidad ay makikisalo sa yamang nakamtan ng isang pamilya. Ang hagabi ay isang malaking upuan na yari sa buong troso. Ito ang pinakamaggarbong sagisag ng kayamanan sa mga Ifugao. Mula sa pagpili ng tamang puno ng mga mumbaki, pati na ang pag-ukit nito, kailangan pakainin ng lahat ng kasama sa trabaho. At kapag dinala na ito mula sa gubat para ilagay sa kanilang bahay, isang malaking piging muli ang dapat ihandog sa komunidad. Bilang pag-alala sa kanilang mga ninuno, pinagkaisahan ng pamilya Dulnuan ang pagpapagawa ng kanilang hagabi. Pinangunahan ng mag-amang Ambrosio Sr. at ng kanyang panganay na lalaki Ambrosio Jr. ang pagsasagawa ng hagabi at ng ritual nito.
Kung nag-perform sila ng uyaoy, ito lang ang hagabi na hindi nila natupad, nagawa because unfortunately patay sila. Kaya ngayon, inisip namin na as children, ituloy namin itong hagabi.
It's another wow for our third video. It's one of the distinct tribal groups in the Cordilleran region. They showcase that culture is gratifying and idealistic. As seen in the video, we can say that they are truly upholding their beliefs and practices. Another observable characteristic presented here is that culture is continuous and cumulative. This particular family or tribe is experiencing various societal changes and modernization, and yet they are still able to adapt to their society while preserving their tradition.
Si Merlin Bilog at Inteng Bilog ay nagmula sa angkan ng isang gawad manlilikha ng bayan o Gamaba awardee, ang pumanaw na si Ginaw Bilog. Ang karangalan na ginawad ng ating republika bilang pagkilala sa patuloy na pagsasaliksik, paggamit at pagturo ng surat mangyan ni Ginaw Bilog.
Yung sinasabing mga script ay ngayon nasa school na. Ang tawag doon ay mga script. Sa amin ay hindi pa tinuturo sa school, sulat mangyan talaga. Ang aming sulat ay mula sa aming kanunuan. Wala kaming papel pero hindi namin nakakaligtaan kasi yung mula sa aming kanunuan punta sa amin. Doon sinusulat sa ganitong kawayan. Ang patinig ay 3 lang. Ang katinig ang bilang ay 18. Mahalaga daw po ito sa amin dahil ito daw ay para sa ating mga hanunoon na kailangang hindi pwedeng pag-iwanan hanggang sa mga bagong henerasyon. Kailangan ituturo ito. Kasi yung nabanggit sa akin na noon ang sabi niya ay bago siya mawala, huwag na huwag kalimutang ituro sa mga bata ang sulat mangyan. Dahil ito ay ang ating tunay na kultura.
Oh, let's give this part of the video this sign. What we've seen in the video is an example characteristic of culture, which is transmission, or culture is transmitted among our members of society. Cultural ways are handed down from elders, parents, teachers, and others. They are made possible by language because it is the main vehicle of culture. It can also be transmitted through imitation and instruction. And it is also seen here how they learn their language, which is one of the characteristics of culture. It is learned. All these videos are the different ways of how our fellow Filipino brothers and sisters perform their traditions, practices, and rituals, which mean that culture varies from society to society. By the way, don't you know and observe that culture is complex and it is very much related to society? I bet you are intrigued with this relationship between culture and society. Edward B. Taylor defined culture as that complex whole, which includes knowledge, art, belief, law, morals, custom, and any other capabilities and habits acquired by man as a member of society. Wait a minute, was that a little complex for you? I have here a picture for you to understand and visualize it. It can be seen in the picture that culture is a product of society and that society is composed of small groups. And yet, these two, culture and society, exist independently on each other. Culture, just like every person in society, is susceptible to change or death. Society is not constant. Its member changes from time to time. As a result, culture changes along. New trends in the environment exists, and modern technologies are invented, and advancement of interactions have need created. People evolve over time. As a result of their exposure to renewed or changed laws, values, and standards of society. That is why culture and society are two closely related concepts. For culture to exist and to be developed, it needs human interaction. A society without culture is like a body without soul. Culture and society need each other so they can both develop and prosper. This time, we will be reacting to the different unique Filipino culture expressed in a song. This song is entitled Filipino Ako, Filipino Tayo, written by lyricist Nelson Cruz and composed and arranged by Roy Del Valle. It is the song of Sagisag Kultura 2 project by Advertising Foundation of the Philippines and sang by various Filipino artists.
Ako ay Pilipino, lahing matapang, lahing matalino, nalakbay ko ng mundo. Walang unos o bagyo sa aking kuko ko, lahi ng matatag. Ako ay Pilipino. Ako ay Pilipino. Ako ay Pilipino. Ako'y makatao, saan man makarating, sino ang makapiling. Aangat ang galing, habang buhay, Pilipino. Pagdiriwang ang aming kasiyahan, ipinagbubunyi ang kalayaan. Pinupuri ang katapangan, kapanganakan, pakisan din. Pagkabalik bayan o talino ng tatagisa. Pagdiwang natin ang pagiging Pilipino. Ako'y madalas, ako ay Pilipino, ako'y mananalo. Saan man makarating, sino ang makapiling na ang galing. Habang buhay, Pilipino.
Isn't it a lovely song with such wonderful words, melody, and tune? Listening to this song makes me very proud that I am a Filipino. It clearly describes Filipino qualities, characteristics, beliefs, and values. So let us give this video another care emoji. We Filipinos are blessed by distinct attributes worthy of recognition and commendation. Hashtag only in the Philippines. In the song, we've come to hear some of the aspects of culture as a complex whole, which are beliefs and values. Beliefs, these are the concepts that people accept as true about how the world operates and where individuals fit in it. In connection to that, let's replay this part of the song.
Ito may dala ng pagkakataon o sadyang binuot naging okasyon. Pagdiriwang ang aming kasiyahan, ipinagbubunyi ang kalayaan. Pinupuri ang katapangan, kapakanan, pag-isangit, pagbalikbayan o talino ng tatagisa. Pagdiwang natin ang pagiging Pilipino.
This video deserves this reaction. The next aspect of culture as a complex whole is values. These are the general and shared perceptions of what is good, right, appropriate, worthwhile, and what concerns the state of existence, like freedom of choice or equal opportunity. Don't you know that there are elements that constitute the Filipino value system? The first one is halaga, which means one's value or worth. It is the evaluative aspect of the Filipino value system that Filipinos find to be the most virtuous. And this aspect has 3 dimensions. They are pagkatao or self-worth, pakikipagkapwa-tao or dignified relationship with others, and pagkamakatao or compassion. Let's listen to this part. The chorus part of the song really says it all about the dimensions and the aspect of values. It calls for an I care reaction. The second element is asal. Asal or manner is the expression of the evaluative aspect of the Filipino value system. It is constituted of 3 standards: kapwa or relational, damdamin or emotional, dangal or honor. This time, we will check the music video again.
Kami ang lahing kayo manggit mula sa bughaw na langit at dagat. Mula sa kulang aling mo'y tutok, hinalo sa dilaw na araw at bituin. Yan ang kulay ng katatagan, yung kulay ng kahitingan, kung kapang na sumisigaw. Yan ang Pilipino.
The lyrics of the song signify the 3 standards of asal or manner. As a result of high value system, Filipinos are dignified, brave, and resilient. The last element is diwa. Diwa refers to the kalooban or inner value, which in essence is intertwined reason and emotion. Now take a look at this.
Mga isla, magkakahiwalay ngunit nagkakaisa. Tahanan ng aming lahit, mga pook na aming hinimiki.
Puno ng kasaysayan, puno ng hiwaga. Sa mga lugar na ito nakatanim ang ugat ng pagka-Pilipino.
It's a heart for me, Why? Because this video shows the kalooban or inner value that we Filipinos possess as we take pride to our nationality and country. Isn't it really inspiring and you still can't get over it? Just visit the channel in YouTube, the NCCA Philippines. With this, the video deserves love and care emojis. In connection to that song, let me ask you this question. What do you think the Philippine culture will be 50 years from now? Well, I guess it's you who can answer that. Why don't you share your responses in your SOCMEDs or social media accounts? Just don't forget to use the hashtag Doncha. I would really want to do more reaction videos with you, but our time does not permit it. Why don't we do it again next time? Thank you, senior high school learners and UCSB fanatics. Stay tuned in our next episode for more UCSB lessons. I'm Teacher Dawn, reminding you to take pride in your culture and our Filipino values. Till next time, see you all in another diverse approach to understanding culture, society, and politics, or UCSB lessons. Have a great day, everyone!
Be quiet.
All right. Thank you, Teacher Dawn, for the very informative presentation. Okay, for the wrap-up, the presentation helped us or help you expound your awareness of the distinct Filipino culture. Am I right? Okay. So in that presentation, Teacher Dawn let you watch the different reaction videos. Okay? And that shows the characteristics of culture. And those characteristics of cultures are as follows. Number one, culture is shared, right? And second, culture is social. Third, culture is gratifying and idealistic. The fourth one, culture is continuous and cumulative. Fifth, culture is transmitted. And sixth, culture is learned. And the last characteristic is culture has variety. So those are the presentation that you have learned from the different videos. So in that aspect also, this shows the relationship of culture and society. As what also Edward Taylor said, that culture is that complex, which includes the knowledge, the art, belief, the law, moral, custom, and any other capabilities and habits acquired by man as a member of the society. That culture is a product of society, and that society is composed of small groups, exist independently on each other. That is why culture is change or acceptable to change time to time that shows the development in our development in our society. Teacher Don also let you react to different or the different Filipino culture expressed in songs. I'm pretty sure na sumasabay kayo sa kanta kanina, di ba? Okay, listening of this song make us proud that we are Filipino. It clearly describes the Filipino qualities, characteristics, beliefs, and values. So through that songs, we have also defined or give this emphasis the aspects of culture, which is number one, the belief and the values. This belief is the concept that people accept as true about how the world operates and where individuals fit in it. And while the values are the general and shared perceptions, what is good, right, appropriate, worthwhile, and what concerns these states of existence, like freedom of choice and the equal opportunity. So, and those are the important or the things that we have transcribed of the aspects. And now, for the elements of culture that constitutes the Filipino value system, number one, we have this element, the halaga. What is this halaga? Halaga or the value. That value or halaga has three dimensions. Number one is pagkatao or self-worth. Second, the pakikipagkapwa-tao or the dignified relationship with each or with other people. The third is pagkamakatao or the compassion. The second, element or would be the asal. Asal or manner. That manner also has three standards. One standard is kapwa or the relational. Second, damdamin, or emotional. And the third is dangal or the honor. The third or the last, element is the diwa or the inner value. Those are the things that we have learned from that topic. So in that topic is the aspects of culture in society.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
And there you have it. We're back po. Nandito tayo muli sa ating TV Aralan na kung saan nakakasama ninyo kanina si Ma'am Ami Hara. So Ma'am Ami, how does it feel, no? Yes, tapos na talaga yung presentation natin.
Yes, Ma'am Lisa.
Yes, so actually, would you like to give some reminders to our students for them to where to send their questions?
Actually, for their questions, they just comment the FB Live, or they can have also sending their questions through the GC, since we have also their advisors, different advisors. So yan.
Yes, tama-tama, Ma'am Ami, no? Actually, nandito po ngayon, live na live, at nakikita ko yung mga, sa GC ito ha, meron tayong mga katanungan. Okay, so handa ka na ba, Ma'am Ami, to answer their questions?
Yes, Ma'am Lisa.
Yes, alam ko, laging handa si Ma'am Ami. So there you are. First question. Ma'am Ami, how culture transmitted?
Okay. Culture transmitted among our member of society. Cultural ways are handed down from elders, parents, teachers, and others. Actually, it can be transmitted through language, imitation, and instruction. Example, yung pagtuturo ng mangyan ay pinakakita kanina, yung sulat mangyan, or the language that you have acquired from yung kanunuan. So yan.
Okay, so I hope no na nasagot ng actually that question galing pala sa grade 11 Babbage. So I do hope na nasagot yung yung katanungan. Okay? So another question po, Ma'am Ami. Ma'am Ami, there are two aspects of culture. Of course, the belief and the values. Can you give an example of these two aspects?
Okay, for the aspects of culture, that belief and values, actually we have common cultural belief, diba? Like naman-mana, lihi, sumpa, gaba, pasma, na maligno, or yung kaloob ng Diyos. So those are the, what we call this, the belief. Yung parang naano natin na-acquire coming from our elders. And for the Filipino cultural values naman, common na talaga yung utang na loob, diya, pakikisama, bahala, the positive and the negative. And actually, the number one yung tinatawag natin yung mga Pilipino ay yung pagiging hospitable. Okay, so yan.
Speaking of hospitable, Ma'am Ami, no nga, diba sa coach, yung ano natin, kapag meron tayong mga visitors, ang andamon dyan yung mga bagong nilabahan ng mga punda. Diba? Mga hapon. Oo, din na siya.
That's right.
Yeah. And then, yung ano, Ma'am Ami, tanong ko lang din, di ba yung mga, usapan natin yung tungkol sa mga belief, yung mga paniniwala.
Yes.
Ano ba yung, parang kahulugan na, di ba yung kapag may kinakasal, tapos parang binabasag yung mga pinggan. Saan ba yun na, saan natin yun na pwede masabi na?
Actually, yung gano'n na, na system o yung belief na yun, ay it would fall to the, yung tinatawag nating lihi. Lihi. Lalo yung kinakasal, ba? Kung natin pagbagong kasal, dapat daw magbasag ng any na babasagin para daw matanggal yung malas ng bagong kasal. So yan siya.
So pang matanggal ng malas pa yung mga kasal na pinggan. So kapag mag-asawa na, minsan, sa harapan binabasag talaga. Nahiya ka! Diba? Nakaganyan ka lang umuwi. Basagin lahat. Okay. Next. Meron naman tayong katanungan from grade 11 Pasole. Okay. Wait, napaka-interesting ng tanong na ito, Ma'am Ami. Ma'am Ami, ang mama ko po ay Ilocano. Okay. Ang papa ko naman po ay Ilonggo. Dapat ko po bang pag-aralan ang dalawang kultura or ethnicity ng aking mga magulang?
Actually, it would depend kasi sa mga parent natin. Okay? Pero as much as possible, the parents kasi parang nandiyan na pride na nila na they have from different ethnicity, being a Filipino, ano yung ethnicity niya, Ma'am Sam?
Yung mama daw niya ay Ilocano, tapos yung papa ay Ilonggo.
Kasi iba-iba yung kultura, iba-ibang napaglakhan. So that is why, meron talaga mga parents natin na as much as possible na tinuturuan tayo paano magsalita ng Ilonggo, ng Ilocano. For some of that, minsan may mga estudyante ako noon na nagtatanong, Ma'am, pinipilit ako ni Mama. It depends on the students sa inyo na pag-aral. Mas maganda na pag-aralan ninyo. Kasi that is one way or another that your parents would proud kung saan sila galing, kung ano yung pinaglakhan nila.
Well, anyway, wala namang problema, di ba?
Yes, right.
Both culture. At least, kung kunwari, pagdating mo sa school, you have a lot of things to share na rin. Kami, yung mga Ilonggo, yung mga ganyan, di ba? So, marami kang, matutunan pa rin, di ba? Okay, another question. Ma'am, ano nga ba ang kaibahan ng lihi at namamana as cultural belief?
Actually, this lihi, just for example, yung every New Year, yung 12 circles na kailangan i-prepare. Meron club. Parang so yun. And at the same time, yung sinasabi na pag New Year daw, kakalot-kakalot ka. So yan.
Ewan ko lang
Kasi parang sila kung tatalot ka, tatangkat ka pa. So yan yung mga sinasabi nila ng mga ibigin na ganyan. And for the mana-mana naman, ito yung common nila, mana-mana in terms of not just only the genetically na namamana, na yung pagiging anong kultura mo, but then also, namamana number one is also the ugali. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so napaka-importante, no? Pati yung yung pagsasalita ng po at upo, di ba? So dapat kahit na para nandito na tayo ngayon sa yung mga bagong teknolohiya, no? Huwag pa rin kalimutan yung pagsasabi ng po at opo. Okay, napaka-responsive talaga ng mga students na ito. Okay, huling hirit, pero pa tayo isang katanungan. Okay, from grade 11 Turing. Yung mga ICT student nito, no? Okay. Ma'am Ami, at the age of 5, anak po ako ng, tawag dito, isang Pilipina. Tapos, yung mama ko po ay nakapag-asawa ng Amerikano. So, bali, i-adapt para magiging inadapt siya para magiging American citizen. So, ano daw po yung tawag sa kanya?
Actually, still, he is or she is a Filipino. Okay? Pilipino pa rin siya. By blood and by culture also. Kaya nga sinasabi natin na adopted in the terms of citizenship, parang nangyayari is naging dual citizen na siya. So, dual is because dalawa. Number one is ipinanganak talaga siya, being a Filipino, at dito siya ipinanganak sa Pilipinas. Okay? Number two is, nagiging Philippine, American citizen siya because yung bagong pamilya niya, at saka doon na rin sila, then lumipat, bumalik na naman siya dito. So, dalawa na yung nagiging citizenship niya. Actually, it varies only to the papers, but still, the culture is still there, being a Filipino.
So, I hope nasagot yung katanungan mo from grade 11, Turing. Okay, so there you have it, no? Ang dami nating mga bagong natututunan tungkol sa culture. Okay, so, Ma'am Ami, yung kanang mga sagot ba, or mamaya magkakaroon tayo ng parallel assessment, no? Would you like to remind again our students?
I'm pretty sure that all my students, or all the students here are ready to answer the question that we have.
Yes.
But, huwag lang munang excited masyado kasi kakaiba itong assessment natin.
Yes, magkakaroon din ng iba.
So, yan.
Okay, so, that's it, no? Ito na yung ating question and answer portion. So, actually, if you have some questions pa, clarifications, feel free po na i-send nyo sa inyong mga group chats kasi nga yung mga teachers natin are very approachable and ready also to answer all your questions. Okay, so up next po ay magkakaroon tayo ng parallel assessment, of course, together with Ma'am Ami Hara. Stay tuned, we will be right back.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Okay, we're back. So for the parallel assessment, okay, I will let you have the journal writing. So this is the direction. Okay, the teacher will have or will rate you, or this is how your teacher graded you with this output. Okay, for the rubrics, andito yung rubrics natin. The content for the journal writing that we have, okay, we have 40%. For the organization, 30%. The style, 15%. And mechanics, 15% of the total of 100%. Okay, this is the directions of our assessment, journal assessment. Write your answer in a piece of paper or in a notebook. Take a picture of your output and send it to your GC of your UCSD subject. And by tomorrow, we will have a recap from the output that you have. Okay, and here is the question which was also asked by teacher Doncha. Okay, ito yun siya. The question is, what do you think the Philippine culture will be 50 years from now? Again, what do you think what do you think the Philippine culture will be 50 years from now? Okay, did you get it? Okay, so I think nakuha niyo na yung question natin. Again, Once again, this is Teacher A. This is Ma'am Annie Hara from Panabo City Senior High School of PP Aralan, Handang ISIP, Handa Bukas.
Innovation, integration, innovation, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
And there you are. Once again, here I am. Ayan po. Andito pa rin po tayo sa live studio pa rin natin dito sa Panabo City Senior High School. Ano? At natapos na po nga natin balikan ang ipinagkaloob sa atin na ni Teacher Amy para po sa Understanding Culture, Society, and Politics na ibinahagi din po sa atin ng kanyang teacher partner or partner po mula sa DepEd TV. Ayan. Okay. So I'm sure may natutunan naman po kayo muli sa ating aralin na ipinagkaloob sa inyo ng ating teacher presenter si Teacher Amy. Again po, pwede po kayong magsubitipan ng inyong mga outputs para po ma-check ng inyong respective teachers. At pwede nyo rin po itong i-share. Okay? I-share nyo po ito sa iba pa ninyong mga kakilala, kaibigan, kapamilya, kapatid, na gusto din pong matuto o di kaya may gabay din po sila habang sila ay nagbabasa ng kanilang mga modules. Ano po? Dahil itong modality na ito ginagawa po ng DepEd Panabo City ay para makatulong sa inyo. Sa mga magulang din na nanonood sa amin, I'm pretty sure na makakatulong ito sa inyo dahil po dito nakikita mismo ng ating mga mag-aaral ang ating mga kaguruan dito sa SDO Panabo City. Ayan po, ha? So sa lahat po ng mga teachers din, we are also encouraging you to please do share our page, DepEd Panabo City, and our YouTube channel po. Please do click subscribe and then yung notification bell din po para makapag-share po kayo or ma-notify po kayo agad-agad or ura mismo sa mga live feeds or live videos na ibinibigay po natin dyan sa ating mga social media accounts. At suportahan niyo po, patuloy niyo pong suportahan ang ating TV Aralan dahil po ito ay magpapatuloy sa pagsasahimpapawid sa mga bago namang leksyon dahil magka-quarter 2 na po tayo next year at siguradong marami pa kayong makakasama at makikilalang mga teacher presenters dito po sa ating SDO Panabo City. Paalala lamang po, we have 45 elementary schools all over the division and we have also 16 secondary schools all over the division of Panabo City na kung saan dyan po tayo kukuha ng ating mga teacher presenters na punong-puno ng talento at ganun din po ng drive no? Sa pagbibigay ng kaalaman sa inyo mga mag-aaral na nanonood sa amin sa pamamagitan po ng ating live streaming. Ano po? And once again, ngayon naman ay mapapanood po ninyo ang last 2 lessons na ating babalikan para po sa ating ginagawang replay po ngayon. Ang ating pong oral communication at ganun din po ang introduction to philosophy na ibibigay po sa atin ni Teacher Jemima Ocope for the oral com. And for philo naman po si Teacher Ilintor Tiempo. Okay, siya po ang inyong makakasama muli on screen para mag-discuss ng mga lessons na sa nabanggit ng mga asignatura. Kaya stay tuned lamang po kayo dyan. Tune in lang, patuloy na manood, i-share pa rin. Huwag po kalimutan mag-share para po mas maraming makakapanood, mas maraming makakaalam, mas marami ang magtatagumpay sa kanilang pag-aaral. O, ayan. Okay, so now, hindi na namin patatagalin pa ito. Babalik na po namin ngayon sa ating direktor ang pagpapalabas ng ating mga videos sa mga nasabing asignatura. Kaya, viewers, tune in na, stay tuned kayo dyan, at magbabalik kami mamaya pagkatapos po ng ating replay for the 2 lessons. Paalam!
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning. Inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
And we're back now here on TV Aralan. We are very much sorry po sa nangyaring technical interruption namin kasi dahil po sa signal, no?
Yes.
Merong mga signal interruption na nangyari kaya nawala po bigla ang aming live telecast nitong TV Aralan. But now we're back and we are very much excited to share to you this afternoon our new learning episodes for the subject
of oral communication. Of course. This after the oral communication, we are going to have also the
introduction
to philosophy. Okay, so I'm sure ready na nga itong mga estudyante, no? At the same time, our parents. And please do not forget na mapapanood po tayo live sa Panabo Satellite Cable Channel 1.
Yes,
right.
And we are having a live feed sa ating DepEd Panabo City na Facebook page as well as YouTube in the YouTube channel ng DepEd Panabo City. And also, ang Facebook page ng Panabo City Senior High School Alpha and the YouTube channel also ang Panabo City Senior High School Alpha. Okay?
Yes, partner. Hindi na ito dugayon, no?
Yes,
so, again, inviting all the students to please prepare yourselves. Bring your, laptop, yung ball pen. Yes, ang module yun.
Ang module, ball pen,
yes.
notebook, and paper. You have to get ready for this afternoon's new learning episodes. So, sa among pagbalik, atani ang atong ang atuang teacher presenter sa oral communication in context, none other than Ma'am Jemima Opupe. So stay tuned.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning. Inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
And we're back here on TV Aralan. Together with me this afternoon is our teacher presenter in oral communication in context, none other than Ma'am Jemima Opupe. Hello, Ma'am Jem, and welcome po sa TV Aralan. Yes, we are very happy that you are with us here this afternoon for the TV Aralan. So how are you today, Ma'am Jem?
I'm fine. Quite nervous, but excited.
And you are also looking good, no? Parang well rested and because of the holiday kahapon.
Yeah.
So I think you are very much excited to share your lesson this afternoon.
I am.
Yes, and do you want to introduce your partner for this learning episode?
This afternoon, I am working with Ma'am Derry and Sidilen of the National Television from DepEd TV.
From DepEd TV, okay? So later on, papakita na natin ang learning episodes na inihanda sa atin ng ating teacher presenter dito. But first, Ma'am Jem, I want to ask you this question. What are your preparations, Ma'am, for this TV Aralan?
Well, aside from putting on makeup and putting a hair clip, which I usually never do, and wearing heels na hindi naman nakikita, of course, I had to go through the presentation of Ma'am Derry and come up with a summary so that you could understand the presentation better.
Okay, so how about the expectations, Ma'am Jem? What do you think should or would the students expect from this TV Aralan? For your subject, oral communication. Ano yung may expect ng ating mga estudyante doon?
Well, aside from getting a better discussion of the topic, mas maiintindihan nila and they could ask questions directly as the presentation is going on. Pwede silang mag-ask na question online. So kahit walang classroom interaction, they can still express their ideas.
Yes, and it is. I think it is a very big help for our students, having their self-learning modules, and they will get supplemented with this TV Aralan. Yeah. So Excited kami, Ma'am Jem, about your lesson na this afternoon. I hope ang mga nanonood sa atin ngayon, mga students are ready na din and very much excited to listen to our new learning episode for oral communication in context. So sa aming pagbabalik, ipapakita po namin ang mga learning episodes na ihanda sa atin ngayon ng ating teacher presenter na si Miss Jemima Ocuere. Magbabalik po kami.
Welcome to DepEd TV. It's a brand new day, a brand new chance to learn. I am Ma'am Berry, and I am very excited to bring you today's lesson. So set your mind, ready your heart, and brace yourselves as we explore the world of oral communication. Oral communication is a subject for senior high school students which aims to develop your listening and speaking skills and introduce strategies for effective communication in various situations. In this subject, you will be able to understand the nature and elements of communication, to value its functions, to recognize the importance of understanding speech context, speech style, speech act, and communicative strategy in order to achieve communicative competence, and to realize the rigors of crafting one's speech. Learning about oral communication is essential so you can demonstrate the effective use of communicative strategies in a variety of speech situations and deliver various speeches proficiently. For this episode, we will talk about the nature and process of communication. What is communication? What are its elements? And how does the process of communication work? Let's figure them out all together. Are you ready? Let's get the ball rolling. Let's start by watching this short clip. Did you understand the message conveyed in the video? Do you know what this means? I know you do, because that is the power of communication. It allows us to send and receive a message using various forms. Anyone can simply nod his head, and we would already know he is agreeing. Don't you agree? I could ask you a question, call your name, or say, "Psst," and you would know right ahead that I want to talk to you. We, humans, are social beings and we live to interact regularly with others. Back in the history of mankind, the early man could not speak as we do today. But they were able to communicate with the use of various techniques such as symbols, gestures, sounds, drawings, or sign languages. Over the years, communication has also advanced. It has developed side by side with technology. In the 21st century, we can send text messages, call someone's phone, take video calls, and send chat messages. These allow us to communicate easier with people, no matter the distance. Isn't communication just very convenient for all of us? I know, right? But communication is not just convenient. It's also imperative. Take a look at these comic strips.
Hi, I'm Gary. Can I sit here? Yes. By the way, what's your name? I don't know anyone here yet. I just transferred from the province. What about you? Are you new here? Or have you been here since grade 7? This school is so big and buildings are tall. I can't wait for the rest of the school year. I'm sorry. Who are you? I'm Gary. Remember?
What happened there? Can we call that a successful communication? That's right, we can't. Ben only responded to the first question. He glanced at Gary but did not listen to what he said at all. In the beginning of the conversation, Gary introduced himself, but Ben did not even remember his name at the end. This only goes to show that without speaking, listening, and understanding, we will never be able to understand each other. Speaking, listening, and understanding are key factors to successful communication because communication is a two-way process. It's a cycle by means of sharing and transferring messages, information, ideas, or emotions from one person to another. This connects people and helps build harmonious relationships. We must learn to speak to other people with courtesy and listen to what they say respectfully. As mentioned earlier, communication comes in various forms. It may be expressed through written words or symbols, spoken words, or even through actions. Written words or symbols in communication are messages which are written, typed, or printed. Some examples of this are letters, text messages, emails, chat messages, street signs, billboard signs, and many more. Spoken words, on the other hand, are those which are delivered orally. Yes, these are sounds produced using our vocal tract. Written and spoken words are what we call verbal communication because of the use of letters and words. Lastly, actions are expressed through movement of the body parts. Your gestures, posture, facial expression, and hand signals express a message that may be interpreted by the person you're talking to. This is what we call nonverbal communication. It is communicating without the use of words, just actions. To better understand, let's take a look at this picture. How is communication expressed? Is the successful communication process achieved in this situation? That is correct. Communication do exist when you're watching a television, much like what we're doing right now. I am trying to communicate the lesson to you. And as you listen and understand, you are making this process of communication successful. You are doing great. Let's have one last picture. Will this situation lead to a successful communication process? That is spot on. It will definitely lead to successful communication. Having a conversation with someone else is the sole definition of communication. So now you see, communication exists in all kinds of situations. And a communication process will not be deemed successful without the presence of its basic elements. There are 5 basic elements of communication. These are sender, receiver, message, channel, and feedback. Let's go over each element one by one. The sender, also called the speaker, is the source of message, information, idea, or emotion. It could be you or the person who is talking to you. The receiver, on the other hand, is the recipient of the message or the intended audience of the sender. It could also be you or the person you are talking to. In our current state, you are the receiver and I am the sender. The third element is the message. It contains information, ideas, opinions, thoughts, and emotions. It is basically what the sender wants to say to the receiver. Channel is the medium or the means of communication that is used to deliver the message. Is the message delivered through speaking, writing, letters, television, or radio? These are just few examples of the different channels that we can use to deliver our message. The last element is feedback. It refers to the reactions, responses, or information provided by the receiver. This is the response of the audience you are talking to. But just a dear reminder, no response is also a response. Now the big question is, how did these elements become the building blocks of communication? Let me show you through this activity. Let's figure it out through this diagram. A diagram is now flashed on your screen. There are 5 blank boxes in the diagram. Label the boxes with the 5 basic elements of communication. Where do you think should each one be placed? Let's answer it together. On the box in the upper left corner, the label should be the sender. Without the sender, the process of communication will not begin. The process starts when the sender encodes through a channel. Encoding through a channel is constructing your message in your mind through writing, through digital platforms, or through your prepared media. Once encoding is done, the message is now ready to be transmitted to the receiver. After the receiver receives the message, the next step is to decode. Decoding is reading or listening and understanding the message given by the sender. When decoding has been achieved, the feedback will now be given by the receiver to the sender, and the cycle goes on. Through this process, we can conclude that communication is truly systematic. But wait, just a dear reminder, barriers to communication may sometimes block the transmission of the message, thereby creating misunderstandings. So watch out for these barriers. My dear students, we have finally discussed what communication is, what its elements are, and how its process works. Now, why do we communicate? Communication serves many purposes. We always say things to people for a reason. We inform, clarify, promote, advise, teach, affirm, criticize, question, express, persuade, reveal, deny, and many more. In the coming episodes, we will dig deeper to the functions of communication. But for now, I want you to open your module on page 6 and do the What's More activity. In this activity, you have to think of communication transactions in your daily lives. On a sheet of paper, make a chart with 3 rows and 3 columns. In the first column, write down 2 situations where communication takes place. Then, in the second column, indicate the result of the communication transaction, as well as whether it was successful or not by writing the elements that made it so. And lastly, on the third column, specify its function. Allow me to show you an example. In the first column, The situation is, when I was 12, my father told me that I am in charge of cooking rice for lunch every day whenever I am available. One time, I forgot to cook rice because I got busy with my assignment. As a result, we did not have rice to eat. My father reminded me about the task assigned to me. In the second column, the result of the communication transaction is, the message was clear that I need to perform my task. At first, the communication was successful. I thought the other family members would do my task because I was doing other things. My fault there was that I failed to communicate to them that I was busy doing my assignment. Had I communicated this earlier, we would have rice to eat. Lastly, in the third column, the functions of communication are to inform and to clarify. Try to recall many situations that occur daily from the time you are about to sleep at night. Write them down and analyze the results and functions of your communication transactions. In that activity, you have to think of communication transactions in your daily life. Write down situations where communication takes place. Then, indicate the result of the communication transaction and tell whether it is successful or not by writing the elements that made it so and specify its functions on the third column. An example is given to you on the first row of the table. That's great! I know you have incorporated your daily life situations in that activity. Now it's time for output making. You are going to need the following materials: a short bond paper, art or drawing materials, and cut out pictures. Your task is to create a comic strip showing how you would communicate to your community the advantages of following health protocols and guidelines amidst COVID-19 pandemic in your municipality or province. You may cut out pictures of people or authorities to depict your character, but be sure to write your own original scripts and texts. Were you able to understand the introduction to communication? I hope you do, because it's time for a short quiz. Listen and read each item carefully. Then choose the letter that corresponds to your answer. Write them down on a sheet of paper. Let's begin. Number 1. It is the exchange of thoughts, messages, or information through speech signals, written words, or behavior. A. Message. B. Language. C. Feedback. Or D. Communication. Number 2. These are considered forms of communication except A. Eating dinner. B. Talking clearly. C. Looking bored. Or D. Sending emails. Number 3. This body language shows that one is actively listening. A. Looking out of the window. B. Staring blankly at the speaker. C. Nodding and making eye contact. Or D. Nodding with eyes looking at the distance. Number 4. It is shown when there is an understanding in the communication except A. Each party has different languages. B. Each party is able to provide feedback. C. Each gets a chance to be the sender and the receiver. Or D. Each party is able to say what they want without the other person interrupting. Number 5. It is the content of the communication situation. A. Noise. B. Jargon. C. Media. Or D. Message. Number 6. This communication type is characterized by a certain look or gaze. A. Oral communication. B. Verbal communication. C. Written communication, or D. Nonverbal communication? Number 7. It is the definition of communication except A. Communication involves a transaction. B. Communication is done only through speaking with others. C. Communication is sharing of ideas among a group of people. Or D. Communication is a transfer of messages from one person to another. Number 8. This is the best way to continue communication. A. Active listening. B. Not interrupting. C. Asking questions. Or D. Making good eye contact. Number 9. It is an indication that communication really takes place. A. When the message enters the channel. B. When the receiver decodes the message. C. When the sender transmits the message. D. When the message is encoded by the receiver. Number 10. This is essential to an effective communication. A. A linear process. B. A two-way process. C. A three-way process. Or D. Both a one-way and a two-way process. Are you done answering? Let's check your answers. Make sure to observe honesty while checking your own paper. Let's start. Number 1. It is the exchange of thoughts, messages, or information through speech, signals, written words, or behavior. The answer is letter D, communication. Communication is a two-way process, a cycle by means of sharing and transferring messages, information, ideas, or emotions from one person to another. Number 2. These are considered forms of communication except letter A, eating dinner. Talking clearly, looking bored, sending emails are examples of the 3 various forms of communication, which are spoken words, written words, and actions which convey meaning. However, eating dinner is an act done in order to keep one's body healthy. Number 3. This body language shows that one is listening. The answer is letter C, nodding and making eye contact. Nodding means agreeing, and this can be assured when the receiver is making eye contact to the speaker, thus proving that the receiver actively listens to the speaker. Number 4. It is shown when there is an understanding in the communication except letter A. Each party has different languages. Having different languages may become a barrier to communication, which may lead to misunderstanding or miscommunication. Number 5. It is the content of the communication situation. The answer is letter D, message. The message contains ideas, information, thoughts, emotions, or opinions of the sender and receiver. Basically, this is what's being talked about in the communication situation. Number 6. This communication type is characterized by a certain look or gaze. The answer is letter D, nonverbal communication. Nonverbal communication pertains to actions or movements of any body parts that provide meaning. Number 7. It is the definition of communication except letter B. Communication is done only through speaking with others. Communication comes in various forms and not only through speaking. It can be done through writing or acting. Number 8. This is the best way to continue communication. The best answer is letter A, active listening. Active listening ensures a successful communication process. With this, the decoding will be achieved and the cycle will go on. Number 9. It is an indication that communication really takes place. The answer is letter B, when the receiver decodes the message. When the receiver decodes the message, a sensible feedback can be given, and the process of communication will go on. Number 10, last number. This is essential to an effective communication. The answer is letter B, a two-way process. Communication is a cycle. Its success cannot be assured without the sender and the receiver both actively participating in a communication situation. How well did you do? If you were able to get all the answers correctly, you did a terrific job. And if you didn't, worry not, because there's always a next time. Before we end this episode, were you able to remember the day reminder for today? If so, do post on your Facebook the day reminder I mentioned in our lesson earlier. Do not forget to put #DayReminder and the statement on your post. On our next episode, we will get to know the different models of communication that we use as a pattern or guide when communicating. Once again, this is Ma'am Derry bringing you lessons on communication and leaving you with a day reminder: don't just speak with your mind, speak with your heart. Ciao!
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
There you have it. Thank you once again to my partner, Mom Derry and C. Belen of DepEd TV. Now, students, did you understand something from the discussion? If you do, let me wrap up some important points that was just discussed regarding the nature and process of communication. What then is the nature of communication? Yes, the nature of communication is meant to be shared and received. In other words, it has to be reciprocated. In other words, when someone greets you, hello, what are you going to do? Of course, you have to say hi in return, or you can put on a smile on your face, or nod your head, or simply stay quiet if you don't feel like responding, and that is also a response. Okay, now do you know that many relationships fail because of the lack of communication or the failure to do so? Because an effective communication have to have these three key factors, which are speaking, listening, and understanding. As the famous line says, it takes two to tango. So when you are talking, when you are speaking, make sure that the other person is listening to you, or that you are heard, so that there is understanding. That is what you call two-way process. Now, in communication, there are two ways to communicate. First is the verbal, and the other is the non-verbal. So when you say verbal communication, it can either be written or spoken. When you say written, if you cannot express things using verbal or face-to-face, you can simply write letters or emails. Or you can say it out loud in a face-to-face interaction, or in a mediated conversation using a medium like telephone for teleconferencing, or a mobile for video calls. Non-verbal, on the other hand, may come alongside with verbal, because as you speak, you also use gestures, facial expression, or body language. Just like, as I mentioned, you can stay silent if you want to. That is also a response. Or if you're talking and you don't feel like responding to your friend, you can simply put on a yawn. That is a body language, which means that you're not interested or you're bored. Okay, so those are the two types of communication. Now let's talk about the process. We're done with the nature. Let's talk about the process. And in the process, it involves 5 basic elements, which are the sender, the receiver, the message, the channel, and the feedback. Ma'am Larry Ann was also mentioning about the complexity of its process, but in the natural speaking environment, it's easy. Let's take our situation, for example. I am talking to you. I am the speaker. So I am the sender of the message. And as I encode the message, we're using a channel. I am using my spoken communication, and you are using the medium, which is your television if you're watching it on TV, or the online platform like YouTube or Facebook or StreamYard. With this medium, with this channel, the message is encoded to you or transmitted to you as the receiver or my audience. And then after that, as the audience, your role is to decode the message that I'm talking about. So this message is interpreted or given meaning so that you can produce a feedback. So the feedback may come in the form of answers to the questions that I'm going to give later during the assessment part. And this feedback will go back to me or transmitted to me so that I can process it and give correction as necessary if there's misunderstanding. And that will also be the starting point of the new cycle of communication. And it goes on and on. So that's it, the nature and process of communication. There are so many things I've discussed and mentioned, but remember that this world becomes a better place if we communicate. This is your teacher, Jemima Coupe, from TV Aralan. Stay tuned for the next segment.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy. Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
And we're back here on TV Aralan. Nasaksihan niyo na po ang learning episode ng Oral Communication in Context hatid sa atin ni Teacher Jem Okupe. Hi, Ma'am Jem. Thank you so much for that very comprehensive wrap-up. I think na nag-grasp talaga ng ating mga students, no? Ang lesson mo for this afternoon. That is very comprehensive, very simple na madali siyang mag-gets or maintindihan ng ating mga viewers. So, congratulations.
Yes, is a greeting.
Okay. For this segment, Mom Jem, no, we will have the post-interview question and answer portion. So, to all the students that are watching us right now, you can send your questions through the FB live feed. So, comment na kayo dyan sa ating live feed dito sa Facebook, and we will try our best to answer all your queries or questions with regards to the lesson of Mom concluded this afternoon. So, Mom Jem, I have here questions as well that was given to us by your students from their group chats. So, our question number 1 is from Yums 11 Dewey. So the question, Mom Jem, is why is communication vital to our lives? Why is communication vital to our lives?
Thank you for that. Parang Miss Universe.
Parang Miss Universe question lang.
Yeah. Communication is really very important because it's the way of life. It's like breathing. You cannot live without it. Otherwise, just like when you're hungry, how do you let your mother know that you're hungry if you don't speak? Kahit yung baby, if he or she's hungry, talagang umiiyak siya to communicate. So, yeah, that's how important communication is.
Yes. So, aside from that, Mom Jem, di ba sabi mo kanina, let's make this world a better place by communicating or through communication. So, yun na yun. Ang importansya ng communication sa ating buhay. Di ba, Mom Jem?
True.
Okay, so, yes, we have here another question from the grade 11 Confucius. So, here's the question, Mom Jem. Why is silence considered a feedback? Why is silence considered a feedback?
Yeah, we always use this line. Silence means yes. So it has a meaning, and it's already a feedback. It's already a reaction.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yes, I think it's related to what you have said a while ago about that. If you don't like to respond,
just stay silent.
Yeah. If you don't feel like responding, that is already
a response. Yeah.
So no response is a response.
Yeah, true.
Okay, because we have, di ba, meron tayong 2 types of communication. We have the verbal and the non-verbal.
Yes.
So paano yun sa Mom Jem pag the no response thing, is that's non-verbal or
yeah, it's non-verbal.
Okay,
it's non-verbal. It's a body language or a facial expression, like ayaw mo sumagot and then you just frown.
The silence itself.
The silence itself is
that's already a gesture, somewhat like that. Nagpapakita na I don't feel like responding, so quiet na lang ako, shut up na lang. Okay, so thank you so much for that question. Another question po, Mom Jem, coming from still grade 11. Grade 11 Lak. Okay, what breaks down communication process? What breaks down communication process?
There are many ways that break down communication, but one is noise. Noise, and there are 2 types of noise: external and internal. Yeah, external and internal. Yung external, the noise that's going on around us, kung merong mga sound ng mga vehicles passing by or somebody is shouting, yun yung external. Pero we also have this internal noise where we can get distracted with our own problems or stresses, and we are so consumed with what we're thinking, so we are bothered by it. So that breaks down communication. Parang you can get blank.
Yeah, because there is something bothering you, and that's that cannot be seen, like it's internal.
Yeah, it's internal.
Okay, so I hope our students take down notes of those things that you have mentioned ngayon, Mom Jem, kasi that's a new learning. The external and the internal noise, the difference of the two. Okay, next, another question po, Mom Jem, coming from grade 11 Vygotsky. Okay, the question is, how can your communication skills help you become successful? help you become successful.
If you notice, most of the companies that are hiring for employees, one of the criteria for hiring is communication skills.
Yes.
And the reason is that employees, workers are the key players for a company to be successful. So we have to communicate, to collaborate, and to cooperate, and to make things work within a company or within an agency. You have to have good communication skills.
Yes. Yeah, that's true, Ma'am Jem. No, I believe that is one of the most important skills that a person, or especially if you are seeking a job, no? As what you've mentioned, employers tend to look into the communication skills of the job seeker.
Or even if you want to go into business, you still have to have good communication skills for marketing purposes.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, that's true.
It's really important for you to become successful.
Okay, so thank you so much, Mom Jem. And last one, we still have another question, Mom. Okay, from grade 11 Pasholi. Okay, grade 11 Pasholi. I think that's ABF. Okay, the question is, what is the role of listening in achieving effective communication skills? What is the role of listening in achieving effective communication skills?
As I mentioned, kanina, listening is one of the 3 key factors for effective communication, apart from speaking and understanding. Listening makes up 7% of our communication. So meaning, akala natin we just keep talking or dada lang tayong dada, but without knowing that 70% of it, we just stay quiet and listen. So
wow, that's
yeah, 70% is listening. And remember that when you fail to listen, you can misunderstood. You can be misunderstood, or you can misunderstand things. Pag hindi ka nakikinig. So that's another.
Yeah, that's it's like what you have mentioned a while ago, Mom, that if we relate that one to the relationships that we have in our lives, no? Many relationships fail because of the lack of communication.
Yes.
And I believe listening, dun talaga sa part, Mom, Mom Jem, yung listening na part, yung role ng listening, that is, I think, the missing part. Yeah, as what you said, dada, pero you're not really listening. Iba naman yung hearing sa listening.
Yes,
Okay, so I think it was already answered no ang mga questions ng ating mga students. Thank you so much for giving your questions for the oral communication in context, a learning episode brought to us by our very dynamic English teacher here from Panabo City Senior High School, Ma'am Jem Ocope. So
you're welcome.
Thank you so much, Mom. I hope to see you next episode for the TV Aralan. So I guess there is no more question. Wala na ba tayong question dyan sa ating live feed? Okay, I guess there's none. So for the next segment, please stay tuned dahil magkakaroon na tayo ng parallel assessment for this oral communication in context. Of course, it will be given by our teacher presenter here, Ma'am Jem Ocope. So magbabalik po ang TV Aralan.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Okay, let's do the self-check part. But before that, let me give you the direction first. I want you to get a piece of paper and a pen, and make sure that after question, you are going to write your answer. That's the direct answer, that equals the direct answer and the letter. Meaning, you'll not just give letter A, B, C, D, but the direct answer as well. Let's start. Okay, these are the 3 key factors of communication. Examples. Letter A, writing. Letter B, speaking. Letter C, listening. And letter D, understanding. For question number 2. In the process of communication, which part helps solve the problem in case of misunderstanding? A, receiver. B, sender. C, feedback. Or letter D, channel. Number 3, communication involves the following qualities, except for letter A, communication conveys meaning. Letter B, it uses signals or symbols. Letter C, it requires responses. Or letter D, it involves words. Question number 4. Understanding the message occurs in which part of the communication process? Letter A, encoding. Letter B, decoding. Letter C, feedbacking. Or letter D, transmission. The last question. Do we need to respond to a message to communicate? Again, do we need to respond to a message to communicate? Letter A, all the time. Letter B, not all the times. Letter C, sometimes. Or letter D, not at all. Okay, let's check whether you've got your answers right. For number 1, these are the 3 key factors of communication. Except A, writing. B, speaking. C, listening. Or letter D, understanding. The answer is letter A, writing. So make sure that you put in your answer sheet letter A and writing. Number 2, in the process of communication, which part helps solve the problem in case of misunderstanding? Yes, the answer is letter B, the sender. The sender gets to correct any misunderstanding from the feedback of the receiver. Number 3, communication involves the following qualities, except, yes, it involves words. Not all communication, remember, involves words because we also have nonverbal communication. Number 4, understanding the message occurs in which part of the communication process? The answer is letter C, feedbacking. You cannot provide feedback if you did not understand. And lastly, do we need to respond to a message to communicate? The answer is yes, all the time. So whether you answer verbally or non-verbally, you have to provide responses as the nature of communication is a two-way process. Thank you. Again, thank you for my partner, Ma'am Derry Ann C. Belen of DepEd TV. And this is your teacher, Jemima Ocupe of TV Aralan. Handang ISIP, handa BUKAS.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
And there you have it with Ma'am Jemima Ocope. So, partner, no, napaka-cool talaga ni Ma'am Jemima.
Yes, very cool and very comprehensive
Yes.
yung ginawa niyang lesson episode for the oral communication in context.
Yes, pero ako nakukuha doon ng mga lines partner, yung mga hugot, di ba?
Meron din mga hugot, no?
Mga
Because
hugot.
the lesson
Diba?
was all about the nature of communication as well as the process. So it
And
was really
listening,
discussed
yeah.
kung gaano ka-importante ang communication sa ating life, no?
Of
Diba?
course.
Yes.
Kasi nga, if you're not listening to one another, just like us, di ba? If I'm not listening, of course, to you, no, as my partner, so hindi ko makukuha kung ano yung susunod na sasabihin. So we need to listen to each other. So ganun lang talaga.
Really, really important. As well
Yes.
as communication. Kasi that's part of communication, yung listening. Okay? So, yeah, gaya ng ginagawa natin ngayon, we are communicating to our viewers, di ba? Kung ano itong tinatawag nating TV Aralan. So, I hope sa mga nanonood ngayon sa kanilang mga tahanan through the Panabo City Cable
Channel 1.
Yes, hi po sa inyo, galaw-galaw kasi parang the time is, di ba?
Ano na parang,
Fiesta time ngayon, baka
saan matulog.
na. Yeah, inaantok na.
Kaya make sure nyo na, while listening, sabihan nyo yung mga mama niyo na, okay ma, baka meron tayong mga pa-snacks dyan. Pa-snacks naman dyan, kasi
nag-aaral dito, no? Very very drained na dahil sa napakaraming mga training episodes na binahagi ang TV Aralan sa araw na ito. So,
yes, partner.
Stretch ko na kayo dyan, stretch your arms, stretch your neck, lahat-lahat na
yes,
dyan.
galaw-galaw.
Galaw muna. Kasi para yung sabi nila, galaw-galaw para di mas
stroke. Uy, Diyos ko Lord.
Okay, so also sa ating mga viewers through our FB live stream. So hi po sa inyo sa nanonood ngayon through the Facebook and as well as through our YouTube channel. So hi po sa inyo mga students and everyone watching us here on TV Aralan. So,
yes, partner, and I would like also to remind our students na do not forget to have a screenshot sa kanilang mga output. Yes, tapos send nyo sa inyong mga GCs, inyong mga subject teachers. Yes, because we are going to use that one during our feedbacking
tomorrow. Yes, dahil tapos lang ng ating parallel assessment sa oral communication in context. So huwag kalimutan, take a screenshot, lahat ng mga ginawa ninyo, the entire, even in the morning, kanina, and as well, until ngayon, no, sa last na activity natin sa parallel assessment, don't forget to take a screenshot, i-send nyo po. Huwag nyo kalimutan i-send yan.
Yes, napaka-importante. Especially to our students from Panabo City Senior High School,
yes,
no?
Yes, naghihintay na kanilang mga teachers,
yes,
no?
excited na yung mga kanilang mga subject teachers.
Yes,
so,
partner. So,
huwag natin patagalin partner, no? Kasi yung isang teacher presenter natin,
ready,
handang-handa na talaga.
Handa na ang ating next teacher presenter for the introduction to philosophy. Wow. Yes. One of the subjects ko talaga, no, na ng senior high school na dito natin malalaman yung mga yung mga lessons in life, philosophical,
it's about a lot of wisdom,
yes,
diba?
Mga
wisdom na mga
hugot din na.
I'm sure meron, hindi pa patalo ito. May hugot din. Kung kanina may hugot si Ma'am Jen, ito, I guess puno ng hugot ito.
We will talk about philosophy, human philosophy. Medyo seryoso talaga ang ating next subject for this afternoon.
Yes. Kaya, up next po, ay makakasama natin ang ating philosophy teacher na wala iba kundi si Sir Thor Tiempo.
Mga bata, ihanda nyo na ang inyong mga module, ang inyong mga papel, and ballpen dahil magsisimula na tayo sa aming pagbabalik ang lesson episode ng ating next teacher presenter para sa Introduction to Human Philosophy. Magbabalik po ang TV Aralan.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
And we're back po, live na live here sa Panabo City Senior High School. At ngayon naman, ay makakasama natin ang isang guro sa philosophy. Walang iba, kundi si Sir Thor Tiempo. Okay, hi sir, good afternoon.
Hi Ma'am Zen, good afternoon. And how are you?
Hi, of course, always feeling good. How about you?
I'm feeling good. I'm a little nervous, but it feels great.
Well, actually, ka na mga nervous, sir. Normal na kaya na, sir. Diba? Parang iba yung boss ni sir ngayon, no? Nakapag-relax talaga kahapon, sir.
Parang sa Digital 92.3 WQI.
Okay, so 101.1, my on the radio for live. So, ganun ang peg, sir.
That's great.
Okay, di ba? So, sir, tanong ko lang po, ano yung mga preparations ninyo po?
First and foremost, I did my reflection and also making for this wonderful first ever TV broadcast of TV Aralan, and also ISIP last night well, and keep this noon well.
Okay, yun talaga, no? Dapat matulog talaga tayo para pagdating ng kinabukasan, fresh at laging handa. Okay, that's the spirit, sir. Okay, sir, would you like to invite our students for our learning episode this afternoon?
Yes, and okay. Hello, senior high school students. Please watch our first ever TV broadcast of TV Aralan with a highlight of subject introduction to the philosophy of the human person. So sit back and relax with this fruitful presentation. For this,
go ahead,
can I continue? For this philosophy subject, all you need to do is to give your full attention by watching this TV live broadcast. You can jot down your questions or any form of questions, and there are topic which is unclear to you. You can write your comment in our TV page and your questions basically, and after the presentation we will give you an assessment from what you have learned from the very topic that we have discussed this very afternoon.
Okay, and the reminders, no, students, please do not forget to prepare your ball pens or no, at saka yung kanilang module na rin. Okay, any other reminders, sir? Where are you going to write their answers, or meron bang mga ano tawag nito? Meron ba mga assessment mamaya wherein they are going to prepare something?
Yes, they just need the yellow paper or the bond paper and a ball pen, and also there are moments that you need to post it in Facebook. We will just give some reminders after this one. And also, I would like to acknowledge my TV partner, Sir Joshua Ibora of Batangas Region 4A, and because he is the one to present the holistic presentation on the introduction to the philosophy of the human person.
Okay, so it sounds very interesting topic, sir, no?
Hopefully.
So ready na ba ka, sir?
Yes, I am.
Okay, I guess our students also are very much ready, di ba, para sa ating presentation this afternoon. Okay, and please, students, do not forget to jot down and then try to comment also or send some messages if you have some questions, clarifications in your group chats. I know naman na meron kayong mga group chats sa inyong mga subject teachers, di ba? Okay. So, meron ba mga paalala, sir? Or are we going to proceed na sa video?
Yes. Okay, guys. Let's watch this video now.
Okay, stay tuned and we will be right back.
Okay.
Good day, everyone. Welcome to DepEd TV. I am Teacher Joshua, your Phil-Amazing teacher broadcaster, and this is the introduction to the philosophy of the human person. Today marks the pilot episode of our Phil-Amazing Discoveries, Learning, and Adventures. What are you waiting for? Get ready and we will start this exciting journey right away. Pick up your pen, paper, and self-learning module, and let's start learning and studying philosophy at their own pace and time. Aside from being a teacher, I also love to travel. Maybe I just find it cool, a sort of stress reliever, and the precious memories and experiences. So I guess we should start learning philosophy with our first Phil-Amazing discovery and adventure. This place seems so unfamiliar to me. Am I lost? I need to see some road signs or markings. Guys, I badly need your help. As much as I hate to admit, I think I'm lost. How will I know my present location? Should I ask a stranger for directions, consult the Google Maps, or call a friend? Don't worry, I can get through this. Now, let's use philosophy in this situation. Let's find out how philosophy works. Since I get lost, it leads me to ask the question, where am I? It is followed by a series of questions like, how can I discover it? Should I ask a stranger for directions, consult a Google map, or call a friend? How do I find out where am I? When I have the answers to those questions, I'm back on track. But I still have one remaining question to answer. What should I do? Definitely, I have to face the consequences to arrive at my destination successfully. This simple example shows how we practice philosophy in our daily lives. We have to identify the problem or cause, then go through the process, and finally, the consequences that may provide answers or may lead us to repeat the process again. Philosophy is really all about questions and answers. It is concerned with the deepest and biggest questions in life. As we continue to find our way to the right track, learning shall continue as well. Now this time you have to give your insights or thoughts in this question. What words or phrases come to your mind when you hear the word philosophy? Copy the graphic organizer on a separate sheet of paper, then write your answers on the blank circles. You only have 30 seconds to finish the activity. All right, time is up. I hope you had a great time answering the activity. Have a subject of your work as we go along with our lesson. Now, let's have it in a deeper context while you and I are in this learning adventure. The word philosophy comes from the two Greek words philos, which means loved, and sophia, which means wisdom. Hence, philosophy is the love of wisdom. This is the most common and simplest definition of philosophy. It uses the human reasons to investigate the ultimate causes and principles which governs all things. So what is a philosopher?
A philosopher is a lover of wisdom. He or she puts meaning to what is out there, open to changes and discovery. He or she does not stop knowing, wondering and asking questions, hungers for truth, meaning and sense. Someone who goes beyond the surface of things, experiences transcendence, and possesses a beautiful mind.
And that's the meaning of philosophy. Few more thoughts and we're halfway to our destination. There are many ways on looking at things, like experiences, situations, or problems. Philosophy can be seen and treated in different ways. It can be seen as a framework, as an examination of knowledge, or as a discipline. Let's explore them one by one. Whenever a person encounters a problem, situation, or question in life, he or she often goes back to his or her framework in order to make sense of the problem. A framework is defined as the way of thinking about the world and is composed of views and beliefs of a person.
Philosophy then, as a framework, could lead the person to come up with something that will provide solutions. On the other hand, philosophy can also be treated as an examination of knowledge. This means that the principles of philosophy can also be used as an examination of other disciplines or particular areas of knowledge. In the long run, other areas of specialization may benefit from the very nature of philosophy. Say, for example, while scientist concerns himself with scientific knowledge, historians with the knowledge of the past, economists with the knowledge of supply and demand, a philosopher concerns himself with the nature of knowledge. It embraces all types of knowledge previously mentioned and more. Lastly, philosophy in itself is a distinct area of knowledge. It has its own goals, concerns, and ways of doing things. Definitely, philosophy is a discipline in itself. Philosophy begins in humans' experience of reality. Being the most ancient of all intellectual disciplines, philosophy is the mother of human and natural sciences. It is more than just knowledge. It seeks to open our minds to become aware of illusions and flawed reasoning. And that's what philosophy is all about. Let's continue walking. We might yet see some signs that could lead us to the right direction. We've been walking for almost an hour already, but I think we are exactly where we are supposed to be now. The place where ideas of philosophy started. Do you know this place? We are in ancient Greece. Come and let's check what's inside. Ancient Greece is situated on the southern tip of the Balkans, at the crossroads of Europe, Asia, and Africa. Greece is the birthplace of philosophy in the West. To be more precise, it is in the ancient Greek city of Miletus in the western coast of what is now Turkey that gave birth to philosophy. It is in this city that the first philosopher in the West lived. He is Thales of Miletus. Thales is the father of philosophy in the Western civilization. He lived between 624 and 546 BCE, a contemporary of the Lydian king Croesus and statesman Solon. What made Thales a philosopher is his desire to know the ultimate stuff that made up the different things we perceive. When we look at the world, we encounter different things. People, trees, clouds, mountains, rivers, etc. Thales believes that there is one in the many. Thales was the first individual who tried to reduce the multiplicity into unity. I hope you enjoyed our quick visit to ancient Greece. This time, I will bring you to another place where philosophy grew. Let's go. No more guessing, no more holding back. We are in the land of mystery and diversity. India. Buddha is not a name, but a title. It is a Sanskrit word that means a person who is awake. What Buddha is awake to is the true nature of reality. If you look at your life, you will see that it is a series of challenges that you have to overcome if you want to survive. It feels like you are competing in a race in which you are required to successfully jump hurdles in order to win. And each challenge is really a question or a bunch of questions that you have to answer. Dear students, please do remember this quotation from great philosopher Gautama Buddha on questions and thoughts about life. Rule your mind or it will rule you. With our thoughts, we make the world. What a great adventure, isn't it? Short, but it's all worth it.
I hate to say goodbye to this place, but we need to set our feet back home. More learning as we go along the way. Since philosophy's concern is vast, we have to divide it into different branches. Each branch will focus on a specific area of philosophy. The first three branches of philosophy are metaphysics, epistemology, and logic. They are called the cognitive branches. These branches provide a description of being and knowing. They are foundations of understanding any philosophical system. Logic is a branch of philosophy that deals with the nature of thinking and reasoning. It uses empirical support and information which are reliable, valid, and objective. It is the science of correct thinking. There are two types of logic. Deductive reasoning, which is from a general truth to a specific truth, from universal truth to particular. And the other one is inductive reasoning, which is from a specific truth to general truth or particular to universal. The second cognitive branch of philosophy is epistemology. It concerns with the definition of knowledge and related concepts such as sources and criteria of knowledge. There are two contending schools of thought. One is rational school. The main source of knowledge is deductive reasoning based on self-evident principles or actions. The other one is empirical school. The source of knowledge is sense perception. And the last cognitive branch is metaphysics. It comes from the Greek words meta, which means beyond, and physikon, which means nature. Metaphysics is a branch of philosophy which is concerned with the nature of ultimate reality. The next three branches of philosophy are ethics, politics, and aesthetics. These can be classified as the normative branches of philosophy. It is because they are concerned with the standard of the good. If the cognitive branches are concerned with what is, the normative branches are concerned with what is ought to be. The first normative branch of philosophy is ethics. It comes from the Greek word ethos, which means character. It is the science of correct doing. It is the study of what is right and what is wrong in human behavior in the pursuit of beauty and goodness of life. Ethics can be regarded as technology of philosophy. It is because it tells us human beings ought to function as human beings. The next branch of philosophy is political philosophy. It is a body of knowledge that looks up on the society, politics, and the people, making it whole. It is believed that society is inseparable to politics. And our last normative branch is aesthetics. It is derived from the Greek word aestheticus, which means one who is perceptive of things through his sensation, feelings, and intuitions. It is concerned with the essence of perception, objective, judgment of beauty, and nature of art. Few more minutes and I think we're good to go. Learn more about the branches of philosophy in this activity. Check this out. Analyze these questions and identify what branch of philosophy it is. Example, what does it mean to be beautiful? The question is about beauty. Therefore, the question is about aesthetics or art. Here are the questions. What is knowledge? What is freedom? What is beauty? Does God exist? What is the essence and meaning of life? And now let's check your work. The first question, what is knowledge, is under epistemology. Epistemology is a theory of knowledge. What is knowledge? Can we know? What is to know? How can we know? For the second question, what is freedom? That is ethics. Ethics is a moral philosophy. What is freedom? Do we have free will? What is a human act? Are our actions already determined? For question number 3,
It's aesthetics, a philosophy of art. What is beauty? What does it mean to be beautiful? Does God exist? Obviously, that's for religion. Philosophy of religion. Does God exist? Can we prove the existence of God? What reasons are there to believe in God? And for the last question, what is the essence of life? It's rational psychology, philosophy of man, or philosophical anthropology. What is the essence and meaning of life? Does life make sense? What is a good life? What is happiness? What is man? Is man only his body, or man is his soul? And we're back. Thank you for joining me to find the right direction. I hope you enjoy our short but meaningful learning and adventure. Today we learned about the meaning, origin, and characteristics and branches of philosophy. The word philosophy comes from two Greek words, philos, which means love, Sophia, which means wisdom. It can also be defined as the study that uses human reason to investigate the ultimate causes, reasons, and principles which govern all things. On the other hand, it is a distinct area of knowledge with its own goals, concerns, and ways of doing things. In addition, philosophy is divided into different branches, namely aesthetics, logic, epistemology, ethics, metaphysics, and political philosophy. It can also be seen as a framework, as an examination of knowledge, and as a discipline. And lastly, bear in mind that philosophy is concerned with the deepest and biggest questions in life. Philosophy is not new to every individual. Philosophizing is innate to everyone. It is giving birth to new knowledge and wisdom using the things around us and the things we experience. On our next Phil Amazing episode, we will discover more about philosophy. I am Teacher Joshua. See you on our next Phil Amazing Discoveries, Learning, and Adventures.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
On the meaning, origin, characteristics, and branches of philosophy. Guys and my dear students, I will be presenting you in this wrap-up only 4 points to ponder. The first point to ponder is that philosophy is simply defined as a love of wisdom. Second point for this points to ponder, I divided it into two. The first point is Western philosophy is originated in Miletus of ancient Greece by Thales or Thales, the father of philosophy. And the point number 2B, Eastern philosophy is originated in East and South Asia, especially in India and China. Point number 3, the characteristics of philosophy. First, as an analysis of frameworks. Second, as an examination of knowledge. And third, as a discipline. Okay, the fourth and the last points to ponder is that the branches of philosophy. It is divided into two. First is the cognitive branch and the normative branch. Under the cognitive branch is the metaphysics, epistemology, and logic. And under the normative branch, it is divided into politics, aesthetics, and ethics. By the way, if you would ask what is the value theory, we divided that into two. That is ethics and aesthetics, the study of beauty and the study of, that's what called ethics is the moral philosophy. Under the cognitive branch, I would like to define some things here. Metaphysics is the study of things beyond the physical, beyond our naked eye. And the epistemology is also defined as the study of the nature and scope of knowledge and justified belief. This is the theory of knowledge, epistemology. And logic, it is the art and science of correct thinking, and that is of reasoning and argument. Now we will go to the last one, the normative branch. The politics, it is the art and science of government. Although we have a negative connotation of this one, but so be it. And we will go to the aesthetics and ethics. Aesthetics is also it studies the nature of beauty. You could ask your seatmate or your partner in your home, am I beautiful? Since I am a man, am I handsome? You could ask your mother or father, or you could ask yourself in a mirror, am I handsome or am I beautiful? And the last part is the ethics. It is the art and science of correct doing and right conduct. That is, it studies and evaluates human conduct. My dear students, guys, and to our viewers and listeners in this TV Aralan, and hopefully you learned something from the presentation of Sir Joshua Ibora and also from my wrap-up. And hopefully that we can gain in these challenging and troubled times. Thank you, and yours truly, Tor Timpo at your service.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of the radical.
And we're back po, live na live here from Panabo City Senior High School. Okay, finally, no, natapos na yung presentation kanina. So,
Yes,
sir, how does it feel, no? Natapos na yung presentation kanina yung lesson.
Actually, it feels great, and I am really excited to continue this presentation, ma'am. And I do believe that some of our viewers and hopefully to our dear students learn something from this discussion this afternoon.
Yes, we do hope no, that you learned something from our topic kanina, which is, ano ang topic natin, sir?
Introduction to the philosophy of the human person, the meaning, origin, characteristics, and branches of philosophy.
Yes, it's a amazing presentation, right, sir?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
Okay, so, from our, yung mga feedbacks natin, no? We
Yes,
would
ma'am.
like to say good afternoon to our students, yung mga nag-online ng mga students natin. Okay, again, don't forget to write your question or send your questions to your group chats. Okay, so now, sir, are you ready to answer those questions?
Yes, I am. And I am
Okay.
excited to answer those wonderful questions.
Okay, so here we go. Let's have our first question. Okay, from grade 11. Okay, from grade 11, Confucius. Sir, why philosophy is a love of wisdom?
Okay, why philosophy is a love of wisdom? By the way, I would like to correct some things here and to make a clarification.
Go ahead.
And although one of the greatest Attic philosophers, Socrates, as the father of philosophy, and in some sense with Thales as the father of philosophy, but I would like to correct that one and acknowledge Socrates as the father of philosophy.
Okay, Socrates is the father of philosophy. Okay.
Okay, the question why philosophy is a love of wisdom. Philosophy is a love of wisdom because of three things. First, love, wisdom, and reason. Love, we will define love. Although love is defined as many splintered things.
Yes.
But love, in this sense, is a strong desire for a particular object or subject.
Wow.
Okay, now we'll go to the second one, wisdom. Wisdom is the correct application of knowledge. If you gain or if you receive knowledge and then you apply it properly, that is wisdom. If you do not know and then you learn something and then after knowing that one and apply that in your life, and that is wisdom.
Okay.
And then we will go on to the number 3, reason. Reason as a tool that can be expressed in different forms or ways. Okay, we have 4 things here, such as the ability to reflect, and also the ability to question, and the ability to articulate one's thought, and last but not the least, the ability to analyze certain phenomenon or event.
Wow, so
And yes, I'd like to continue. Philosophy is indeed tending towards wisdom.
Wow.
And also, Ma'am Zel, a philosopher is indeed a lover of wisdom. And according to Jose Ortega y Gasset, hopefully that you encounter this Spanish philosopher.
Yeah, when I was in college.
Yes, not only the Spanish bread that I eat, I love Spanish bread.
Oh, me too.
Yeah, that's why.
Okay.
That's why, according to Jose Ortega y Gasset, clarity is the courtesy of the philosopher. And also, Ma'am Giselle, if you would ask to continue to ask questions, in philosophy, questions are more important than answers because answers themselves will in turn become questions.
Wow.
That's great.
That's great.
That according to Carl Jasper. Okay, that ends of my answer on the question number 1.
Okay, so I do hope no na nakuha ng grade 11 Confucius, hindi siya maka-confuse. Okay? Kasi nga from grade 11 Confucius, yung answer ni sir for ang haba na ang haba ng sagot mo. Tinariting kayo na, sir, what is love?
Love is indiscriminate.
Oh, yeah.
Love is a constant attraction of that one.
Ay, nako. Okay. Next, sir.
Okay, next question.
Okay, let's have the second question. What are the philosophical methods?
Okay, what are the philosophical methods? In this presentation, I will just present 3 philosophical methods. Although, guys, my dear students, you could do your research in the libraries, in the internet. There are some methods. Even you can use the scientific methods or mathematical methods. But here in the philosophy, there is the number 1 method here is to ask question or questionings. Why you need to ask question, Mamsel? It's like you ask me a question. Because in order for us to have systematic answers and or skeptical insights on the compelling issue or something interesting, and that is what we call methodic doubt. We need to have a doubt. And the second method on philosophizing is critical discussions. It is to have interactive communication. A while ago, we had the oral communication with Ma'am Jemima, and then she asserted on the communication. That's why here in critical discussion is to have interactive communication and sometimes provocative interaction that could create or between the 2 or more people, and hopefully we can learn something, and that is what we call quote unquote dialectical. We learn from this particular idea, and then there is another idea, and then this idea will attack this first idea, and then we will have a synthesis. Now we'll go to the third one, the rational arguments. Rational arguments, Mamsel, is to convince somebody, just like you, I will convince you, or a group of people, that my idea on something is true and correct. And that is what we call argument. Your argument must be supported with sound and clear solutions. Not just you just give argument and then without clear and sound solutions. That's nothing.
Yeah, it's just like in Mr. Akad, if you're going to make some essays, especially yung argumentative na mga essay,
Yes, ma'am.
you have to defend also. You have to show some evidences,
Evidences.
that your claim is right.
Yes,
diba?
that's great. That's true. That's true. Okay.
Okay, so would you like
that
to
ends
add?
for my question number 2.
From your question number 2. So I do hope nakuha rin ng ating mga students yung sagot. Napaka-comprehensive ng sagot ni Sir Thor, di ba? Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am Zen.
Another question from grade 11, Pastoral. Okay, there we go. Why there is a need of philosophize? Why there is a need to philosophize?
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Zen. The question is why there is a need to philosophize. Maybe in this point of time, I will present 4 ideas why there is a need to philosophize. The first thing is sense of wonder. Sometimes or oftentimes in our life, we are being confronted with curiosity. It drives us to ask questions. Who made this one? Why is it that this thing is created beautifully? And then we need to examine this one. And after examining this one, hopefully that we learn more.
Yes, I wonder why.
Yes, that's great, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
And the other one?
The second one is the doubt. We need to have a doubt. Why? Because we are being confronted with uncertainty in life. We need to test and verify these ideas and perspective. Just like this very present idea of this very present global pandemic on COVID-19, we need to ask questions and we need to doubt ourselves also. Why is it? And we will now go to the third one, the experience. The experience, we are being confronted with experience in our life, the limit situations. So to say, we encounter the birth of a child, the death of our loved ones, or a tragedy that we encounter. And from this experience, we need to rise and gain new knowledge and concepts. In order for us to move forward, it fuels us something in order for us to move forward to achieve our goals in life.
Yeah, that's the spirit, no?
Yes, that's the spirit.
Nadapa ka,
Bumangon.
Okay.
Okay, now we will go to the last part, for the love for wisdom. Man by nature seek for truth. Therefore, to have an insatiable desire for truth. That's love for wisdom. Okay. That ends for the third question, ma'am. Hopefully that it satisfies our viewers, dear students, and other philosophers watching out there.
Okay, hello sa inyo lahat.
Hello sa inyo lahat.
I hope na nasatisfy kayo sa sagot ni Sir. And if you want to have some clarifications, feel free to send it to your group chat, right,
Yes,
Sir?
thank you.
Okay, especially to our students. Okay, here we go. Our last but not the least question. Okay. From grade 11, Russian. Sir Thor, what is the difference between holistic thinking and partial thinking?
Okay, what is the difference between holistic and partial thinking? My answer hopefully will make it simple and concise. Holistic thinking is a perspective looking at the big picture when dealing a situation or a problem, while the partial thinking is a perspective dealing on the situation, on the specific situation or problem. And this kind of thinking, ma'am, is hopefully will be vital in the practical research 1 and 2 of our dear students. And I would like to conclude for the. Is there any question, ma'am?
Well, I guess wala nang lumalabas ng mga questions. Well, anyway, if ever, sir, meron, we will update you na rin, di ba? During sa ating feedback bukas.
Thank you, ma'am. And then I would like to end up this wonderful and amazing presentation. Therefore, we deal things like being erected in the face of wonder and chaos until we become philosophers. Try to answer mind-boggling questions and compelling questions in our life journey and death. My dear students, my dear brother philosophers out there, teachers, and our dear viewers, hopefully you learned something from this discussion this very afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, and that's it for our question and answer portion. Okay, would you like to have any, ito lang tanong ko lang, sir. Since we're talking about philosophy.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Would you
That's
like to
interesting.
share your philosophy in life?
Yes, that's great.
Okay.
Actually, it's my philosophy in life is from the Latin. Actually, I have two philosophy in life. Hopefully, that my dear viewers will not be aroused from this philosophy in life. In vino veritas, and the other one is ad astra per aspera.
What does it mean, sir?
In English, in vino veritas, in wine there is truth. When somebody is drinking, the truth will come out. And also the other one, ad astra per aspera, to the stars by hard ways.
Parang pera-pera.
Pera-pera.
Money-money lang.
Money-money. And how about you, ma'am? What is your philosophy in life?
Simple lang. Kalay?
Yes, ma'am.
Bahala dili hawd, basta kabalo.
Okay, that's great. Bahala di kabalo, basta kay house.
Oh, sa gudi ay. Okay, and that's it, students, for our question and answer portion. And up next po, we will have our parallel assessment. Stay tuned, we will be right back.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Hi guys, for our parallel assessment in this afternoon, yours truly again, Sir Tor Tiempo, teaching philosophy, the introduction to the philosophy of the human person. The only thing that you need to do in this very afternoon is, by the way, the rubrics. First is for the assessment. The rubrics for the assessment: philo-missing motto, 50%; originality, 25%; and timeliness, 25%. That's total to 100%. What you need to do: write your answer in a piece of paper or in a notebook. Take a picture of your output and send it to your group chat of your philosophy subject, or simply post it in your timeline or in the Panabo City Senior High School FB page. And hopefully that guys, that those things that this motto that will help you move forward amidst the troubled times of our life. Okay, that's all guys. And wag niyong kalimutan na handang isip, handa bukas, Tipid TV Aralan.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
And we're back now here on TV Aralan. Wow.
Yes.
Natapos na din ang grabe no, deep talk with our the philosopher, the great philosopher of Panabo City Senior High School, Sir Editor Tempo. Grabe yung ating
philo-amazing partner.
Philo-amazing. That's the word to describe our
Grabe si Sir.
teacher.
Doon ka ng ano kayo siya ba? Lalaking-lalaki talaga.
Pumunta ko doon sa may philosophy
sa imong kinabuhi.
Yung life, ma'am.
Pero ako kasagang ganina.
Yes. No? First time na ko tumadumog nga, was it a Latin word?
A Latin word? Actually, yung na-retain sa mind ko, pera-pera yun.
Veritas.
O, diba? So, Sir Tor, turuan mo naman kami ng mga Latin word, diba?
Dahil ako ang philosopher sa Panabo City Senior High School na si Sir Editor Tempo. Daghan din salamat, sir, for your learning episode for this afternoon here on TV Aralan, no? That was for the introduction of human philosophy.
Yes.
Okay, the subject. So, I hope lahat ng mga students, marami kayong natutunan for this afternoon. Don't forget to take a screenshot, take a picture of your outputs, and send it to the different group chats, no, per class. So, isend nyo po yan sa inyong mga teachers para naman magkaroon tayo ng mga evidences of learning, no?
Yes, because we are going to use that one partner.
Yes, we use those things
during our feedback.
Yes,
Okay.
tomorrow. So,
okay, and again, we would like to know yung ating assessment. So, again, make a motto or philosophy in life with the hashtag handang isip, handa bukas, at saka hashtag PCHSS, hashtag your motto. So yon, under yun sa subject na philosophy, yung discuss ni Sir Edentor kanina.
So, students, gagawa kayo ng inyong motto in life and make sure to use those hashtags, no? Yung hashtag na na-mention kanina, you have to use those hashtags simply para madaling makita, ma-search ng inyong mga subject teachers ang inyong output. Because you are going to post it in the social media. Yes, in your social media account, or even you just write it on your paper sa mga notebooks ninyo, and then just take a picture, but don't forget to use three hashtags. Okay. And dami kasi mga SSS.
Yes.
That's
normal
why
dyan sa
also
partner.
we as the SSS. And don't forget to use the hashtags given by our teacher presenter para naman madali lang mahanap yung inyong mga outputs. Okay?
And another partner, no, if they want to review or we can have just follow or just visit the link, di ba? Yung Panabo City Senior High School.
So, sa lahat ng mga
Alpha.
hindi nakasubaybay from the very beginning, pwede po ninyong i-review ang mga videos namin. You just have to visit DepEd Panabo City. You just look for the link, andun lang po sa FB page ng DepEd Panabo City. And also sa Facebook page ng Panabo City Senior High School, Alpha. Alright. So, students, and ano na mga nanonood dyan, if you have questions, no, for the previous, yung learning episode ng ating teacher presenter, si Sir Edentor.
And also with Ma'am Jemima.
Yes, also with Ma'am Jemima. So, lahat ng mga questions ninyo, you can ask those things through the social media account. Huwag kayong mahiya na i-PM ang inyong mga teachers if you have questions and clarifications. So,
yes.
And also an announcement by tomorrow. So, pahinga muna tayo. We will have the replay and the feedbacking. So, students, be ready na. Actually, partner, meron na akong natanggap na mga feedbacks from the oral communication and context.
As you are also a teacher, di ba, of oral communication.
So, I'm very thankful kay Ma'am Jemima Pupe kasi on my behalf as the oral communication in context teacher, no? So, siya yung naging presenter on my behalf. So, I am very thankful to Ma'am Jem.
Hello, Ma'am Jem. Kalmado.
Yes. And actually, ang dami na nag-send sa akin private message na nag-picture na sila, Ma'am Jem, ng kanilang mga outposts. And by tomorrow, ipa-flash natin lahat.
Wow, so I guess very excited na ko partner, knowing our students, very responsive talaga.
Yes, meron pa nga nag-message doon, actually, partner. Sabi sa akin, Ma'am, kailangan ba na mong picture?
Ang sa ka na naka-selfie?
Kasi ang sa akin, is yung notebook niya, nag-answer siya, and then she checked it, actually, then nag-answer sa akin na Ma'am Sheng, okay lang ba na ito lang?
Yung
lang, then the picture, dapat na among nabo, siya, yung student. And then I replied, yes, you have to take a picture with the output na dapat meron ka din sa picture.
Selfie ba? Ganyan din na sila, Ana.
So, yes, yun yung instruction ko sa kanya. So, mga students, mas mabuti na you will take a picture with you. Dapat nasa picture ka talaga na ikaw yung sumagot, ikaw yung gumawa ng output mo.
Yes, it's an evidence.
The part of assessment, yes. Kasi ipa-flash natin yan tomorrow during the feedbacking. So, watch out sa mga outputs na isasend ninyo. We will randomly select kung sino yung ma-select na mga outputs. So, stay tuned kayo dyan. Abangan niyo yan bukas.
Take note we're going to have our feedbacking tomorrow sa oral communication at saka sa introduction of philosophy.
And as well as yung understanding culture,
society,
and politics. Ni Ma'am Ami Aralan. Yes, it was indeed a very long day for all of us. Sa
ako yung estudyante, parang yung term ni Sir June nga, partner, siksik, liglig. O, di ba? Ay, nako, lahat nandito na lahat.
Okay, so, it's a very long day for all of us, no? And mga students, relax na kayo dyan. Huminga na kayo ng malalim. take a break, uminom na kayo ng tubig or ano ba yung refreshments dyan, relax na kayo kasi we are about to end our TV Aralan session for this day. So, but before that, pasalamatan muna natin ang ating mga kasamahan
Of
dito sa
course.
Panabo City Senior High School, especially ang ating mga teacher presenters ngayong araw. Maraming salamat po. Teachers.
Yung kanina sa parang feedbacking, we have Ma'am Angel, Fantastico. We also have Sir Arvin Gala, sa Mathematics, and our teacher presenter that is sa UCSP, Ma'am Ami Hara.
And this afternoon, ang ating mga teacher presenters si Ma'am Jeb Okupe and si Sir Editor Chempo. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Aming mga dynamic teachers dito sa Panabo City Senior High School. And of course, ang ating active na school principal, Ma'am Mirna Iprefkasyon. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much, Ma'am. And of course, partner, ito, yung ating technical team headed by Ma'am Melanie Mosico. We also have Ma'am Amitis and Ma'am Lou at the same time. We also have Ma'am Balatero, Sir Brian, Computer Director.
Sir Brian Payot.
Si Ma'am Tano na rin.
And yes, ating prompter, ang ating writer si Ma'am Tano. Okay. And yes, partner, no?
Yung partner.
Yes,
yung glam team natin.
Tama.
Nagpapaganda sa akin. Sa akin. Ay, sa'yo na rin.
Piling ko, ikaw lang may glam team. Kasi ako sa lyrics team ka.
Gani. Una, kailangan na magaling kamot, friend.
Yes.
Ma'am Jemima, thank you so much for making me beautiful.
Yes. Okay.
Ganun lang ang beg, Ma'am Jem.
And TV Aralan for this afternoon. Siguro i-transfer muna natin ang camera sa ating head, no? Or director, overall director ng TV Aralan para sa ating closing activities or announcements for this TV Aralan episode. So maraming salamat po. See you tomorrow and be healthy always, keep safe kasi COVID-19 is still kicking.
Yes.
Okay,
Sana mawala.
Amping tatanan, Panaboans. Bye!
Bye!
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Ayan po, nasaksihan po at natunghayan po ninyo ang ating mga teacher. Okay, so and now, we are here. Thank you so much for viewing, everyone. Lahat po nung nanood ng coverage ng ating replay. Andito po kami ngayon. Kung napapansin po ninyo, andito ang aking mga kapwa DLDM coordinators mula po sa Panabo South District 2. Ayan. So kaway-kaway naman dyan, mga kapatid. Ayan. Nandito po kami ngayon sa New Visayas Elementary School na kung saan po nagsasagawa sila ng pagsasanay. Ayan. Okay. Thank you so much, of course, to Sir Julius Suelto, our school principal, for giving us the time to be here also to conduct this training. So ayan, mga kapatid, sa lahat po ng nanonood sa amin, maraming salamat po sa inyong patuloy na pagtangkilik dito pa rin po sa TV Aralan, Handang Isip, Handa Bukas, at kami dito sa DLDM ay patuloy pong makikiisa sa gampanin at gawain ng ating SDO Panabo City para po sa inyong lahat, mga kabataan. Kaya naway patuloy kayong pagpalain ng ating Panginoong Diyos, basbasan po kayong lahat ng mga pagpapalat biyayang inyong kailangan, lalong-lalo na sa ating mga kabataan. Okay, sa lahat po ng mga kaguruan, ito po ang ginagawa natin sa SDO Panabo City para po maihanda kayo kasama ng inyong mga coordinators sa distance learning at kasama din po ng iba pang mga guro na kasalukuyan din pong nagsasanay ngayon sa iba't ibang larangan po ng ating mga gampanin at gawain dito sa SDO Panabo City. Kaya, bago tayo magtapos, tulad ka po ng ating nakasanayan, pagsasagawa po muna tayo ng maikling panalangin para po basbasan tayo ng ating Panginoong Diyos. Kaya nanyayahan ko rin po ang lahat na nandito ngayon na magsitayo po at tayo'y mananalangin. Po. Sige, mananalangin na po ang kapulungan. Panginoon na aming Diyos, maraming salamat po muli sa tagumpay na ipinagkaloob mo sa amin. Salamat, iningatan mo po kami sa buong panahon ng aming mga pagsasama at paggawa. Maawa ka po sana, dakilang Diyos, panatilihin mo po sa amin ang kababaang loob sapagkat patuloy mo rin kaming pinagtatagumpay. Dakilang Ama, sa pansamantala po naming paglisan sa pagsasahimpapawid na ito at gayon din po sa pagsasanay na ito, dakilang Ama. Maawa ka po sanang patuloy mong ipabaon sa amin ang iyong mga pagpapala at biyaya na kailangan din po ng aming buong sambahayan. Lalong-lalo na po, dakilang Diyos, sa lumalaganap ngayon na karamdaman, pakiligtas mo po ang bawat isa sa amin, kasama ng aming buong pamilya, upang patuloy naming maging kaaliwan ng isa't isa, alang-alang sa pagtupad ng aming mga gawain. Ikaw na rin magpala at pagbigay ng mga kaguruan, lahat ng mga magulang, lahat ng mga kabataan na patuloy na nakikiisa sa aming adhikain, alang-alang po sa iyong kapurihan. Buo po ang aming pananalig at pag-asa. Minsan pa'y binasbasan mo kami sa gawa naming pagkukulang at kasalanan, sa pangalan po ng Panginoong Hesus, dakila po naming tagapagligtas. Amen. Ayan. So muli, maraming salamat po sa pagsama ninyo sa amin dito pa rin sa TV Aralan. Sabay tayo ng handang isip, handang bukas, and 3, 2, 1. Handang isip, handang bukas. Paalam! Maraming salamat po.
Innovation, integration, industry-based learning, inspiration. This is the division of Panabo City, the forefront of eradicating illiteracy.
Gising na! May online class ka pa.
Anong oras na ba? Oo, Nay! Gagalak na!
Alas 7 na pala, sikat ng araw andyan na. Inaan ng sarili sa panibagong umaga. Sabay lumusal at nag-aantay.
Oh, kain ka muna, anak.
Ako'y talagang excited na. Auto-click agad sa link at ready for login na.
Ayan! Connecting na! Good morning, sir!
Di akalain kahit ganito ang sitwasyon natin sa pandemyang ito. Alam natin ang katotohanan, edukasyon ay may solusyon. Magpapatalo ka sa lahat kung may solusyon na nakaangat. Ano bang hinihintay? Halina at sumabay. Bubuhayin ang bukas, problema'y lilipas, kinabukas ay itaas. Handang isip, handang bukas.
Ma, paano yan? Isa na yung laptop natin. Anong gagamitin ni Bunso?
Okay lang yan, nakausap ko ng teacher niya, magmo-module na lang daw siya. Pwede niya pa rin pagpatuloy ang kanyang pag-aaral.
Ay, salamat! Buti nilang at may ibang pagpipilian.
Itong araw-araw ng mga panibagong gawain. Bilang mga estudyante, kailangan naming intindihin.
Naku po! Nawawala ang internet! Sir, present po!
O sige na, galingan mo dyan ha. Tutulungan ko mga kapatid mo sagutan mga modules.
Bubuksan ang isipan, mabibigo pero hindi susuko. Alam natin ang katotohanan, edukasyon ay may solusyon. Magpapatalo ka sa lahat kung may solusyon na nakaangat. Ano bang hinihintay? Halina at sumabay. Bubuhayin ang bukas, problema'y lilipas, kinabukas ay itaas. Handang isip, handang bukas. Sa lahat, kinatatakutan ng bata't matanda. Kahit anong profesyon mo pa, Sa malawang pag-isip, laging handa. Stay at home, work from home is your normal. Wash your hands, sanitize para safe ka. Alam kong maraming diskarte ang mga Pinoy, di magpapakulian pa ba? Matatag magaling at determinado, hindi susuko makamit ang tropeyo. Ano pa iyong estado sa buhay ay mananalo? Estudyante Pinoy ka, makakayanan natin to. Bubuksan ang isipan, mabibigo pero hindi susuko. Alam natin ang katotohanan, edukasyon ay may solusyon.
Oh, anak! Kumusta? Anong resulta?
Naway, sakit! Yes, Nay! Pasado ako! Magpapatalo sa lahat kung may solusyon na nakaangat. Ano bang hinihintay? Halina sumabay! Sisikatin ang araw, problema'y lilipas. Kinabukasan ay itaas. Edukasyon sa Pilipinas, handang isip, handang